All righty. Testing. Are we live? Should be live. There it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, and unfortunately, you're watching the recap, the good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hi, chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, today's a very weird day. Futures are up. It is Friday. You're watching the commodities get crushed. We were up a lot more, but the reasoning, there's a lot of back and forth with the Ukraine updates. Apparently, Vladimir Putin is saying something positive, but then there was a plane in Hungary, and then people are saying the exact opposite. Fed futures are already down, but today will probably be a little bit more volatile, or at the very least, a lot of people are going to position for the weekend. But so far, pretty wild. You're watching commodities. They're getting clapped again. We'll see how we close out this week after a historic rally. And then that's it, man. That's it. That's all we got. It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. But good morning. Oh, good morning. How are you? How are you feeling? Do you feel good? Good morning. Oh, hey, Casey. Good morning, Casey. Good morning, Michael. Good morning, Mr. Wesley O'Neill. Oh, good morning, Mr. Oscar. Lord. Oh, I just burped. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. Sumi, Colin. I see you, Colin. What's up, Vendetta? What's up, Bailey? What's up, Chopper Wolf? Oh, Mr. Paul. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Pixie. Good morning, Alyssa. Oh, we got Taylor in the house. Taylor Barry, baby. Tell him. Tyson Fisher. Oh, good morning. What's up, Carlos? What's up, baby? Oh, man. Steven Richardson. Welcome. Welcome. Oh, I'm hyped. It's Friday, man. I'm telling you, even my voice ain't even want to play along, but I'm hyped. I don't know what happened, man. So good morning. I hope your morning is good. Oh, it's good, bro. It's good. It's good. Good morning. Friday. What's up, Nepal? Look at Nepal. I see you, Nepal. That's my guy right there. That's it. I like Nepal and Nepal. You know what? I like Nepal the person and Nepal the place. That's it. Happy Friday. Yeah, I need to stretch a little bit. Woo. Let's stretch it. We go stretch on news. But today is going to be crazy again. Let me see if I can get you the Ukraine updates. It was weird. It was very, very weird. Again, while we're up, we are even going to hear from President Biden in about an hour. So I think they're going to say some stuff, but again, here are your latest updates. Literally, Finland president calls Putin an enact ceasefire. That just happened. Russia moves to ban Facebook as extremist. They're going to make it illegal, meaning it'll be a crime after Facebook said yesterday that they will allow incites of violence, essentially. They said, what did they say? They said that Facebook's new media law that would allow them to pretty much promote violence against Russians. You're allowed to, so you can't on social media, hate speech, all of that. Well, apparently, it's okay if it's about Russia. So they're labeling Facebook as illegal, like literally like a crime. So that's not good. It would criminalize Facebook's operations. But then Croatia calls for an investigation. I thought it was Hungary. I think it was Hungary. Yeah, but there was a drone, a Ukrainian drone. It could have been Russian, but it crashed in NATO member airspace. That one was weird. And then where was the positive news? This one right here. This is why you're up a lot. We're selling it off, and this brought oil and everything down. But President Putin, he says positive development talks. He noted talks in a shift between Russia and Ukraine, saying that at the start of a meeting with Belarus President Alexander Lukashenko, there's some positive movement there, as our negotiators have told me. Putin said noting talks are happening practically on a daily basis. He gave no further details, but is likely to reference President Zelensky this week, indicating he's willing to discuss Ukraine adopting a more neutral status. So pretty interesting. Those are your full updates. This is why we bounced up here. But again, like I'm saying, there's like a couple of competing headlines. A couple people are confused right now. So we're going to see. Don't forget to, today is the day after your CPI. So post CPI day could be some level of hangover. He said Meta, the Craigslist for criminals. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh man. Wheat is going to $8, then you should get good puts right now, right? 10, that'd be $2 in the money if you're right. If you could get them at 20 cents, you'll make 1,000% too, baby. Just get right. I got a cool thing for wheat though today. You'll see it. It's later actually. I don't know. You'll see. I love you. Good morning. I hope you're ready, baby. Oh. Anyways, U.S. futures, they rallied with European stocks after Vladimir Putin said he saw positive shifts in Russia talks with Ukraine. The news added a risk-on impulse to a volatile session. Gold and treasuries fell while the dollar erased gains. Ukraine shelling continued despite Putin's optimism talks. Lutsk, about 250 miles west of Kyiv, was hit. Joe Biden's expected to call for an end to normal trade relations with Russia when he speaks at 10 a.m. Eastern today. The Senate approved $13.6 billion in aid for Ukraine. EU leaders said they'll support Ukraine in pursuing a European path, but stopped short of mentioning any special or accelerated candidacy status. BlackRock marked down Russian securities across its funds by about $17 billion last month after the invasion. Financial Times reported that the firm's clients held about $18.2 billion of Russian assets at the end of January, and those that have been marked down to about $1 billion by the end of February. Whoa, holy crap! In 1 month, $18 billion down to $1 billion. That's crazy. World powers in Iran. Oh, this one's not good. I forgot about it. See, this was another one. I forgot. There's so many counter headlines this morning. Iran suspended efforts to revive the 2015 nuclear accord, reigniting a crisis that's ready to roll surging oil markets. A pause in the Vienna talks was required due to external factors. EU Foreign Policy Chief Josep Borrell said on Twitter, without elaborating, he said sides had come very close to an agreement, but he didn't say when or if the negotiations would be able to resume. So, Iran nuclear deal, oil boost. No, not so much. Huh? Morgan Stanley trader is leaving the firm after racking up tens of millions of dollars in losses as market turmoil broke. Hamza El Hassani, who traded dividends in the bank's equities division, will be departing after the trades he oversaw went awry. The losses were less than $50 million. Wall Street contrarian David Wu warned markets haven't adequately priced in the risk of a drawn-out war, and he's concerned by the prospect of a value-at-risk or VAR shock in which a cycle of selling sweeps across asset classes or seriously mispriced, and the cost of derivatives to profit for volatility is exorbitant. The next big portfolio shift is going to be out of U.S. stocks and into cash. He pretty much said there's going to be a flash crash. That's what a value at risk shock is. Goldman cut its U.S. growth forecast because of soaring oil prices and the war in Ukraine. Real GDP is seen expanding 1.75 this year, down from 2%. Chances of recession in the coming year are broadly in line with the 20 to 35% odds currently implied by the models based on the slope of the yield curve. Deutsche Bank, they raised bonuses by 13% after its most profitable year in a decade. Almost half of the 2.1 euro pool went to the investment bank. Meta and Google face a EU antitrust probe in a possible collusion over the way they operate online advertising services, probably potentially squeezing out rivals. DD Global, they shelved plans for Hong Kong IPO. People familiar said it tumbled pre-market. They had a security probe. Rihanna is weighing an IPO that may value Savage X Fenty, her lingerie company. Lingerie is lingerie at $3 billion. People familiar said. Some fund managers quit the LME since its suspension of nickel trading and cancellation of Tuesday's transaction. I'm exiting all of my LME positions despite being ragingly bullish on copper, said market veteran Luke Sadrian, who runs his own hedge fund. Others expressed outrage by avoiding transactions. The LME effectively bailed out bearish position holders at the expense of bullish counterparts. Womp, womp, womp. Wells Fargo was the only major U.S. mortgage lender to reject more black homeowners than it accepted. A Bloomberg News investigation found only 47% of black homeowners who completed a refinance with the bank in 2020 were approved, compared with 72% of white owners. That's the big take. That's front page. Oh, they put that front page. You're going to hear about that one then. They're coming after the mortgages. Chart of the day, uranium found its sweet spot amid mayhem in the commodity space. Prices soared to the highest since 2011 Fukushima nuclear disaster on concerns of sanctions aimed at Russia will roil an already tight market. Upward pressure on prices is unlikely to end, UXC said. What's more, the Sprott Physical Uranium Trust has been actively snatching supply since last month. The U.S. administration is working to accelerate uranium production. 10:15, Biden to speak on Russia. 10 a.m., U.S. March University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. 1 p.m., Baker Hughes rig count. And then Gabriel Boric to be sworn in as Chile's president. Chile. Gabriel Boric takes over. He will be Chile's youngest president. He's part of a new generation of Latin American leaders who link climate change to inequality. President Biden presented an optimistic vision of his party's prospect in November's midterm elections. Despite the Russian invasion of Ukraine and rising inflation, in his speech to the Democratic National Committee, Biden said Republicans have been playing a game by trying to blame his policies for soaring oil and gasoline prices. Yellen is uncomfortable. It said Yellen on uncomfortably high prices. I thought it said Yellen is uncomfortably high on prices. I said, damn, Yellen, that's a crazy headline. But no, she's talking about uncomfortably high prices. I was trippy. I read that, bro. I was like, damn, that's wild. The UK economy, they grew at the strongest pace in 7 months in January, surpassing pre-pandemic levels, and for exceeding estimates, GDP rose 0.8 after a 0.2 contraction in December. Exports fell with the sales to the EU down sharply while imports climbed, leaving the trade deficit at £21.9 billion. ECB's decisions mean there's no longer an automatic link between the end of net asset purchases and possible rate hikes, Francis Villeroy said. China's GDP growth target for this year will be a challenge to meet, will require additional support, including further tax relief, Li Keqiang said. He confirmed this in his final year as premier. Japan's households pared back spending in January, with outlays falling 1.2% in December. There were 0 bids for Sokol oil from the Sakhalin-1 project of Russia's Far East, which was offered for May loading. The lack of interest in the grade favored by Asian buyers may give a peek into what's to come in the next week as far as Russian grade. ESPO begins trading for the month. China teapots are typically big consumers for that grade. Oil headed to the biggest weekly loss since November. Uncertain times mean that the prices may continue in a volatile manner. ING said next week's OPEC and IEA monthly reports may provide fresh clues. Precious metals are treated, with gold dropping more than 1%. Wheat fell, extending its weekly loss. Dali and Wanda put up a planned Hong Kong IPO for a shopping mall unit. Apollo is evaluating a possible cash offer for Pearson, which is undergoing a long and rocky turnaround effort. Carlyle will buy Italian motorcycle clothing brand Danesi from Invent Corp. The opposition to Toshiba's plan to split the two firms is mounting. France weighs reviving plan to nationalize power giant EDF. Dubai's telecom courts investors after lining up banks for IPO. Applied Materials announces new $6 billion buyback program of its regular quarterly cash dividend of 26% or 26 cents per share. Volvo Cars will open a new tech hub in central Stockholm, adding 350 specialists to develop at least half of its software by 2025. Rivian sank pre-market after saying production is being hammered by supply chain. Oracle also fell after missing profit. Platinum Equity Todd Gilrich exits after 20-year stint. Citi's digital asset group co-head departs to start new venture. Peloton's Foley Goldman discusses his share-back loans. Apple CEO says he's deeply concerned over laws on LGBTQ youth. Baseball reaches deal with player unions ending lockout. Peloton's Foley. Chevron cut to underweight at JP Morgan. Price target 169. JP Morgan speeds up senior locations from Hong Kong to Shanghai. Mark Kleiman revealed 4 bidders private equity fund manager. I think that's it. Axios, Apple. Meta will allow Facebook and Instagram users in countries including Ukraine and Poland to call for violence against Russian soldiers. Reuters reported users can also demand the death of Putin and Lukashenko. Calls for what? Bro, what world do we live? This is crazy. Calls for violence against Russians are only allowed when the post clearly references the invasion of Ukraine. Internal emails reported. Russia last week said it would block Facebook in its platforms. That's apparently, dude. The pandemic's true death toll may be 3 times higher. Official reports suggest up to 18 million people probably died in the first 2 years versus the official estimate of 5.9. And this is talking globally. They're saying it was due to access to lack of health care. So it's hard to define. A Russian exec's $220 million London office sale, already delayed by the pandemic, is unraveling again as buyers and advisors withdraw. Long-distance drones would get right-of-way over other aircraft in low-altitude delivery corridors under a proposal submitted by the FAA. Advisory panel called out for an out-of-sight drone flights to require anti-collision systems, plus new qualifications for drone pilots. Revamped rules include the burden of drone pilots to dodge other aircraft. Jussie Smollett has been sentenced to 150 days in jail for his fake hate crime against himself, and then he's ordered to pay $120,000 and a $25,000 fee. The actor who played Lewis on Sesame Street for 45 years, Emilio Delgado, he died yesterday at the age of 81. That's sad. March Madness is under the way. Main draw on Saturday. Oh, this is kind of cool. Little history. I got a good one. Okay, ready? On this day in history, textile workers in Nottingham, England, they staged the first major Luddite riot in 1811. I'm assuming this was the first, riot, but they breaking the machinery that was replacing them and displacing them. The protest launched a movement that spread in the next year to Yorkshire, Lancashire, and Derbyshire. The Ludds or Luddites were generally masked and operated at night. Their leader, who may have been legendary, was known as King Ludd after a probable mythical Ned Ludd. Kind of weird, but that was the first riot, I think. Luddites rule. You know a lot about that. How do you know that? I've never heard of Ludds. I've never heard of the Ludds, bro. I heard there's some sort of cult here. Yeah, but honestly, I think we have a little bit more competition with Facebook than I thought after that news. So we are a cult, but I don't know. I mean, I don't want too much competition with good old Marky Mark. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy. But a couple of pre-market movers. DocuSign, they're down 17%. Again, they had bad earnings. eBay, some people commented after yesterday with analysts. The shares are down 1%. I think everyone's pretty much mixed on it. Genius Sports rises 6% after earnings. Rivian down 6% after those comments. And then XPO, people are talking about their, what's it called? They did a spinoff, and now they're like a pure play. So that one's good. And then I'm going to be watching the banks. And then Caterpillar and Coca-Cola. I think that's it, bro. I think that's all we got. Bro. That's all we got. That seems good, right? Seems good. Are you ready? Top of the morning? Are you ready, bro? Are you ready? Do you feel good? It's Friday, man. It's Friday, bro. It's Friday. You're blessed. You're here. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout-out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you are doing. And big shout-out to the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, even the truckers, man. Somebody said, you don't mention the truckers, and I said, you're right, man, because we love them out there. And thank you for doing what you guys do, holding everything together. It's a very, very big impact, and I hope you understand, everybody working together is one and everybody doing their role. It's a beautiful thing when you really think about it. So God bless all of you. We support you guys, and just thank you for holding it down. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. But wait, shout out to veterans. Don't ever forget that, though. I don't know if I told you. Shout out to vets, active servicemen, past servicemen. We love y'all. But please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Oh, let's go. Oh, let's go. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Chad. So it's going to be a good one. Again, a lot of volatility in a weird way in the morning. We've already sold off maybe like 0.75%. We were up like 1.5 at one point. But again, Fed futures are dropping. You got like 3 or 4 counter headlines. Iran nuclear deal not looking good for oil, but oil's down. Again, a lot of commodities are chilling out and people are focusing on the positivity. So Facebook's selling off into this. We got a couple, man. That's weird. Facebook's down 1.2. Uber up 3.2. Rivian just hit the high ticker. I'm surprised. Facebook's selling off big right now. I don't know why. Facebook literally just flushed a couple dollars, $2, a dollar in the last 3 minutes there. Yeah, DocuSign is not looking good at all. Again, you got a couple of plays out there. We're going to look at some of the commodities, I think, today, or depending on how you want to position for the weekend. Today might be one, but we'll see by the end of the day. I mean, I'm kind of expecting a little bit of flip-flop here today, unless if the news stays the same, that's it. But we will see. We will see. Tesla's selling too. I think I just saw that one on the low ticker. But get ready, man. We got about a minute and a half. Like the video if you're here. Show some love. Get prepared. Call out a play. Wheat for the weekend. Well, so here it is. I will have I'm going to have a very important video on wheat over the weekend. So, I mean, God willing, we get it out there for you, but I'm like 90% sure. So we'll see what happens, but we'll talk about it. But that's what I'm saying. It's we'll see by the end of the day if commodities, where they're at, if it makes sense to make another play on that, oil, copper, anything else we could think of. So we'll see what happens with it. But today, again, the first thing I would understand is that there is a lot of confusing news today. It's just a lot of back and forth in the sense that some headlines you would have thought it'd be negative. China, England is doing their thing. Again, Europe is doing very, very well right now. So if that could carry home like it did last week, then it should be good. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Here it is. The bell is coming. We love you. We hope you know you're blessed. Get ready. Stay locked in. Show some love. Call it out. You have 20 seconds left. 20 seconds. Something's clapping the market. It's kind of, again, that's like the confusing news. People like the Putin, development comments, but then there was a lot of other bad news. Woo! That's loud. Round one. Fight. Let's see. Come on, option change. Okay. Tesla, did Facebook get bounced? Facebook's negative. What are we at? 0.78. NASDAQ, SPY, and Dow are actually pretty matched up. Small caps are lagging a little bit. Uber up 2.5. Good call out. Tesla's coming up. Again, Rivian. Those are the post earnings. Rivian kind of bounced, but DocuSign still down 20 over there. Let me see. I need to come back to that one. Rivian calls or clap. Harris says no signs of engaging diplomacy. Manila. I'm not getting filled. DocuSign is bouncing. Scammers. Okay, I got filled. I had to add it. I saw this play yesterday too. Again, it was on the little mini watch list on the stocks to watch. Let's see. Let's see if VI chatter and neutral halted. Uber's coming down again. Watch out. It's only up 2 now. It does this little back and forth thingy. The chain is wild on this one, so be careful. That's the only thing I'm worried about. We'll see if there's how you say we'll see if there is the option chain spread, if it comes smaller. This chain's kind of dead, but it's an interesting play. It's kind of related to what's going on, but don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a XPO Logistics. So I got XPO, May calls, and I spent a decent amount, but the spreads are just pretty nutty. Again, there's a couple of other contracts on that chain. There's a little bit of a premium. I did decent amount. I did like $200. Trump interview on Rumble, XPO, and that's the one we just grabbed. So give it some time there, but they did a spinoff. So that one's the one I mentioned there briefly in the morning, and people are liking it now. A couple people posted. Again, a couple of shipping plays earlier this week. Remember, like UMP. So we'll see what happens. The Trump video. Bro, I'm like blown. I'm just blown away by the Facebook thing. I never thought there would be a time in my life where Facebook would be like, yo, yeah, we like advocate. You could call for the death of somebody. It's fine. Check how they moved after GXO spinoff a couple months ago. Was it good or bad? I don't know too much about the spinoff. I just see a lot of analysts and people talking about it. And the fact it's kind of related to shipping, I like it, but I'm not too familiar with the history on it. Facebook, they just got clapped today. It seemed, I don't know, probably because of the news. And again, Russia is making it like Facebook is now criminal. They're not just like banning it. They're saying it's like actually criminal. TLT are rocketing. Yes and no. It's still negative, or now it's back to break even, which isn't too bad. But this point is crazy for TLT. You guys realize we're about to fall out of the 2-year range for the long-term yields. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Facebook's still on the low. What is criminal? So it's like, it's not like they're just banning the service. It's like literally if somebody is using it, or if they catch anybody, like any of the Facebook leaders, if they're in Russia, they would be charged like a criminal, as if they stole something or killed somebody. Wacky Friday again. We'll see how. Where's actually oil? Because again, Iran deal is not looking hot. There's just so many conflicting news, but the market really, again, even futures of people really like the initial peace talk comments. KR, they're up. Wells Fargo came down, but they're up a little bit more. XOM running. Baba is still selling off. Another sell-off there. What's the other thing? What was it? Docu might come down. They're down 20. That was bad earnings. HYMC, Cisco Pop. Rivian, TMC. Rivian, yeah, they're still negative, but they bounced up. TMC, they're up 20. We saw this one the other day. This was related to the metal stuff. So it's actually coming back to that one. That was pretty decent. I think this one's related to CEI, because then CEI, Cambridge Energy, they dumped preferred shares on people today. So that's why I say I watch out for these companies. Again, like CEI, they were running the other day with TMC, but then CEI today, they're down 11 because they added more shares. RTX, JD getting dumped. Yeah, watch if Raytheon above 100 again. That's where it gets exciting. Honestly, I think those premiums might be cheaper. They're the same price. They're like down 5% from the last time we got it. And then let's see the wheat. Wheat down to 970. The play's still up like 365%, 400%. And then the puts are still down 60%. We'll see, honestly, if it does go a little crazy today. Again, now it is below 10 a bushel. I don't know if the ZW, you have like a $40 difference, but there might be something we could do with it. I'll take one more Gonder. Roblox upgraded. CL is popping. Not as much as it should. Bro, the Iran deal like probably priced in a couple of bucks last week. I guess it's up 1.6. Yeah, things were down a little bit more. Facebook quiz. I know you were calling them out there yesterday. I wanted one. I was going to take it, but I said I'll just be patient with some of what I'm holding. But that was a good one. I like it. Spy, big little red, big little chicle. Facebook selling off hard now. Again, back to 190. This is going to be a key level. Oh, yeah, uranium. What's the place? CVE's up, but what's the other one called? EXC. Yeah. That one's actually moving a little bit today. I don't know where the premiums are going up on EXC. I need to check that far at the money ones. CCJ, EXC. The far at the money ones, those are holding. The ones closer to the money, they were down yesterday, and they're coming back up. SPY slipping now. Again, another low of the day here, but you're still up about 0.5%. NASDAQ about 0.3. Yeah, DD got clapped on their Hong Kong listing. CCJ leading. Again, watch for uranium. Again, it came up this morning, just given the fact the price of the uranium is going up a lot. I get your email on Tire. I did not. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Let's see. It's been selling since pre-market. Yeah, again, the news was just weird. Everybody was like, oh, Putin said this, but then if you read any of the other comments, it seemed negative. See, China's I did not. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. EXC going up a little bit. I'm surprised Coca-Cola. Where's McDonald's? They were slipping a little bit yesterday. They came up. Boeing's about to come down, but they got 2.5%. Lockheed's still up there. Again, RTX above 100 is good. I'm surprised UUU's read this. These uranium companies move hella weird. It might be on what they hold. They're like, because, CCJ's up. EXC didn't move yesterday, but now it's up. It's an interesting one. It is an interesting one. CVE, this is Etsy 6.92. Let me check Docu again. XPO, they're still up. EXC taking off. It's a slow mover. Again, the thing about EXC, the company is huge. So it's like I think it's probably one of the biggest uranium ones. Again, it's like 50 billion in market cap. Like, this thing is it ain't no joke. Dude, Facebook's still going even more. You're down 2.9 right now. Again, it's only been about 12 minutes. Baba's even got clapped too. Again, remember yesterday, very bad for the China stocks. They're even doing bad now today. It's interesting on the global scale because, again, they've been flip-flopping with Europe. So it's like they're down today, Europe's up today, so we'll see. Tesla. It could. It's just risky at 20. It's either going to dance around here and hold, or it really will go through. CVX, Chevron is coming back up now. They're going barely positive. Same thing. Exxon's about to go green too. Just hit green right there. Oxy barely green. So all of them just went. All the oil and energy kind of just woke up. But then a couple of like HD, Walmarts, they've been leading the way with Boeing up too. And then the banks are, I think, kind of a mixed bag. They're just slightly up. Very interesting day so far. Let's see. Leaders are financials, industrials, real estate, and I think I'm surprised energy isn't like up here. Energy's down, but everything's actually still pretty good so far. So we'll see. That was your first hidden new low. Watch here. If we end up shooting off of this, then that's it. Well, let's find out. The China companies got rocked again. DocuSign, it's breaking there. If you could see the continuation. U.S. to ban Russian imports of alcohol and seafood. Lex Friedman, I don't think I've ever watched a podcast with Mark Zuckerberg. Diamonds on YouTube. It's not even my birthday. It's good. It's a good one. They let us do it. Macron says G7 statement to detail additional sanctions on Russia in a few hours. Caviar is seafood, bro. The Russians, bro, that Russian caviar. What's it called? Osetra? Oh man, caviar prices are gonna go through the roof. They already are. Oh man, it's okay. Most people don't eat caviar. I feel you. Osetra and sturgeon. Putin has not dropped his list yet, and then he came out with these statements, and then we're coming out with it, and then there's like a couple of other things. So it's again, very interesting day to see the headlines. In a plane, a Ukrainian drone crashed in Hungary. Is that Hungary or Croatia? Isn't that wild? They said it was in NATO airspace and they said it came from Russia, but they don't know if it's Russian or I think it's Ukrainian though. It's pretty wild. The nickel short squeeze. You can't even hedge funds are leaving the LME because of what happened. The LME canceled over $3.9 billion in trades. So like you guys are like, you know how you get mad when Robinhood halts everything? You know what I'm saying? And you're like, oh, it's a scam. They're scammers. So like imagine you traded the whole day, right? And like let's say like you bought calls on something, and like you made 1,000% on your calls from like morning, right? So 6 a.m. you buy it, and then by the end of the day you close out your trade, right? Or you're still holding this play. They canceled everybody's trade for the day at the end of the day. Do you realize how crazy that is? They literally voided every transaction. So if you bought and held something, they canceled it. It didn't matter if you held it for 7 hours. It didn't matter what you held it for. And then they literally, you paper traded the whole day. And they said, no, we're canceling all of the trades. And then we're going to halt the asset. That's what, bro, hedge funds are leaving the LME. That guy today, Victor, I forgot his name. Victor something, but he's been there for 30 years. And he was like, there's too much risk. He's like, who would trade in a market like that? He's like, you can't. It just doesn't make sense. It's all to protect the one guy. And then the one guy was like, I want to keep shorting it. Yeah, not 12 bill down is fine. It's fine, bro. It's time in the market. So what? The fuck he just say? He just say that? That's crazy. So it's wild. That was like the AMC, GameStop, but to the hedge funds. Bro, they canceled $3.9 billion in trades. That's insane. They just said, nah, those trades don't count. You would have hit it though, dog. Good work, but you don't get anything. It was a good effort. You did really good on the execution. It was so good, we had to cancel it. Actually, that's crazy. That's crazy. XPO, that thing moves weird. Air defense of Ukraine reports that Russian troops attacked a settlement in the territory of Belarus. Tesla's selling more. I mean, Facebook, Baba. Some of these don't look pretty. You got a lot. You got a lot of these on the low. Apple drilling. Those premiums need to come back, those old ones, but that'll get us into next week. Facebook is the wild one. We should have grabbed that put on there. Yesterday they were dope. They're very, very good. Tesla. I think the Tesla plays are still down, though. 1 day of timing on those, you get clapped. EXCs, the Teslas are down. Yeah, they're down like 80%, 60%. Logistics play. I think that was the XPO. I don't know. How are they holding up? I haven't checked yet. Same price, so we'll see. B&O selling. Again, oil is crazy. Oil is crazy. Again, the back and forth is wild. Rivian wants to go green. I hope Facebook gets delisted. That's a big one. Bro, I still can't believe this. The news. I would have never thought Facebook would have been the one to be like, all right, you could allow certain hate speech. I think that's why Microsoft ripping right there. That actually, honestly, Microsoft looks very, very gassy right there. Amazon's waking up, but you can see it. It looks like something is there with Microsoft. Cisco moving. What was the other one? I'll check Caterpillar. Caterpillar's still killing it. 2%. MPC on the high. On that metals or energy marathon. Did they get halted? Why do all my charts look like that? Why does it look like half of my data didn't come through? AMD. Let's see, NVIDIA, they're up 1.1. MGLD, 2. Yeah, they got uplisted. I saw that in the morning. So MGLD, it was a penny stock, and then it just got uplisted to the NASDAQ. So that's why everyone's like, it's here. It's a real company. Now they can offer more shares. MO. Is anybody else's charts like this, or is this just me? Kind of weird. I wouldn't be surprised if it's just, but like, it doesn't do that on every company. Yours are like that. We're probably getting clapped. Just you. Or someone said on E-Trade. MAS. Moscow. Check shipping. IYT. At least you're getting kind of a bounce in transports. That's good. Apple selling off. Baba getting hard because it was already low, and then now people are worried about more crackdowns. Again, this week was the NPC, the Nationalist Party convention. So, and then they started talking about some other stuff. It's finally, I had that 100 put. It expired next week. We sold it yesterday. Would have been a lot better here today too, but It's just now they finally hit the point, and then people are worried about more regulation. Again, that's why China was so bad the other day. Like our China stocks did really, really bad yesterday. And then you had the bad JD earnings too. How ironic, MPC. I know, right? I think it's funny. Facebook going down again. Facebook dailies. I'm mad I didn't get the ones from yesterday, but I think we'll be able to get some this week. If we get some level of I want to know like the volatility, the bouncing of it, because today it's either going to look like one of those days where we like just stair step down all day after the good news, or it might kind of chill out here. But right, tech is not doing too good, but at the end of the day, everything is still positive. You're still up 1/4 on the NASDAQ and then 0.5% on the S&P. EXC, the uranium plays fell. So much volatility. Well, calls. I mean, that Nancy play is cheap now. Honestly, it could be a decent one. I like it at this price, and I feel like we're not too. I feel like before you know it, maybe someone double check it, but shouldn't we be getting a quarterly update on users and stuff like that? Apple low of the day, Facebook low, Tesla's at the low, and then SPY's coming back down very, very quickly. Apple is down less than 1%, though. Again, some names more than others, even Airbnb. I'd watch travel names as well. Don't forget. Like Young Booking. Those are just expensive as hell. Nancy play was 2023 or 2024. Like 100 call, I think, or something like that. And then remember, I bought that Roblox Leap. I haven't checked it. I bought a 65 because I wanted to average on the Nancy, but that one's down 30% on the 65 for 2024 because I think the Nancy play is 2023. NVIDIA low. NVIDIA is still holding green, though, but SPY's selling off again. NASDAQ's about to go red right here. SPY's still up 0.3. Dow Jones, a lot of the safety stocks, like consumer staples, shit like that, they're holding up a lot better right now. Yeah, Cat's holding up. EXC, like Cat, HD, Walmart, they're kind of coming down, so we will see right now. But, I mean, this is going to be kind of turning in, gap up, turned into red, so let's see how this plays out. It's kind of, what day did we do that on? We just experienced this. Which one was it? I think it was like this. I think it was last Friday. Or it was, what day was that? I feel like we had a gap up and then it just, so much fog of war that confusing. Last night's watch list was dope. It was a little different, a little bit more. I hope you guys watched it, though. I mean, again, as far as like recession and what's going to happen, I hope all of you keep a very good timeline. Microsoft flipped big on that one. Day after CPI last reports. There we go. That is very good point. It is. I mean, this is the CPI hangover. So now we're selling off, coming to a low. Apple, some of the other stocks are bouncing. NVIDIA is about to go red. I think, are the Ubers moving up? Nah, just the spreads, but they were up. Watch it when I got home. There you go, baby. There you go. But keep it in mind, though, because, again, I think a lot of people, it all comes down to, like, the timing. And I said inverting of the curve, but the yield curve could also flatten. Pretty much, I mean, what I wanted to explain was just simply that, like, even Janet Yellen even said it this morning. She's like, I don't see a recession. It's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, wait till if the commodities stay high here, and then it turns into that, it's still very early. Even if it gets bad, even like literally, let's say the commodities, were like insane, like for the next couple days, all right? Let's say the commodities went insane, and today was the start of a recession, right? If today was like the real thing, you wouldn't see the effect until 2023. It would take 6-8 months of the yield curve, and then Janet Yellen and everybody telling you, no, we don't see a recession, but this is happening. And then we don't see, it's not this, but, it's pretty much take transitory and replace it with recession. And so instead of them saying it's transitory, they're going to say, no, 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 we know this is happening, but it's not in a recession. And then 12 months of time, but pretty much you give it whatever happens with the yield curve, wait till that occurs, and then wait till it goes down. But the timing, because I know a lot of people are worried, and that's why I'm saying even in the meantime, I'm still going to be pretty much bullish until I see that happen. So even if real estate too, I wouldn't be bullish on real estate if my situation happened. Recession and depression. I mean, there's a lot of debate on it. I think the simple way to look at it, recession is shorter. Depression is more longer lived, and it extends beyond just a temporary period of slower growth. Technically, a recession is transitory. So if you see that, are you going to do things too? I would just probably take profits on certain assets. I would stop going ham on real estate, and then I would start buying puts in massive quantities with any of the money I would have put towards real estate. But that would have to but it would take a lot. Again, we have a lot of videos on it, but at the very least, understanding the timing will take a long way. Again, it took 12 months just to realize that transitory wasn't transitory. It took 12 months for people to just imagine how much has changed in the last 12 months. So keep that in mind. It's like even if today was the worst day possible ever and everything is confirmed recession, it would still take so much time for that boat to slow down. What happens to real estate? I think anything, if that situation ever plays, it's not gonna be your market on the upside, at least for another year if that occurred. Coke bounce, Tesla at the low, SPY still at the low. Michigan year-end inflation expectations highest since 1991. Consumer sentiment 59.7, estimate 61. Consumer sentiment and consumer inflation expectations are coming out. They're all bad. Michigan consumer sentiment is trash. So remember, you've seen negative reactions like this, but it's going down. So literally your consumer sentiment is awful. Your 1 year expectations, they came in at the highest since 1980. And this is consumer sentiment. So this honestly, low-key isn't that volatile. The 10-year, they haven't came out the 10-year numbers. Yeah, market's going to react like that. That'll be a little, I don't know if it'll cause a big sell-off, but it will definitely give you something to react to in the next 20, 30 minutes. Highest since 1981. Let's see. Check if any of the retail stuff goes down. It seems like it's just tech right now. Big red on SPY, Etsy, and Overstock. Yeah, I'd watch some retail. That's a big one. Like I said, it'll be a small reaction here. Or it'll give you 10, 20 minutes to react to something. But it's all good, though. Usually it's just weird because consumer sentiment is it don't really move. Usually it's come on, man. When have any of y'all been polled? Huh? I've never answered a consumer sentiment question in my life. Bro, I've been a consumer my whole life. Okay? I'm just saying. So when this thing moves, it's oh. Because that really means, there survey participants. It's that's a very it's just very weird. Again, and then now it's going below. So think about it. It took people February 22 all the way up until May. People didn't start reacting really. I guess it started to drop. Consumer sentiment did lead the way with some of the growth stuff. Ulta, I forgot they have earnings. But yeah, that's not good. We'll see. You could get a little bit bounce, but like I'm saying, you'll respond at least for the next 10, 20 minutes. I've participated in the U of Michigan survey. How? Do you live in Michigan? Do you go to U of? That's crazy. I want to be in the survey, bro. That's it. Like I only just the only thing I ever do is the Bloomberg poll. They cold call people. Stop calling me. Why are all the charts? I don't know. I don't know if I could refresh my platform, and then we could try to see. Give me a second. I hope it doesn't glitch. SPY's coming down lower though. Here, let me throw it on for you. That's your S&P 500. SPY went negative. I just logged in and liked the video. God bless yo. What's up, Zach G? 21 months. Carl, I don't know why I find it. The little hand on the Bloomberg chart's hilarious. Oh, I know what you're talking. It's so annoying, though. That little hand gets in my way so much. You have no idea. And it's like, what's the point of this? But then I just learned that you could turn it off and switch it to what's it called? Switch it to like a tracker. It's weird. SPY 425. It's about to go negative. My steel supplier just called, said they're raising prices at close. Well, another person in chat sent me that yesterday. So they sent me another like steel order they were doing, and they said that prices are already moving. Again, I mean, right now too, like I'm at the end of this week. If this is the cool-off week for the commodities, I mean, you're gonna pretty much buy them now, and then we go from there. Otherwise, we see. Well, dude, the charts are still doing that. The charts are even worse. What the hell is this, E-Trade? Are you serious? I just broke everything. Nah, yeah, it kind of looks cool though, but not really. Dude, what just happened? My high ticker is working, but not my like SPY. See, 425. I still got these, though, as long as we could see that. We'll leave it like this for a second. List dramatic. Facebook bound. I don't know, because if I zoom in, does it update as the chart moves? You got scammed, bro. I probably did. Or you got to like the video. If you like the video, it helps with that usually. We went to Coinbase Pro. Dude, every time I press the refresh on it, it's awful. Oracle. Holy Spirit activate. Honestly, I think the Holy Spirit did. I need to go to the bathroom really bad all of a sudden. Holy Spirit, come down.
Start keeping their coins in their
Goldman
pockets.
recession. This is Malcolm Etheridge.
Outspending, as you guys just got
CIC Wealth Executive Vice
Malcolm,
President.
you were saying that
I love you. He's talking about oil. Follow me on Instagram. I'll be right back, Chad.
Here. What about entry points? Would you be buying any dips here?
I don't know that now is the right time to be focused on buying the dip, simply because we don't know how much longer Vladimir Putin plans to push this thing out. Also, one thing that could push that 20 to 35% number from Goldman up considerably higher is if all of a sudden, now that President Biden's expected to come out and say that they're basically cutting off all trade routes to Russia, what if Vladimir Putin decides he's no longer going to sell his oil to the rest of the world? That'll have ripple effects across Europe, which will spike oil prices by another, I don't know, $20, $30 a barrel, different estimates that I'm seeing, which will then be felt by Latin America, which will then push its way into the States, which obviously means there's still some more pain to be felt. So I don't know that I'd be jumping in here now trying to catch that falling knife.
Can I just come back to, but the knife is falling. Why shouldn't you sell at this point? Why shouldn't you go to cash at this point? There is the potential for significant further downside if the scenario you've just laid out comes to bear. Why shouldn't you take some risk off the table at this point, Malcolm?
Well, because look at the flip side. Suppose all of a sudden the sanctions that President Biden and other NATO countries have been imposing actually are felt. or suppose all of a sudden Vladimir Putin loses his interest in this war because it's just not playing out the way that he expected it to, and all of a sudden we're able to declare victory tomorrow morning. Well, you better believe that all of a sudden the market snaps back, people's sentiments start to rise, and people are not putting pressure on the markets by selling out the way that they have been. And so there's just never any way to predict how these things will go. If we look back at 2014 when they annexed Crimea, just to get an idea of how this thing could play out, it was February, March when it happened. And then by the July 4th holiday, the markets were actually, the S&P was up 5-6% by July 4th. So it's just no way to ever know when is the right time. But
Okay.
I just feel like to be saying now is the time, buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. We just can't.
No, I'm saying no. Wait a sec, Malcolm. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying the opposite.
Are they fighting?
Why shouldn't you get out at this point?
He's like, you dumb. Why would you be talking about buying the dip right now?
He's
like, why are you trying to say buy the dip? Who the fuck will buy the dip right now, man?
Come down a bit, but why shouldn't it fall further?
Yeah, so it's the exact same response in the other direction. It's just that we have no way to know where the market is going to go day by day based on these headlines because war is unpredictable. Vladimir Putin himself is very unpredictable. And so we could see positive market forces all of a sudden show up here in the news cycle tomorrow, and you're out of the market at the time when it actually pays you then to be in. And we've all seen those charts that show, you know, if you had been in the 5 best days of the year, you would have missed out on, X% return. So it's just, it's a fool's errand to be trying to time it so perfectly because the result is never going to be perfect.
Okay, Malcolm. So if you want
I like
to stay
Malcolm.
invested here, where should
Spy's
you put
coming
your money
down.
that provides you the
I'm going
most
to keep
safety,
listening
the
to this
most
for a second here, but we're
inflation,
giving up now
uncertainty
again. A
out?
couple more sanctions
Yeah, so
there, or
what's interesting
news that
about
we
that
posted.
question is I've
But then we've been
actually
reacting
tracking
since
the price of
consumer
Bitcoin
sentiment.
since February 24th when Putin and Russia invaded Ukraine, wondering if this would be the first really good test to see if Bitcoin counts as that safe haven asset that we've been taught that it should be. And what was interesting is it did spike from 38,000 up above about 44. And then all of a sudden it came tumbling the last couple of weeks. At the same time, gold is actually spiking. And so it's really interesting to me as far as safe haven assets are concerned. It's not quite behaving the way that we would expect it to. But to answer your question a little more directly, we're actually seeing real estate right now as one of the safest places to be, simply because when rates are rising, as they have been for a while,
Malcolm!
We've been told for a while that they're going to be. Real estate tends to perform pretty well in a rising rate cycle. And so that's actually where we've been seeing a lot of opportunity to at least ride this thing out, but probably see some positive return by the end of the year as well.
Man, they keep playing me, bro. They playing me.
What about big tech?
Yeah, so big tech is a tough one to call. It feels like it should be a good time to be buying into big tech because all the larger names in the NASDAQ that actually helped keep it up got sold off, 20-30% if you're looking at a Tesla or an Nvidia, maybe a Amazon as an example. And so it feels like it should be a good time to be jumping into big tech. But as volatile as that sector is, as the NASDAQ is, again, it goes back to what I was saying initially. I just don't feel good about encouraging folks to throw fresh powder at the markets at this moment because we just don't know where we are. So if anything, I would say be dollar cost averaging into the market. Don't throw, all your chips, go all in with all of your chips right now at this moment. But at least if you dollar cost average your way in, you're getting a little bit of the good, a little bit of the bad, and somewhere in there you find the right entry point.
All right, so don't throw down all your chips, but also don't take them all off the table either, I think is the takeaway here. Malcolm Etheridge, CIC Wealth Executive Vice President.
like him.
Thank you so much for joining us.
I like him. I like that guy. See, yes. Yeah. That's a good one. I like what he was saying at first, and then he just hit me with the real estate. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I like what I was like, interesting. He has a good point, Very smart, though, honestly. I mean, everything. You guys are like, you're only saying that because he said real estate. No, I liked him before he said it. That's it. I liked it before he says it. U.S. to ban Russia alcohol and seafood. That was earlier. Market didn't really react, and then you got the German stuff. But this is ever since consumer sentiment came out. Damn it. Every time I press it. Dude, this is whack. If you have to leave it on, otherwise it doesn't show. Go ahead and flex on them. Honestly, though, man, I just feel, I think a lot of it just feels good, and I hope you guys are, like, down with it. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I've turned on that TV a couple of times with Bloomberg, and you guys are getting information. They're saying it 3, 4, 5 days, if not way later. So I hope it is giving you guys some insight. And again, just shout out to everybody who's been wise with everything from the long term, real estate, all of that, the commodity, everything else. So that's all I like. I mean, it's just that means you guys are getting good information at a top tier level. So I'm with it. That's all I care about. Wheat is green. Wheat is going off. We'll see with the other exports. I don't know if it's even halted. Why is it going up like this? I guess because it was at 9, but then wheat. Oh, that's why wheat just shot up. Wheat's positive now. So wheat just gave it back up, going green. Again, the premium's still about 400 or 500%. Glad I in the real estate. Otherwise, I would have been sad now with my long term looking bleak. 100%. And now guess what happens? You let the real estate grow before you know it. Probably by the time you're ready to get rid of the real estate, your long term will be coming back. Or you'll be like, should I cash out, refinance, and buy 18,000 properties? I'll be like, no, Pixie, that's not. Why does everybody ask me to fucking cash out, refi? Just chill. You know what I'm saying? But then you'll be able to do stuff. So it's good. It's good. Potash stocks on the move. Long-term clapped. It's never clapped if it's long-term, baby. It's never clapped. My E-Trade is still messed up, yeah. I think all the other commodities are starting to run up now a little bit. Bro, they still won't let me get the futures, I think. I'm really confused. Scammers. Bro, it shouldn't take this long. SPY coming down, another low. Everything's down now except the Dow and the IWM. It's only 0.3 on the NASDAQ, though. You should call someone about that. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's just God protecting me. That's it. He's like, I know you. He's like, I knew what you were going to do. He's like, I knew you were going to go put a lot of money on that. So he said, nah, chill. I did message them on support, I think. I said, yo, bro. XOM. Wheat is going up. Where's my message center? Do I have message center? They do not contact me back. Or the E-Trade charges. Don't refresh them. That's it. It's like anytime I put up a new ticker, unless it's on a certain exchange, or how it's getting quoted, it just shows up different. That's all you got to watch out for, really. But then we'll keep it here. Wheat is red. I think the ETF, it's fighting right now. I mean, I'm surprised the commodity even went up after this, so we'll see. Change from something candlestick. Nah, they ain't got no love. You have to keep it. It'll get fixed by the end of the day, or by every time I refresh the chart, that's it. The ships, I have not checked the ships yet. And even then, I mean, I think for right now, I doubt we got any movement. Like, I doubt it, like, heavily. Again, the headlines today were just super weird. Okay, we'll let it load. Yeah, nothing's moving. You guys, isn't that crazy? This is still the same map. So last movement. April 1st. That was 2019. I think it's just on last ship from, I guess one ship is moving. But ever since then, only one ship started moving. And I think it's the same ship. The Marin Astronomer, the one that came from Egypt. So it says it's working, but nothing has really moved yet. But that's it. A lot of fear in the news. Well, that's what I'm saying. If there's a lot of fear in the news, but if you looked at the market 35, 40 minutes ago, you would have saw a completely different picture. So that's why I kept saying today was very weird. You know, people were really hanging up on if Putin says positive, or if he says anything like positive developments, he's like, yo, man, we're about to starve every other nation, but we see positive peace talk developments. They buy everything. He's like, yeah, man, I really think we're going to escalate the shit out of this, and I'm never going to stop doing this. But today was a positive development with some of the peace talks, and we're open to peace talks. And then it's very confusing. I think that's good. Yeah, Biden is live soon, and he's expected to announce a couple of measures here. Eli Lilly is running big. My chart looks like it got halted. I don't really understand where it's been at. Every stock is going to look like it popped. So just be careful of that. It's weird how some of them don't do it, like NVIDIA, Tesla doesn't do it, but like random companies do. Honestly, I feel like it's the Dow companies in a weird way. Russian watchdog says I blocked Facebook. Yeah, they're making it illegal. Facebook is going to be criminally illegal in Russia. They're not just going to stop service. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know how you could stop service, right? They're like, oh, we're just denying you can't have this here. They're criminalizing it because of the thing they did with the violent stuff. Oh, ETFs are actually jacked up, but some aren't. But they were talking about that yesterday. Oh, shit. Where is it? There's a crazy article. Pretty much this was like the first time since the ETF generation that what's it called? That ETFs have pretty much broken. Like usually given the situation, like last time, like there was a moment during Arab Spring where Egypt, they had to halt their stock market like Russia, right? But in those moments, usually they let the ETFs still trade, and the ETFs usually try to find a value. But they're talking about how now, given the nature of like not being able to purchase the assets, what has essentially happened is that this is the first time where, you know, the ETFs aren't able to really, the distance between NAV and then the net asset value in the ETF, it's getting very limited. And this is specifically in the case of like RSX and a lot of other things, but it's pretty wild to think about. Are there any Josh accounts following you? They're all fake. I only have one account. Yes, that's not me. I did not message you, unfortunately. I love you, though. I'll respond to you verbally. I'll talk to you, baby. But I'm not, I don't know. I feel like text messages are so ingenuine. That's why I don't like to text. That's part of it. Honestly, that's not the real reason, but it sounds like a good reason. So, but I love you. Roblox long term, do you want it to go lower? Depends how you view it. It's low enough. It's low enough to grab. Like I said, with anything, Roblox, Uber, Airbnb, DraftKings. I've been there. Like it's at the price. It's at the price that it's there. I've already used my deposit. That's why I said if it's not a fluke and they stay this low coming into my next deposit, and I'm able to space it out with my my timing, and it's not me just impulsively buying it because I think it's low, but like literally it's like, okay, I went with the dividend. I kept my balance. I was smart about it. Now I'm waiting. I was patient enough, and now it's been 3 months and it's holding these prices. Then I've waited for my next deposit. That's it. You let your deposits guide you, or let your constraints kind of be access to you. So that's where I'm saying any of these. I just got 2 more weeks, 3 more weeks. We'll get the deposit. If all of this stuff is still this cheap, All of it's there. Or if you've already done that, then you're good to go. I can't open IM. A lot of things are being weird today, it seems like, with different platforms and stuff. And then Eli, they ran. Let your conscience. Don't let your conscience, let your schedule. Like, y'all don't remember, like, you know, maybe back in the day, maybe you don't have a budget. Like let's say, like, you have, like, $20, $50 a month for weed. Or you got $100 a month to go out and party, right? Like, so but then you spent that, you gotta wait. It's like gas money. It's like, does that make sense? It's like you have a budget and you spent your budget. So now it's like, yo, you could turn up the next time you get your budget. You gotta wait for it, and that's all this is coming down to now. It's saying, hey, if you want to go, you want to party, bro, you just follow the budget. It'll confine you. That's it. You already party, so that's where I'm saying it's your schedule, your budget is very, very good. SPY did not halt. E-Trade is just very, very glitchy right now. We could throw up the ghetto E-Trade hybrid. So here's the SPY right now. We're at 425. Again, 421 is the level. We were up pretty nice again, 430. But we'll see where it goes from here. Dow is the only thing positive right now. SPY low tickers are getting really, really active there. That's crude onto the side. And then Biden, I mean, he's probably going to come on late, but it's already been an hour, so he should be here soon. The Ghetto E-Trade Hybrid Series 3000. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. This market makes you sick. It's very treacherous. Again, that's the key to all of it. It's like one of those mountains. Those like one-way, just windy mountains on top. X, damn it. All the charts suck, dude. SPY bouncing a little bit there. So 0.5% down, I guess, is where we're getting a first little move. The butterflies are doing great. The butterflies are still holding about 70 to 80%. Whereas, like, the normal contracts itself just are not performing the same way. So, like, and out of the money puts are negative if you bought them at the same time. The closer to the money puts are only up 17%. But now, since we did the butterfly, we're up 80%. On my chart, I wish I could tell you. The thing is just E-Trade. I closed it and opened it, and a couple people reported the same thing on E-Trade. If you close, how much you would make. We have two of them. One of them I would make $200 profit. The other one I would make like $600 profit. So, and that's not what we're going for. What we're going for is that, look at the clock now. It's March 18th. If by April, then one more month from now, if we go another 5% down, 6% down, we'll make about $20,000 to $50,000 per butterfly. Why are we talking about real estate in the metaverse? I have so many jokes for it, but it's just not there yet. I would look at real estate. I'm really big on real estate. Because I've seen, it's like, bro, I don't know, like, shit looks dope until, like, you see it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, honestly, like the Bored Ape Yacht Club, did you see their party thing they did? I honestly was about to sell out of the thing. I was so nervous. Like, everybody's like, oh, you're going to get access to these parties and this. And then the first time you see it, and then you're just like, what? And you're like, yo, it's like, what? This is what it's going to be like? And then I saw a video. I saw a video of a dude in the metaverse, and he was showing off his, yeah, it was whack, bro. Bro, the coat, I hope you know we were going to get down way harder than that. We ain't never going out like that. I'm just saying, like, You crazy. That's why I know some of you like, what's the me? At least you know I'm playing it. At least we gonna make it perfect. Cause last thing I'm gonna make you do is come out and it look like that shit. And then no, it was bro. I was about to sell the damn mutant ape. I was like, nah, this is not what I had in my imagination. I thought Kylie Jenner was gonna be there. I thought Steph Curry was gonna be there, throwing up 3-pointers. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it's not what I saw. That's not what I saw. It was like a Discord with like the smoke things that go. It's just like that's all it was, and I was like, oh man, but literally NFTs and like pictures of monkeys on the thing, and I'm like, I don't know, man. Anyways, and then I saw a metaverse one, and then I saw a metaverse dude showing off his property, and he was like, he ran through, he's like, yo, it's like built in this world, and like you need to build like a teleporter to get to the property, and then you got to take a train in the I'm like, what? And then he was like, yeah, and then I plan to rent this building out. The guy had a commercial building in the metaverse saying he was going to rent it out, and I was just, it just looks so wild. It's like he was like, yeah, so if you want to like access this, you just have to go to the world, find a teleporter, or take a train to the property. And I'm like, dude, this is not. And then you mean to tell me that still costs the down payment on a real house? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, so like I'm sure I'm very early. And if anybody is going to shit on anything early, it's probably going to be me. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I know Dogecoin. Yeah, okay, let's ignore the fact we bought Ethereum at $8. You know what I'm saying? But I feel you. But like, if it's good, I'm down with it. But I'm just saying, I could be it's just very early is what I'm trying to say. And I think we'll see. But I would, honestly, I'm just full-fledged just into real estate. And I promise you, you wouldn't be disappointed. At the very least, like if you chose a real property today instead of a metaverse property, and like even if the metaverse properties go crazy, you'd be like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm sure you'd be like, oh, that would have been nice, but you wouldn't be disappointed. You're not going to be like, oh, at least I didn't get a real house, you know? It'll be good. What's up with JP Morgan? Name brand, steady dividend, safe, access to financials, rising rate environment, and it's at 2020 prices, and every metric from the 1 month to the 12 month is down. So at least I'm not buying in any premium. So like even with JP Morgan, like they're down 13% in a month, 15% in 6 months, 15% in 3 months, and then down 15% on the year. You see what I'm saying? So the S&P on all of these stats should be higher. I'm pretty sure. S&P 8% on the year, 7 in 3 months, 4 in 6 months, and down 3 in 1 month. But pretty much it's underperforming. It has good future stuff with it, and above all else, like I've said, it's a name brand. It's like I use Chase Sapphire, I use Chase Bank, JP Morgan. It's like you know about it, everybody knows about it. It's not gonna go away. So that's the thing I really do like about it. Yeah, Didi, because Hong Kong listing clapped them. Rather invest in the utility of NFTs than someone's monkey pictures. I agree with you. Even though I have said monkey picture, it's the thing about NFTs is going to be NFTs as a service. That's where it hits. So SPY coming down again. We're waiting for him. Who's the worst bank and why is it Wells Fargo? Wells Fargo is just like consumer, they're shitty. That's it. Like consumer, they're really shitty. And like they're shady and stuff like that, but it's also like I think the worst one technically would be Citi, and I like them.
Just spoken sometime with President Zelensky of Ukraine. I told him, as I have each and every time we've spoken, that the United States stands with the people of Ukraine, and they bravely fight to defend their country.
Bravely.
They are doing.
As
Putin continues his merciless assault, the United States and our allies and partners continue to work in lockstep to ramp up the economic pressures on Putin and to further isolate Russia in the global stage. Later today, together with other NATO allies and the G7, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, the United Kingdom, as well as the European Union, we're going to jointly announce several new steps to squeeze Putin and hold him even more accountable for his aggression against Ukraine. And I want to speak to a few of those points today. First, each of our nations is going to take steps to deny most favored nation status to Russia. A most favored nation status designation means two countries have agreed to trade with each other under the best possible terms. Low tariffs, few barriers of trade, and the highest possible imports allowed. In the United States, we call this permanent normal trade relations, PNTR. It's the same thing. Revoking PNTR for Russia is going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States. And doing it in unison with other nations to make up half of the global economy will be another crushing blow to the Russian economy. It's already suffering very badly from our sanctions. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, Leaders Schumer and McConnell, and Senators Wyden and Crapo, Representatives
Best possible terms. Low tariffs, few barriers of trade, and the highest possible imports allowed. In the United States, we call this permanent normal trade relations, PNTR, but it's the same thing. Revoking PNTR for Russia is going to make it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, and doing it in unison with other nations to make up half of the global economy will be another crushing blow to the Russian economy. It's already suffering very badly from our sanctions. And I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Leader McCarthy, Leaders Schumer and McConnell, and Senators Wyden and Crapo, Representatives Neal and Brady, for their bipartisan leadership on this in the Congress. I would like to offer a special thanks to Speaker Pelosi, who's been a strong advocate for revoking PNTR and who agreed to hold off on that in the House until I could line up all of our key allies to keep us in complete unison. Unity among our allies is critically important, as you all know, from my perspective at least. Many issues divide us in Washington, but standing for democracy in Ukraine, pushing Russia's aggression, should not be one of those issues. The free world is coming together to confront Putin. Our two parties here at home are leading the way. And with that bipartisan cooperation, I'm looking forward to signing into law the bill revoking PNTR, which is, again, most people think of it as most favored nation status. We're also taking a further step of banning imports of goods from several signature sectors of the Russian economy, including seafoods, vodka, and diamonds. And we're going to continue to squeeze Putin. The G7 will seek to deny Russia the ability to borrow from leading multinational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Putin is an aggressor. He is the aggressor, and Putin must pay the price. He cannot pursue a war that threatens the very foundations, which he's doing, the very foundations of international peace and stability, and then ask for financial help from the international community. The G7 is also stepping up pressure on corrupt Russian billionaires. We're adding new names to the list of oligarchs and their families that we're targeting. And we're increasing coordination among the G7 countries to target and capture their ill-begotten gains. They support Putin. They steal from the Russian people, and they seek to hide their money in our countries. They're part of that kleptocracy that exists in Moscow, and they must share in the pain of these sanctions. And while we're going after these their super yachts and their vacation homes and worth hundreds of millions of dollars, we're also going to make it harder for them to buy high-end products manufactured in our country. We're banning the export of luxury goods to Russia. They're also the latest steps we're taking, but they're not the last steps we're going to take. And as I said, at the beginning of all these steps, we're going to hit Putin harder because the United States and our closest allies and partners are acting in unison. And the totality of our sanctions and export controls is crushing the Russian economy. The ruble has lost more than half its value. They tell me it takes about 200 rubles to equal $1 these days. Moscow Stock Exchange has been closed for 2 weeks because they know the moment it opens, it will probably collapse. Credit rating agencies has downgraded Russia's government to junk status, its economy to junk status. The list of businesses, international corporations leaving Russia is growing by the day. We're also continuing to close corporations with allies and partners to make sure that the close cooperation we continue to have, the Ukrainian people are are able to defend their own nation. The United States has sent more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine over the last year, including anti-armor and anti-air capabilities, taking out tanks and planes and helicopters, with new shipments arriving every day. We, the United States, are also facilitating significant shipments of security assistance from our allies and partners to Ukraine. And the humanitarian front, we're working closely with the UN and humanitarian organizations to support the people of Ukraine who have been displaced by the violence in Ukraine. We're providing tens of thousands of tons of human supplies, humanitarian supplies, food, water, medicines, coming via truck and train every single day. Yesterday in Poland, Vice President Harris announced an additional $53 million in additional humanitarian support to Ukraine. That brings the total humanitarian assistance to $107 million in just 2 weeks. We've joined this effort with more than 30 other countries who are providing hundreds of millions more. And last night, to their great credit, the Congress passed a bipartisan spending bill that included an additional $13.6 billion in new assistance to the Ukrainian people. And I look forward to signing that immediately. And I also want to be clear, though. We will make sure Ukraine has weapons to defend against an invading Russian force. We will send money and food and aid to save the Ukrainian people. And I will welcome Ukrainian refugees. We should welcome them here with open arms if they need access. And we're going to provide more support for Ukraine. We're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send unmistakable message. We'll defend every single inch of NATO territory with the full might of the united and galvanized NATO. We will not fight a war against Russia in Ukraine. Direct confrontation between NATO and Russia is World War III, something we must strive to prevent. But we already know Putin's war against Ukraine will never be a victory. He hoped to dominate Ukraine without a fight. He failed. He hoped to fracture European resolve. He failed. He hoped to weaken the transatlantic alliance. He failed. He hoped to split apart American democracies in terms of our positions. He failed. The American people are united. The world is united. And we stand with the people of Ukraine. We will not let autocrats and would-be emperors dictate the direction of the world. Democracies are rising to meet this moment, rallying the world to the side of peace and the side of security. We're showing our strength, and we will not falter. God bless all of you. God bless Ukraine, and God bless our troops.
Your White House has said that Russia may use chemical weapons or create a false flag operation to use them. What evidence have you seen showing that? And would the U.S. have a military response if Putin does launch a chemical weapons attack?
I'm not going to speak about the intelligence, but Russia would pay a severe price if they use chemical weapons.
Extending the federal gas tax?
I feel like he didn't mean to answer that question because he didn't even look at the notes. Thank you for joining. Thanks. All right, word. That was crazy. I didn't expect him to take that question because he didn't even look down. He didn't be like, Associated Press. He just pointed, and then he didn't know what he was doing. And then literally he just answered that, and then he's like, oh, I'm going to leave now. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. So, again, a little bit more escalation to a degree if you think about it. I mean, we've had probably 2 or 3 extra escalations on the United States part in the last couple days, and then we still haven't heard from Putin yet. And then everyone's reacting to the positive comments or statements he said. So pretty interesting. I mean, I think we're going to be waiting here over the weekend or throughout the rest of the day to see if there's a response. And then coming into the weekend, next week, we're going to see what happens with, the one, the one, people? The one, the commodity. Yes, this one. As gas prices, let's see. At least your VWAP on point, and now it is. Bro, it's super weird. If I put up any stock, that's it. I just run the risk of, it's kind of working. So Caterpillar's going up, IBM, a couple of other things. Again, a lot of down names are I'm scared to switch the charts. But a lot of down names are doing good. SPY pops for no reason. It does, but you have to really, again, we keep bringing this up even with commodities. It's like you got to zoom out. It's like nothing is happening, right? It's like you could have these pops and drops and pops, 1%, 2%, all of that, but like we are at it's not like we're at a price we haven't been at. And it's just like we are just literally in the same ranges as where we've been at. Yeah, Biden already, fuck. Damn it. Now our VWAPs, are you serious? I got to start over. Are you serious? This is like, man, this is like getting clapped on the account. And I was like, I got to start over. Damn it. We got to rebuild our SPY chart. Damn it. That's what I get for trying to give you insight into where we are at in the markets. It should have been, that's it. That's why I just hope y'all understand that, yeah, there's a lot of movement, but we're at the same price levels. Man, E-Trade. Why are you doing me like this, bro? Oh, fuck. Just wanted to stop. On these charts, I don't know. Apparently, I think everybody with E-Trade, or some people maybe West Coast E-Trade. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Call me Mr. Nice Watch. Do. You remember that song with Jay-Z and J. Cole? I never been a high roller. Not stacks on stacks. I ain't never really ride Rover. Oh. Huh? I got it. AP with the Gator Band. Call that bitch T-Ball. What does he say? I need to listen to that song. Bro, that song was a banger, bro. Honestly. Never was a huge Jay-Z fan. Did you think he was the devil? Is that what it was? Was it because the Illuminati? That's all I know is like, because we have like age gaps of like people who follow. And I just know there's like one certain age demographic that anytime I say anything about Jay-Z, it don't matter, no matter how I reference him, that gets brought. They're like, oh, they're in the Illuminati days. That was like 06, bro. That was like 06 to like 10. And they're like, oh yeah, he's Illuminati, 100%. And that's it. But nah. I've been a big Jay-Z fan since I was like a child. That's it. I've been corrupted as a youth. I was listening to too much rap. Big Wayne, Eminem guy. Yeah, of course. Eminem, Lil Wayne, always. My voice reminds you of Corrupt. It's good. I've heard a lot. I've gotten that. Seth Rogen, apparently, is how I laugh. There's a lot, honestly. So I don't know what to take as accurate. I want to switch this chart, but I don't want it to get ugly. Banks are still holding. Dude, this is so stupid. Ford on the low. Where's Teslonian? IBM came down. SPY's coming back down again. I assume this charts make it very difficult. No, it looks like we're at a low, but we're not at a low. So this chart is not giving us anything. That's pretty much because it's not doing that. I repeat, your IG is hacked, messaging me right now. That's not me, dude. I repeat, it's not me. I repeat. Maybe I'm going to have to switch it back to I will never message you in my bio. There you go. I changed it for you. It says, I will never message you about crypto. Okay. That's it. That's all it comes down to. How do people still fall for it? I don't know. No offense, but I don't want to talk to y'all and I don't want y'all money, love. I mean, kind of, and I just don't really use it. That's it. It's just very simple, and it's for that. No more Russia vodka and diamonds. But I don't know how many diamonds we get from Russia. And then wheat is up, oil. Oracle is crazy. Facebook bounced. I love how Facebook's chart and Tesla load up perfectly. No issues. Head of Ukraine's Ener Gotam says Russia occupying Zaporizhzhia. Told worker the plant belongs to Russia's Rosatom now. So isn't that a scene from the Mel Gibson movie? This is remixed a little bit. Semiconductors, I'm going to be watching out for them. Again, a lot of people keep talking about neon. I got somebody else hit me up about it yesterday. Literally neon and like that, but then it's hard to say. I'm more concerned with shipping, and I'm more concerned with the technology transfer between China and Russia. So that's where it's like there. But chip makers, remember, like we said, in the next week or two, I wouldn't be surprised if you started seeing more headlines about a chip shortage. Neon, is it a ticker? I thought it was what's it called? I thought neon was like a chemical or a mineral or something. But people keep bringing it up to me, both like retail and non-retail. But it's a very hard trade. Again, essentially, you're gas. There it is. You're either going to go for the commodity of it, or you're either going to try to find a way to play the chip makers. But like it's saying, it's just there's going to be winners and losers. Somebody is going to win big off of it. Someone's going to lose heavy off of it. Will you play bulk carrier companies? They could be, but then again, if depending on what happens, they might lose. They could lose assets if ship seizures, or if they're not able to use those ships and they get stuck somewhere. But shipping, I do like. Shipping is going to be, it's one thing, and like in the longer sense, I could see, even if it's not about, the margin and how much it's going to make, it's also really about, in the longer term, they're just going to be a necessity in the sense like shipping and shipping companies. But it'll boil down to how the company's managed, and does it actually return capital to the shareholders. Where do you get these CIA maps? These are on Bloomberg. Instead of getting oil from dictators, get it from your neighbors. See, but that's the thing, man. It's kind of like the crazy girls. The dictators always got the best oil. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, like, dude, Saddam, Gaddafi, Maduro, Putin, they got mad oil, though. That's the thing, man. I ain't never seen none of these nice countries. They ain't coming. They be like, yo, man, we got massive amounts of oil. And we're like super nice and respectful. And we thought we would take all of this oil power and we would distribute it amongst the people. Nah, bro. They were like, well, we got oil. That means we kings, bro. Yo, this is great. Give me a camel. Give me gold. I want it gold. A whole flag. Like, we're going to throw a parade. That's it. Someone said Trump. Nah, man, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, they don't really, only the dictators have oil, bro, honestly. When it's all said and done, you find me non-dictator oil, and if it could supply our consumeristic needs, I would be impressed. So SPY's a little bit higher. You don't see it. Our chart is messed up. But SPY started to bounce out here with that first candle. I think this is the, 10 a.m. This is the consumer sentiment. So remember I said it would last for like 20 minutes. I guess it lasted for about 45 minutes there. So now we're coming back up. A lot, yeah. No, there is a rotation in a defensive. That's why the Dow is super, super solid today. It just reminded me of how he talked about how much of oil we have in America. I know that's the deeper part of the joke. Because you get it? That means we're dictators. Oh, shit. What? No. But I stand with Ukraine. No. Why am I so evil? I don't get it. America. Ah. So, SPY's coming back up. We're right here at the, what's it called? Consumer sentiment level. I really wish this chart was reacting normal. When you think about Facebook, go look at their cash flow. It's good. I just don't. Again, it's spending. That's again, like when somebody said, they're like, if they didn't buy this, they would their EPS would be that. But it's like, I just hope Mark doesn't chase the meta. Like if the meta stuff doesn't end up working out as they plan, I just hope they don't burn all of the money, or like they keep, pretty much if they take their money making business and pour it into a loser. Like I'm trying to think about what company did that in history. Maybe IBM, but then they eventually got into the cloud and stuff. But then it could be another Amazon story. When Amazon was building AWS, that's exactly what everybody said about it. So when I was buying Amazon stock, everybody said they're going to fail because Amazon was making all of this money. Yeah, they're gambling the cash, but that's the same thing that Amazon did. They thought Bezos was insane. He was taking billions of dollars and he spent all of the profit, clapped the EPS, and then threw it into the AWS development. And people were selling out the stock. I bought the stock at $300 because people hated it. People hated Amazon in 2015. Isn't that wild to say? 2015 was still pretty modern to me. That was right before Fetty Wap hit the scene, And then he took the money and put it in AWS, and people said, nah, you're going to fail. And then, 18 months later, 12 months later, AWS is making more money now, or is making them all the money back and a return, and then became one of their biggest drivers of growth. So that's the thing. So it's like Meta. It feels, when I'm talking about it out loud, I feel like I sound like the haters on Amazon back then. But I am a Facebook holder for a long time, literally since inception. But it really just comes down to the fact of it's a risk, it's a gamble. But it's like if it works and pays off, Facebook will be $1,000 company. If it doesn't, there's going to be AOL, Yahoo, or whatever you want to compare it to. It's like Zillow. Zillow is just bad, dude. Zillow went Zillow, like now it's working because they held it, but Bezos was listening to Fetty and OT Genesis. I'm in love with the cloud. Huh. Okay. I thought that was funny. But it's an interesting one. I mean, we'll see how it ends up playing out with there. But like I said, it'll either be very big or not. Those are the 4 largest MA failures. It's more likely to go AOL because the kids don't like it. AOL was just like infrastructure, though. At the end of the day, it wasn't built out. Like AOL was hot for like dial-up. Like AOL was like, I remember AOL was so slow to get into like fast speeds and all of that stuff, and like to get like they were internet. TNXP, someone was talking about that. I remember seeing it. Yeah, there's a conference. So even though it's a penny stock, go check. There was a conference yesterday, like one of those analyst things, but this did come up. How do they make money? I was running the free trial. Bro, do you realize that was like my hustle when I was a kid? Like that was just how I had to get on the internet. I would walk to the Vons or anytime we were there, and I would get the AOL 48-hour free trial. And bro, I was like, I had to finesse them. I had to keep finessing them and finding out how to make emails and do all that. Bro, it was crazy. Oracle, honestly, this is what my chart looks like right now. SPY's coming back up. You're right back to consumer sentiment. Oracle's hitting highs now from yesterday. Yeah, kids don't know. Internet used to come on CDs, You would have a CD. You needed a credit card. No, there's ways to finesse it, bro. I figured it out. And then you had to find the other ones. And then Netscape started doing them. And then I was getting the Netscape free trials. Bro, we had Juno at one point. Honestly, we had the broke internet back then. It was kind of like everybody had AOL. I was like, we got Juno. I got it. You could email me at juno.net. If you like, we had all the whack. Nah, Juno. There was another one, yeah. Like, bro, we had like the $4.99 one, bro. Nah, they were like, they would hate on me, bro. They would hate on me. Honestly, that was probably like one of my first like social experiments where like I realized like what, like why do people try to like one up you, bro? Like it wasn't hot back then. Like you had Juno, you were like that's it. They're like, oh, you broke. I was like, what? It's affordable. I'm only 9 years old at this time, I think. I don't know. So. Now you just go to McDonald's for internet. Yo, for real though, that's amazing. It's crazy what we have to go through. That sounds like an extremely bright 9-year-old. I have like my first I found my first ever internet profile. It was through the dark web. Like you could like do like crazy searches of everything, and I found my first ever email that I created, and I think I was 7 years old, in the early like 2000s or something. But I was 7 years old when I made my first ever email account. And this was back when internet was in the early days. It was crazy. And now I'm just old. Now I track boats to make plays on commodities. What does life come to? Back then, bro, like, it was so cool to just surf the web. That's what they used to call it. You know that? It was called surfing the web. You got to surf, and you would just go and click on stuff. And, like, you would just go on, like Yahoo.com, bro. Used to go so hard. Yeah, E-Bombs World. Oh, dude, are you kidding me? Oh, my God, bro. E-Bombs World? Oh, dude. Wow, you just brought that one back for me. It was crazy. Oracle's going. The plays got clapped, though, because of earnings. DocuSign continuing. That's crazy. MOS green. What about NTR? Man, these charts. Dog, they're killing me, bro. Brent is hitting a high. Or MOS and NTR. IBM still at the top. Again, the market is high. I got to keep this SPY up. E-Trade, fix your shit, bro. All China stocks are fearing delisting. I think people are worried about the regulation of China, though. I don't know if it's like U.S. delisting. Short Oracle. Let's see. LPSN. Low tickers getting active. You're coming down. We haven't came above the consumer sentiment line, which is pretty interesting. We're going to see how this one plays out. All these scammers. Bill Gross touts Activision takeover targets. Oh, that's what he's going. That's who the guy was talking. But yes, remember I told you the other day, and he was saying like investors aren't satisfied like with 10% returns. He said they feel entitled. But he's been like, he was talking about deals like that. Like he's the guy buying Activision before the deal goes through. So think about it. You have $6. You have just under 10% if you buy it right here. So that's the deals he's talking about. He's saying he's buying a bunch of it and just going for a guaranteed 6. Longeveron pop. I love how Activision loads up. I don't think Longeveron will load. I feel like Oh, what? Why does Longeveron load but nothing else? Yo, that's weird. How you going to load up Longeveron and not Oracle? This is crazy. You get the divi if you buy today? No. If today is there, then no. If today is the ex-dividend, you have to buy it yesterday. U.S. bill sends more air tank and anti-aircraft arms to Ukraine. 1.5 trillion funding bill. Oh, new arms. I was like, we're giving them $1 trillion? I was like, hold up, bro. That's a lot. I guess they got 3.5 for replenishing stocks of equipment to Ukraine. 3.5 billion. I was like, they got $1 trillion? I was like, so y'all stand in with Ukraine, huh? Okay. That's insane. How much favor would China receive globally if they would condemn Russia? A lot, but China's doing they're doing the China way very good. The narrative that China is trying to say, because everyone's like, why don't you condemn them? Why don't you do this? Why aren't you stopping it? China is saying we are trying to not be involved in the situation. So China is trying to remain neutral. They're saying their actions, non-condemning or whatever they have condemned or not, and not being, they're saying we are trying to stay out of the situation. Very smart move, but we'll see how long they could do that for. But it seems like they might get away with it. But that's what they're just trying to say. It's not they're like, we're not saying or doing anything because we are not involved, and we don't want to be involved. China is the new switch in a weird way. In a very, very weird way. They're saying you're not the boss of me. They're saying that in a very politically correct way. That's the thing. They're saying it in a way that it's like the wording, they know how to word it when it comes to that. It's a good game. Watch for BE24 call. What is BE24 call? DocuSign on the low again. I don't know if the SPY, it says it's hitting a low, but it's not. We're just coming back to the lows there. That's the consumer sentiment candle. It's pretty big. Tesla drop. Where is it compared to the last couple of days? It's still the low of yesterday. You're right, Josh. There's less traffic. Everyone said I was tripping. But I don't know. And apparently, you're not allowed to complain about gas if you have a car over $60,000. Apparently, I think that's the rule. They said that you can't. What's it called? You can't, like, if apparently everybody was supposed to have long terms and saving, and like everybody, all the social media influencers. So they're now saying if you have a car above 60,000, you can't complain. But I was like, I don't know about that though. I've been cheap my whole life, so I don't know. I feel like I should get an exception. Because I'm like, I feel like, I don't know, man. There's something. It's crazy. So I don't know. I would agree with that. See, that's why I said it's got a lot of people agree, a lot of people disagree. I think it's a good it's a good thing to talk about. Are you allowed to complain about gas if you have a $60,000 car? Well, my $60,000 car is a Tesla. It's okay. It's all right. No exceptions. That's what they say. That's the new debate, too. So it looks like the SPY's hitting a low, but it's not. But we are coming down here a little bit. Oil commodities are coming back a little too. But what were they saying? Hold on, I just got distracted. Oh yeah, now they're comparing the price of electric cars. So pretty much what they're saying is that if you buy a $70,000 electric vehicle, even though your payment's higher, since you're not spending $300, $400 a month on gas, it's the same thing as like a $200 car. So even though you're buying a more expensive car, if you have an EV, then you're good to go. You're good to go. Still don't think it's worth it. Rule 2 of the Wrangler Code, don't talk about gas. I mean, electric isn't free. Wait, what? What do you mean, Brady? What the fuck? Yo, this guy just said electricity isn't free. Well, hold. No. What the fuck do you mean it's not free? You're telling me electric, the electricity stuff, the plug isn't... Oh, my gosh. This is crazy. This is crazy. No, you guys don't remember me telling you? At one point, it used to charge at home. The Model X was like, I spent like $400 a month in electricity. We did the math before. But yeah, electricity isn't free. But guess what, though? Are you ready? I didn't know this. The Teslas we got, they all have unlimited charging. So, because we bought them when like Elon was begging people to buy them. So they all included lifetime unlimited charging. So you know that the older one? Bro, that thing could charge forever because I saw people posting, yeah, it's free. Because some people were posting that like their charging expires in like 2023. And I looked at ours and both of them unlimited charging for life of that vehicle. I was like, what? That's crazy. Does it transfer if you sell? I hope. Because then whoever gets it will get free. Then you have that one's truly free if you just go to the superchargers. All right, we're coming down a little bit. Should we do the news quiz? Troy reminded us. Are you guys ready? Should we do it real quick? You think we could hit it? All right, there's the spies bounce. You guys feel good about it? Troy said he got a 72. That's good. That means we're ready to go, man. Are you guys ready? Chad, let's do it. God bless the cult. Bloomberg News Quiz of the Week. Last week we did good. We did 100% or something, 97. So let's keep it up, all right? Tesla employee, it transfers if you sell. It does not transfer. It does not follow to the new owner. Damn. I'll just lease you the car for 15 years if you want to buy it then. All right, clear the chat. Here it is. Russia and Ukraine's foreign minister met here on Thursday. Was it Belarus? Oh, Turkey? Fuck. Oh, man. I thought they meant, why would you meet in Turkey? Damn it. The European country announced it would phase out oil imports for the rest of the year. UK or Poland? UK? France? UK? Yeah, okay. London Metal Exchange suspended trading of nickel. Russia became the world's most sanctioned nation, posing that previously held Iran. U.S. annual inflation hit a fresh new high at 7.9. Major Wall Street bank became the first to announce its closing operations. Was it Goldman or JP? Is Goldman or JP? Shit, it's one of those. Is Goldman or JP? I need verification. Is JP or Goldman? Oh, shit, it's Goldman. All right, I'm dealing with Troy. I knew it was one of them. It had to, but there was another headline with JP. European Central Bank announced it could end asset purchases as soon as, I think they said third quarter 22 or fourth quarter. Fourth quarter, third. We'll go with third. Yes. We're going with third, baby. I remember that was yesterday. Asset manager placed $1 billion bet on Russia for credit marked by the end of last year. Asset placed $1 billion of bets via the credit default swap. Who did it? Who did credit default swap? It says PIMCO, BlackRock. Oh, Charlie, I should have listened to Screw College. No, it was screw. I took the mod, but the guy who said screw college. No, it's Pimco. It's okay. It's okay. Currencies that became the world's best emerging currency, Latin America. New York said it would award its first license to sell recreational cannabis. Was it cannabis offenders? Was it female-owned breweries or bodegas? Lottery winners. Oh, shit. 2, cannabis? Are you guys saying this one? Really? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I didn't believe y'all. I thought it was like I thought they were trying to trick me with the wording for lottery winners because they used to do lotteries for it, but that's not bad. We missed 2. 72. Troy, I'm with you, baby. Troy, we did the same right there. That's it. You on? This is good. Top 1,200. I'll take it. Hide my names in the rankings. Hide my names in the rankings. Hide my name in the rankings. UN 26 attacks on Ukraine health facilities workers confirmed. Kraft Heinz raised to investment grade by S&P. Yeah, they're popping. Yo, that could be good. I don't know. Do they still have their dividend? Because, again, that could affect returning any capital. Yeah, they're yielding 4. Kraft Heinz dividend, investment raised to investment grade by S&P. Yeah, they're popping on that. SPY's coming towards the low, but KHC is moving again. They're food related, so it puts them in an interesting spot. That's Buffett moving. He might, because investment grade would mean, I'm sure it could change some things about it. Outlook remains positive. They have $21 billion in outstanding bonds. Jeez. Setup system. Make sure your delayed quote isn't switched. You're saying on here? I don't think they have it. No, because it's getting me a live quote. It's giving me the right price. It's just not showing the history. The market is down. All of the news, there was positive news that there was like some developments, like Putin said he's open to developments or something like that. But all the other news was bad. Iran nuclear deal, more attacks, more other stuff. Let me get you a timeline here. Where is it? It usually shows up. Well, here are the latest one. There it is. This is what I needed. So oil heads for weekly loss, equity futures waiver. Western Europe cities come under fire. Biden set to call. Wait, is this the older one? No, this is an old one. I need the new one. Here it is. So here's the latest version. Biden warns Kremlin about chemical weapons. U.S. import ban to cover Russian caviar and vodka. That's already happened today. Let me just take you to the morning. So we started here's the first thing that was positive. Putin sees positive developments in talks. He was talking to Mr. Lukashenko, Belarus president. And then that's what started a lot of this stuff. And that was the positive news. And then there was bad news about, what's it called? Right here, apparently a plane in Croatia crashed. They don't know if it's Russia or Ukraine. It was a drone. Then Russia bans Facebook because Facebook was saying they allow hate speech and calling for violence or even assassinations of Putin. So they criminalized that. Then Finland calls for a ceasefire. Then Wall Street does that. Then Russia economy in a tailspin. Then our market starts to get open around here. And then Biden started to speak, and then that's it. And then the Iran nuclear deal, they put it on hold. Grub, Betaville takeover speculation. Apple on the low. KHC is running there from the news. Grub is rocket. Dude, what? That's $6? Grub is going up on that. That was actually pretty interesting just because it's so cheap. Shares rise after Betaville mention. That's confirmed. So that's even coming across the wire. The Betaville mention. I thought Grub was getting delisted. Yeah, wasn't this thing worth a lot more? Am I tripping? Yeah, bro, this thing was at 140. That was 2019. That's crazy. People were like, yeah, Grubhub. Can almost smell margin calls in the air. Sadly, it's not who you think. The only people getting margin called right now are billionaires. It's anybody who went after the commodities and crazy leverage, but we all got margin called 3 months ago, 2 months ago. 2 months ago. January was retail margin call. Rumored company looking into Grubhub. KHC still moving. Uber, I can't see it. Apple's still hitting the lows here. That's the interesting one. Apple and Tesla. Apple just caught up to Tesla. But they're not. They're saving them from... Bro, I'm telling you. I keep saying... Bro, that LME situation is probably one of the wildest things in history. Like, it's going to change the game forever for futures. It's honestly... It's going to... Because now... Even same thing for ETFs. Like ETFs are about to get like after the delisting, some of these NAV problems, all of that. It's just like all of this is going to just change certain things, but very, very wild. CVC partners to buy RGI from Corsair. SPY bouncing a little bit. You said 3 years. Bro, imagining canceling $3.9 billion of trades for one person. And then you mean to tell me this guy just took on such an extraordinary risk and then got bailed out at the expense of even other people? Like, this is worse than GameStop. I'm telling you, this is way worse than GameStop when it comes down to it. For one guy. Who is that person? We know who he is, but it's like, damn. And he wants to double down. So Grub is popping up even more. Again, be careful. I don't know. I don't have any plays on it, but I'm going to keep watch. What's their market cap? Dude, it's still a... Oh, my God. What? Bro, this is still a $7 billion company? That's huge. Yo, that's actually wild. So the people who actually profited won't be getting their money. They didn't lose any money, but they didn't get any. And then it brings up the question, if they ended up losing, they still would have probably had to pay. But pretty much 3.9, they canceled they paper traded. So if you made a trade last Friday, last Monday, or this Monday on nickel, and let's say you put in a trade and you bought it at open, and then you sold it 4 hours later, the market closes 4 hours later, right? they would have canceled your trade. So they would have said, well, yeah, that trade didn't actually count. So here's all your money back. You don't own anything. Interview with LME CMO, CMO CEO.
We've picked up on some of the commentary that some traders have made on the back of your decision to cancel 7 hours of trading on Tuesday morning. And there does seem to be some anger in some quarters. How would you respond to those traders who are frustrated, maybe even angry about the cancellation of some of these trades?
Yeah, thanks, Anna. So we fully understand the frustration around the decision to suspend trading and the need to cancel the trades which had happened early in the morning on Tuesday. But ultimately, as the exchange, our fundamental responsibility is market stability. And had we allowed those trades to stand, had we allowed the price to continue to spike up, as you see on the graph there, it would have been extremely difficult for some of our market participants to continue their activities. And in the final analysis, I think the sign of a good market, a long-term market, and a fair market is one where we do look to the long term and we ensure that we're going to be here not just through this crisis, but for many years to come. And for that reason, suspending trading and cancelling the trades was, I believe, the right decision.
Are you concerned that this might set any kind of precedent? I mean, some traders saying, why trade with an exchange if it's going to cancel your transactions for what one trader described as your own mystery reasons? Is there any precedent here? Are you concerned maybe the idiosyncratic nature of this has not been fully explained?
So I think it's absolutely, the reasons are absolutely clear, and I think they're shown on your graph there. It was the fact that the prices that were being seen during that Asian session were becoming disconnected from, I believe, the physical reality. We had to step in to ensure that technical market conditions weren't taking the price in a direction that would be very
who determines reality
for the market and the number of participants. I absolutely understand that some traders may say, okay, that reduces our willingness to trade on the LME. I hear that, I respect that. But ultimately, I think that we will have more credit in the long term.
You have no choice.
Come in and made, I believe, the right decision about the long-term future of our market and the financial stability of our market, rather than prioritizing those short-term gains.
There must be many times, though, in all kinds of commodity markets, Matthew, where technical market conditions come to the fore and prices become disconnected from that physical reality, as you describe. I mean, what was the extent of the fallout that you were really concerned about? You mentioned that it would have been difficult for some market participants to continue their activities. Give us a scale and scope on that. I mean, how many and what would have been the sort of existential events that would have taken place if you had allowed those trades to stand?
Yeah. Well, what would have happened is that we would then have had to mark the market to the level that those trades had reached. And as you say, they spiked more than 100% yesterday morning. And that would then have meant that members would have had to call their clients for margin at those higher prices. And if those clients were short, they would have had to come up with many millions of dollars. And the ability of the financial system to get that money to the members in London and then into the exchange, I think would have been significantly stressed. So that was really one of the key drivers here, was about making sure that we could pause, that we could take a breath, that people could understand their positions, get their money in the right place, and ensure that, as is the case at the moment, everybody is fully funded on margin, so we are entirely stable, and that people trust the price that we're producing. And I think those long-term drivers are ultimately the more important metrics on which we're going to be judged.
Was the LME's own financial stability ever at risk, Matthew, through this?
Oh, come on. I want to end it, but...
No, because...
okay, thank you. But yeah, that's why. But I'm telling you, it's wild. It's actually wild. Like, it's a very... it's just like, it's something big on Wall Street right now. Especially, like, this is like the deeper level. Like, bro, this is your fucking futures, man. You mean to tell me, like, Again, bro, this is like showing the manipulation of gold, but on like gold makes sense. There's only one exchange, but like, bro, that's like wild. That's like wild. You could sue, but you really can't though. Again, it's like you could try to do it, but like they have good lawyers too. They have their reasoning. It'll be that. I'm sure they'll probably settle on something and call it a day, but you know, that's it. They have really good winning as a whole, and you have to realize though, people know that too. Like I got scammed on a deal recently too. I'm suing the guy, but he knew it. He knew what he knew what he was doing. Like that's the thing. He pulled a scam, but like because he knew, he's like, all right, well, if you go to Arbor, he just knew for an extra 10, 20% or something, he knew he could do something wrong. And he said he knew he would lose on it, but it would still take you effort, a year or two, and you'd have to go out and go about getting it. So it's like the same thing. Like, honestly, go ahead, sue the LME. This is going to be a 5-year case, if anything. You know, it's going to be anything like that. No, not even arbitration. That's fine. I got time. Well, we'll see how somebody's going to sue him, but it's just like, this is like a wake-up call, though, bro. Like, the world is low-key, like, flip-flopping. Like, it's actually pretty wild if you think about it. Like, bro, that's a big development. You mean to tell me now in this commodity craze, you're getting things halted? SPY's coming back towards lows now. These are near the lows of the day. Dow Jones still up. SPY's down 0.1%. NASDAQ down almost 1%. It's literally rigged. It's not that it's rigged. It is. I mean, it just shows it's up to their determination. It's the LME could determine whatever. It's them. They said it was disconnected from the price was disconnected from reality. But it's just saying, it's like, who determines that? And then also, so why don't we do that on the upside? Euro close. Yeah, actually, Euro close, and we're back down. So literally low of the day is Euro close. Okay, we're moving down a little bit. Let's get it out the way, baby. It's push-up time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watch List main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too high to say shy. We are glad you're here. But ladies and gentlemen, SPY is coming down, hitting a new low. It's Friday. It's been a crazy week, but we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. So I need you to get beside your desk, do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. You're breaking 425 right now. Watch for the butter. But get the body moving. Drop the shoulders. Relax the shoulders. Chest to the sun. Even when the stock market's going down, your chest is going up. Oh, doesn't it feel good? Amazing. Chest to the sun. Look at those shoulders. Relax. Why are you so angry in the morning? No one's attacking you. You are safe. Drop your shoulders. Relax. Okay, good. Now legs in front of you. Boom. Flat on the floor. That's what I'm talking about. You look good right there. Man, you look really good. I ain't gonna lie to you. Just that chest to the sun and then the shoulders back. And then I like it. You don't look like a dolphin, or you don't look like you riding a dolphin. I'm just saying, you look mighty fine right now, and it's Friday. So, you know what? Just hit me up with if you got that chest to the sun and the shoulders down, you know, and you relax. And if you do push-ups, I'm just saying. So a little bit of a butter, 424.65. But there you go, legs in front of you. Then I need you to relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Yallah. Yallah. SPY's coming down. Bro, that's a butter. That's what butter is. Everybody asks, what's butter? It's when you hit a key level like 425, but instead of dancing around that level, you see how we broke below 425 a couple of times. This time we broke it, and you flushed now almost 1 point. Butter. 424. Oil's kind of coming up there. I got to hit the resistances. Butter time. About to hit incline bench. Let's go, baby. 420. That was almost a full point on the butter. Just got adjustable table. Yeah, I had to put it up. That's why I stand up during this moment. And then I'll stay standing for like another 10, 20 minutes. And then I bring it down. I don't know. I get really focused when I sit down. But I do like standing up. You use those rubber bands. I use just resistance bands, like rubber. And it's not like a rubber band, because that makes me think of like a rubber band. But it's a band that's made out of rubber that has resistance. We need some bigger apple butter. So SPY's coming. This is a new low. It's kind of starting to look normal now. I think we could rely on this as long as it's the low. 424.34. That is the low of the day. All right, so this chart's working now. Just don't let me show you anything else, because then it'll reset. And then Tesla, Apple, really, really drop in. Yeah, apple butter jeans. Boots with the fur. She had the whole Congress looking at her. She hit the floor. And then it go. And then gas never going low. Oh, it's a good one. Favorite. Uber holding. SPY at a low. 424.21. Again, you got a pretty big butter. Now it'll sound creepy every time I hear it. Good. Am I Adderall W? Let's go, baby. Thank you for that confidence boost. I'm not, man. I'm just give me a bottle of water and a poop in the morning. Give me a Bible app and a couple of positive thoughts, bro, and I'm ready to go. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, though. I needed that. It brings me back to my glory days where people used to think I was just straight a crackhead. Like, for real, they like legitimately thought I was just a crackhead. But now I don't get called that anymore. So it's good, man. It's good. Your SPY looks like 2016. Like, this is a daily. It does. It's getting a little weird. Love the positivity. Positivity is good. I love you. That's all you need in life. A little bit of positivity goes a long way. Isn't it disrespectful to read it pooping? I think you put two events and you combine them with one. But even then, I've read the Bible pooping before. I read the Bible everywhere, bro. I honestly read the Bible in very weird situations. It's honestly very, very weird. It's funny, though. Like, sometimes even like my girlfriend, she'll like look over my shoulder and she'll think I'm like doing something and she'll look hella sus at me. And then I'm like, what? It's Proverbs 18. Would you like me to share some with you? You read it everywhere, bro. I'll read it in line. Like, if I wait in line, I just open it up and I'll just read it. It's a good book, man. It's a good book. Oracle broke. Yeah, but the premiums got clapped. You carry the Bible around. It's on my phone. That's one of the blessings of technology that doesn't involve social media. It's good. Keep it on you. Ow. Shoulder, bro. Shoulder. Still playing hard. I still have it. Yeah, we made it free the first day, but that'll cover us again in the next week. You see it, where if we wrap up this week really bad and we end towards the lows, I mean, Monday was pretty bad already if you really think about it. So we're like slightly higher, but then it's just going to be about the level of escalation. So I like some of those plays. And, oh! Dog, are you fucking me? Was that a trap? No. No. Fuck. Man. Why'd you make me show you that? Why would you make me show you that? Damn it. Every time I do the chart, and we had it. I don't like this. We've had 3 down Friday, down Monday. Yeah, I think we've had 2. Honestly, it's about to. That's the thing, though. Down Friday, down Monday, it either means like top or bottom. You're going to get a lot of volatility. Same thing with like a Hindenburg, but another down. But I don't think Monday was down. I'm going to look, but I'm not going to use that chart. Was Monday red? Yeah, because we closed super. Yeah, so actually, no. So this was Monday. We're like right in the middle of Monday. The chart was even looking weird. Yeah, so market was down on that day. So yeah, this was another one. If we get another down Friday, down Monday, we haven't had the Hindenburg yet, though. That's the difference. So right now, it's just full-blown everything dropped. I think the Hindenburg hit in October. That's crazy. Just set up your TOS to look better. I refuse. Maybe later if I do it like after hours and I could play with it, but I like it. I don't know. I like my simple setup. And I like the E-Trade a lot. I've been literally using E-Trade for so long. Like it's just like I don't know how to. Bro, I've been using it probably for at least a decade. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think I had E-Trade Pro in 2012. Yeah, I've been using E-Trade Pro for over 10 years. Like, simply. And that's it. How do you know about the Hindenburg? I was talking about the Hindenburg in 2015. Like, 2016, I was telling you Hindenburgs. I'm telling you. We've been on the Hindenburgs. Oh, the Hindenburg is when you have, it's market breadth indicator, where you have 2% of the market hitting all 52-week highs and 52-week lows hitting. We're not talking about the blimp. The blimp is what it's named after, but this is a technical market. It's a technical. Honestly, it's a technical indicator. It's saying that when you have market breadth of 2% of the New York traded stocks, when 2% are hitting a 52-week high, at the same time 2% are hitting a 52-week low, they call it the Hindenburg, because then that means that everything is pulling apart at like an extreme volatile level, because then that means you have a big portion of the market hitting new lows and then a big portion of the market hitting new highs. So it's and then usually anytime it doesn't happen too often, and then anytime it has happened, it signals either a market top or a market bottom. The yield curve more in depth. I have a lot of old videos, and we will get to it as we get into Powell. We'll maybe go over it a little bit today or even next week. Pretty much the day it does flatten. And as we get to that, I will give you a full lesson on it live. But it's very important. It's very important. And for a lot of you, especially in this market, I could give you something right now. That's why I don't know if I feel like if I tell you this, it's like good and bad. I don't know how I feel about this, just like the phrasing, because I don't want it to sound too much like a sales pitch. But I could give you something, okay? I could give you something very simple that everybody wants right now. It's called certainty. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, man. In a crazy world right now, certainty is very, very important. And that's why I'm saying, that's the whole point of my video yesterday, that I really want you guys to understand, is that you could go and play this game of getting confused every day if you'd like. You could go trying to respond to this and that, get mad, get angry. You know what I'm saying? You could play that game as long as you would like. But if you're really worried about an economic dire situation, a recession, a crash, depression, whatever the world is throwing at you right now, that yield curve gives you a lot of certainty. That's all you really need. If you got certainty, then you're good to go. That's what I'm saying, is just like focus on the timeline, focus on the yield curve and some of those big signals to give you the bigger thing, and that's all you really need. Apple, butter, SPY's coming down. It's kind of looking the same, even Tesla too. Yeah, that was a big can, bro. That buttered 424. I don't know if we've gone any lower than 424. When was it? Or what was that time? Yesterday. It's 422 to 420. And then we closed at that 424 level. That's why that's so. Remember, that was a weird close. Wheat futures back to 11. That's big. Ukraine's Kuleba, zero progress in talks with Russia on Thursday. Is Putin just trolling? He's like, yeah, man, the talks are positive developments. And then Ukraine's like, with nothing happened. Nothing's happening. TLT, CO, wheat all moving up. That's good. Wheat itself, but I'm saying even wheat futures getting back to 11 a bushel. Again, this is still high as shit. That's just like the hard part to explain about everything with all the volatility is that things are still pretty high. But like I'm saying, just again, I mean, if you're really worried about anything, then that's it. First time is wheat up all week. It started Monday. Monday it was up, then it came down, and then every other day it's been slipping. Reese Witherspoon and Gwyneth Paltrow push for crypto sisterhood. The fuck is this? Yeah, I still have my 70. They're up 400%. I haven't checked them. I checked them in the morning, and it was at 400. It's still up there, 415%. And then the puts are clobbered. So it's an interesting what that move did, if you think about it. It chilled out the calls, killed the puts completely. And then now you're waiting for week number 3, and you finally had a cool off. Cooler. Let me double check. Let's see. $10.30. So it should be up to $10.30. What would that be? It's like 3% almost. Senior conviction, because I might add some here at these premiums. Again, I could be convicted in this trade, but you have to understand too, I'm at the mercy of whatever happens in the world. So I like the play, and I know we position very good. My initial position was just too good in the sense that, like I said, it's giving me better leverage than futures, anything like that. As long as you just don't go too crazy, I think you could play with it. But you just got to understand there's going to be a lot of ups and downs, and we're at the mercy of whatever happens. So essentially, my conviction is that I don't think this situation is topped out and fully developed. But this is what we're waiting for. But then I also know we have a lot of time as well. Dialogue with Biden administration is challenging. Senator Murawski speaks at Carol Week in Houston. Yes, she's talking right now. Like topped, I don't think this is the peak of escalation. You know what I'm saying? I don't think the story is not going to play out when we read it in history, and it's not going to be like all of this happened, and then on March 11th, Putin finally agreed to ceasefire, everybody's commodity situation relaxed, and then gas started to go up at a normal pace. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be something more or less, I think maybe a couple more weeks, but then it doesn't, there will be slowing down, and that's what you're even seeing on the VIX. Honestly, it's like if the market has been so volatile the last couple weeks, but the moves don't hit the same. Tuesday gave you a volatility peak, if you really think about it. Because I remember, but that's what happened the week before that. You see what I'm saying? Week before that, people get worried, and then even though you could keep going down, people chill out. It's like, okay, it's not that bad. And then Friday, Monday, it gets even worse. Then we get through the next week, and it's like, it's bad, but it's not that bad. Will anything new happen? And then that's where we go from there. I think Biden is live. He was earlier. Air Force One gaggle, Ukraine Foreign Minister Dmitry Kuleba. Oh, he's on Bloomberg?
Are at the core of the discussion about the post-war settlement.
And what about the EU summit last night? Was that statement enough that came out?
This is
from
the
EU
foreign
leaders?
minister. I think he's been in the negotiations.
Well, the European Union could have been more ambitious in its decisions, in its statement. But we know that this was an informal summit, and we will continue working with the European Commission and the European Council on raising the level of their ambition and when it comes to Ukraine and Ukraine's integration into the EU. I know that everyone is now looking at Ukraine through the prism of war, but the truth is that Ukraine is a powerful economy. It's a big country, big European country. And from all kinds of perspectives, the European Union needs European Ukraine, and European Ukraine needs European Union.
President Biden just wrapped up a speech about an hour ago, and he said Russia would pay a severe price if they used chemical weapons. Has the United States indicated to you any change of their stance if Russia were to escalate this in the use of chemical weapons?
I can't hear you. I heard the question about chemical weapons.
Well, President Biden said Russia would. Well, President Biden said Russia would pay a severe price for this, and I'm wondering if the U.S. has discussed this with you. Any indication that this is potentially a red line for Washington?
I think the use of chemical or biological weapons is the red line for any civilized nation of the world. And yes, we understand that President Putin did not achieve his strategic goals in Ukraine. He's to some extent desperate. He wants to break us down, and we don't know what his limits are. His accusations against Ukraine about elaborating or about developing biological or chemical weapons are absolutely false. We have always been a reliable and committed participant of all international regimes. He's just trying to change the balance in the perception of this conflict, because the whole world now understands that Russia is an aggressor. Russia behaves in a barbarian way, waging this war for 16 days in a row. And he tries to change the perception. He tries to accuse us of developing nuclear bomb, chemical weapons, biological weapons, all kinds of things. It's all about Russian propaganda.
But President Biden said Russia would pay a severe price, but didn't say what that price was. Has the U.S. indicated to you what that may be?
Severe.
No.
What word I gotta say?
Haven't received any information from the United States about the price that Russia will pay if it resorts to this measure.
President Biden also announced more penalties towards Russia, getting rid of Russia's neutrality when it comes to, or normal trade relations, also the banning of some goods. Last time we spoke, it was hours before the invasion, and you said the West needed to do more when it comes to sanctions. At this moment, there's been an onslaught of sanctions on the Russian economy. What more does Ukraine want the West to do when it comes to penalties?
Well, first, it's in the interests of the West, not only Ukraine, to stop Russia, because it destroys not only my country, it also destroys the world order as we know it, and it also gives a bad example to those who want to follow the suit. So these sanctions are imposed not only for the sake of Ukraine, but also for the sake of the world. And they are tough, unprecedented, this is true, but as long as first Russian soldiers are still in Ukraine and Russian bombs still fall on Ukrainian cities and kill civilians, And second, as long as some countries offer bypass services to Russia to avoid the pressure of sanctions, we have to continue stepping up the sanctions pressure and closing the loopholes in the sanctions regime. This is the only way to make Putin pay a real price and stop his madness, not only towards Ukraine, but also towards the West as a whole.
The Ukrainian government has made even personal outreach to some executives about pulling back and halting their operations. At this moment, are there specific companies you're targeting?
Yes, unfortunately, there is still a list of companies who either stay in the Russian market or announce the withdrawal, but in real terms, they continue to operate. And I would like to take this opportunity to send a very simple message to them. Stop making blood profits in Russia. Every dollar you make or euro you make in Russia is stained with Ukrainian blood. But aside of the moral part of the moral ground of making business with Russia, there are also practical considerations. You all see that Russian government is unpredictable in terms of making business and doing business in Russia. You all see that Russian economy is under sanctions and financial system is under pressure. So businesses, responsible businesses who care for themselves, for their profits, for their reputation, they should be very careful when it comes to making business in Russia, not only because of moral responsibility and involvement in financing the Russian war machine, but also because they may at any moment face the risk of being nationalized, of being restricted in conducting financial operations, on feeling the pressure of the government on taxation or any other issue. Russia is now one of the worst places to do business. And this is why I call on every company, every responsible company to withdraw.
But as we speak, the assault continues. What really captured the hearts and minds of Americans this week was the shelling on that hospital in Mariupol that had a maternity ward. And still, the sanctions continue, but the shelling also continues. Do you think the sanctions are actually working, Minister?
If we didn't have sanctions, we would have had a much worse situation. Of course, President Putin will never appear in front of the cameras and say, sanctions work, they inflict a lot of damage on us, and therefore we stop the war in Ukraine. This is not going to happen. But he feels the pressure. He understands that he threw his country into a huge problem. And it mitigates, it has an impact on his decision-making. Yes, he did not stop the war now, but it would have been much, much more worse, even worse than it is now, if we didn't have a strong, consolidated response, sanctions response from the United States, from G7, from the European Union. This is the real leverage that can stop Putin. The second leverage is the people of Ukraine who are fighting against him.
Minister, last time we spoke, you really wanted the United States and European allies to de-SWIFT a number of Russian banks. That has happened. What would be, you think, the one most important sanction the West can inflict on the Kremlin?
Close all Western ports for Russian vessels and for foreign vessels trying to bring goods to Russia from those ports. Interrupt supply chains, make Russia feel full isolation from international trade. This will have a huge impact, and this will make the Russians put pressure on their government, on President Putin, to stop this mad and bloody war that no one except President Putin wants.
Not just sanctions, there's also been a lot of debates, Minister, as you, of course, know, about those fighter jets that Poland was willing to give to Ukraine. What is the status of those jets at this moment? Because it doesn't sound like the Pentagon here is willing to have them leave a U.S. military base in Germany.
Well, we still don't have them. We see an exchange of positions and announcements between Poland and the United States on this matter, while we continue to fight with the planes available to us, Ukrainian planes. It would be extremely helpful to get those planes either from Poland, the United States, or any other third countries, because it would help us to close the skies by our own means and save many, many human lives and many, many buildings from being ruined by Russian bombers. If we lose the sky, then many lives will be lost. And part of the responsibility for those lives will be on those who did not provide Ukraine with all necessary weapons, including the planes.
And are the talks continuing for those planes? Has anyone given you a timeline when you can maybe expect them?
Well,
I thought they're not getting the planes.
So,
this is weird.
I do hope
Said it's your fault if we don't get guns and planes. It's your responsibility.
Result in positive achievements. However, I cannot give you any timeline on that. Our position is simple. We need planes now, because what Russia is doing in Ukraine now is exactly what it did in Syria. By controlling the airspace, they cover and back up their ground forces. They destroy civil infrastructure and race in cities to the ground, like what is happening in Mariupol. It's the biggest humanitarian catastrophe in the world now. So we need these planes now. Unfortunately, we don't have them. And I call on all governments who want to help Ukraine prevail in this struggle and save human lives to provide Ukraine with these planes.
And can you give us an update as well as what is happening on the ground outside Kiev? That convoy, it seems like it's been dispersed. They've gone into forests. Are you concerned about a potential a deeper attack into Kiev, given the fact that that convoy has pretty much disappeared, according to satellite images?
Well, Ukrainian army...
Again, this is Ukraine's foreign minister. This is actually probably the only update we got here. Again, and everything's been reacting. So very interesting so far. We've been listening for like 5 minutes.
Today, villagers in eastern Ukraine captured a group of Russian soldiers who were walking towards the border, trying to leave Ukraine by feet to escape.
And you're at 424 too. Watch 423, but really 421 or 422 flat buttering into there will be key.
In the south of Ukraine, where Russian forces try to establish their control over the Kherson region. It's the region bordering illegally occupied Crimea. And of course, the city of Mariupol, the one that I mentioned, it's the biggest humanitarian tragedy in the world now, is besieged. Russia desperately wants to defeat it, to capture it. We defend it. Around, I think, 300,000 people are locked up in the city. Every day we try to arrange a humanitarian corridor, a way out. Every day it fails because Russia does not allow humanitarian corridors to operate. And they're just raising the city to the ground. No food, no water, no medicine. Yesterday they bombed the maternity house in Mariupol where pregnant women were being treated. It's a hell on earth. This is the most difficult situation on the ground as of now.
Yeah, and Minister, I can't tell you how heartbreaking those images have been to individuals in America. But the shelling is also moving west as well. How concerned are you about cities like Lviv that have also overnight, we have information that those cities also suffered bombings?
Well, this is the problem of a control over the airspace. If we have enough of our own planes and anti and air defense systems, we will be able to take our own skies under control and protect our cities from being bombed from the air. This is what our aces, our pilots, are fighting fiercely and heroically in the skies, and we should down.
Thank you for joining. So we'll get any headlines. Markets coming down here. We'll see what happens. Again, we're going to hear the back and forth with it. We'll see what plays out, but it seems like the plane debate is going to come back, and that could lead to more escalation. Again, the issue with the planes is that it's like borderline, just like it's kind of like you want to draw. If you draw in our jets, you're going to pretty much draw in everybody else with it. Again, everybody has a lot of opinions on it. People go back and forth with it, but we'll see any headlines there. But I wanted to see the first thing he started that with, and the market got a little volatile. He said there hasn't been positive developments. So he pretty much said the opposite of everything else. Said to the Jets. That's weird. That's literally what they're asking for. Yeah, XLF is at a low. Banks they're still green, but if they go red, that's going to be the key as a hold. You say, what is it? You say the conservatives, the comments are sad. Conservatives are very hypocritical. I mean, to be respectful of everybody, I think everybody is hypocritical. As long, think about it. You're in a chat room with 4,000 people, and I don't think anybody is really saying their opinion to listen to the other person. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? So it's not your conversations in here. You're not really, if you're only just spitting out one sentence things, going back and forth, and the conversation isn't really being held. I think everybody, it's, everyone's just saying stuff to say it. So it's not really, that's what I'm saying. If we go back and forth with it, it's like, that's it, So just show love. Show love at the end of the day. How do the banks are just, again, and just in general with funding, liquidity, funding stress, and how they view it. And again, banks should have been fairly positive. I mean, commodities, energy is up. All of their stuff should be doing good except some of their holdings. But there's a lot. Financials just gives you an idea of kind of the money, and then also pricing in and getting ready to Powell. Now for other news, look at wheat. Wheat is going up. It's going up. It's going up. It's doing good. Let me ask you guys this. Can I ask you a question? It's a good one. Honestly, I want to know. It's related to the weekend video. What are your biggest questions about the wheat market, essentially? If you have them, I could get you some pretty good answers if you want to know about the fundamentals of wheat. You could either ask them or you could email me, tradingfraternity@gmail.com. If you really do have questions for it, and send them to me so I could see them. Why is it going to go down this week? Well, nothing about price movements. So that's the thing. I could get you good answers, but not to talk about the pricing unless it's historical. How do you time both futures and wheat and to know when to get in? What smaller countries are going to be impacted the hardest? That's a good one. The hardest, how will it affect beer cost? Beer costs. Oh, wheat related to oil. Okay. Question for what? If you have any questions about wheat, like the actual commodity itself, again, I've been sharing you guys stuff with the types of wheat that's being planted. We've been going over the boats, the shipping. I'm planning to give you a little bit more background on the last years with it, but I will be having a guest. That's the thing. So I will have somebody who has immensely more knowledge on this topic than I do, and they're very, very good at this. So I could ask your questions to them if you would like. That's why I'm asking here. Calculate ETF prices. Will fertilizer issues contribute to wheat? Why are all the pro-vaxxers pro-war? That's a good question. That farmers don't like higher wheat prices. Well, they do and they do and they don't. I mean, most of it's all already subsidized. So that's, I think, a good question for the farmers. Do farmers like high wheat prices? Pelosively explicitly blame Putin for gas. Bro, that's all they've already committed full-fledged to it. This is all about, it's all Putin's fault. That's it. Do you see Zelensky the morning emphasize the need for farmers to sow the harvest? Yeah, because this is planting time for them. So if they're not getting everything in the ground by now, it will limit a lot of things. How the price of wheat affects stuff like bread and all that. That's a good one. How does wheat trade higher? That's because of the net asset value. We will talk about that a little bit. How difficult is it to substitute the wheat? And then for farm animals. Watch Clarkson's Farm on Prime. That'd be good. Sunflower sounds crazy, but the oil, no, it's very important. Very, very important. How does wheat affect corn prices? They run similar in terms of like the cycles that they've had, like a lot of grains and agriculture, commodities, they act like that. And then on top of it, in this case, corn may even be a substitute. And wheat prices have an impact on war. We probably going to discuss the Arab Spring. That one's a very subjective answer. It's like you could say it does, but it's also very, there's no way to really prove. There's never been a war over food in the sense of like directly for food. But has there been war or conflict where food was a big issue and then it led to other things? Yes. Mystery drone. I know that was this morning, bro. I thought, dude, that was the weirdest headline ever. They said it's a mystery drone, and they said it's from Ukraine, but they don't know if it's Russia or Ukraine. I think they think it's Russian, but then literally that means it was in NATO airspace. What do you get asked the most often? I mean, sadly, I get asked more often on the price movements of wheat. That's the thing. Most people, even in the industry right now, they don't really care about the price movements as much. A lot of you guys are traders, right? But there's a lot of people who, if you want to understand the fundamentals, how to get exposure, again, how does agriculture or wheat stocks, like agriculture, corn, food, anything, where does it follow into where does it fall into your portfolio, essentially? Does it make, how do you diversify with it? How do you understand what it is? And again, some of the history of it and understanding the trends with how it grows. That's a thing. The mistake of, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of people ask me about the price of it and the things of price movement, but people assume it is like a stock. People assume that it's like an invisible asset or that it's something paper that just goes up and down when that's just not really the case. It is a very, it's an age-old industry, and it's been backed by, how it has moved in the cycles. There's very, very specific things, and it operates on a schedule. You see what I'm saying? So people are asking me about price movements on something that literally is a schedule. You plant, you sow it, you plant it, you sow it, you plant it, you sow it, you plant it, you ship it, you sow it, you plant it, you store it, you ship it. You see what? Then but it's all a schedule. So that's why it's so interesting, and that's why we got so interested with it. Because imagine a clock, right? Or imagine every single day someone's supposed to show up at 15 minutes, right? Again, like literally, what would you do if it was 7 a.m. and I didn't show up to the stream? The stream never turns on. There's nothing scheduled. You don't hear anything from Lending Tips. You don't hear anything from me. I don't even respond on my Instagram, and the schedule breaks. What would you do? Would you, a lot of you, literally, if I'm 5 minutes late, y'all literally DM me and be like, yo, did you die, Josh? That's it. They never think anything else except for Josh. Are you dead? And then I figured if you're dead, you might respond to this Instagram message. So are you safe? If you're not, because then now if you don't respond, I'm going to have to assume the worst, Josh. So, but that's what I'm saying. It's like if a schedule breaks, you're going to pay attention. Or you're going to think, oh, shit, something's definitely different here. And that's where I'm saying with like wheat commodities, that's what's happened in the last 2 weeks. There was a schedule, right? And things should be operating a certain way. But now this external event of Russia, it just messed up the clock now. And we don't know what the schedule is. We know how it should look. And that's what we're getting into. So there it is. There it is. There it is. So good question so far. I hope. I don't want to, just like the real estate property, I don't like to talk about things until they happen. So, but I do want to make sure your questions get answered. And, I should have an opportunity today to literally, I could bring your questions in front of you will see, but you'll want to, but again, we're not going to talk about price movements. That's the thing. Like, I've already discussed with many people on Wall Street about this trade, and people already noticed, literally, like we were the first ones to pick up those contracts, like legitimately zero open interest, all of that. And that's why it's opened up some doors. But the thing we're not going to talk about is, should I buy it right now, or what do we do with the price swings, or it's up, it's a short squeeze, all that. Like the real people in this game right now, we are talking about the what's it called? We are talking about the fundamentals of it. The reason why I bought the play. I didn't buy it because I wanted price swings. Yeah, I wanted to make money, but we bought it for, the reasons why, connecting the dots and understanding the industry. So and I'm telling you, that is where the real money is going to be. And that is where in the long term too, understanding how you can, again, I think a good question that I'm going to ask is, does it make sense to even put, any of this stuff in it? You see what I'm saying? Like, if we get into, like, does it make sense to even have any diversification in a mid to long-term scale? What do you reasonably expect commodities and especially agriculture to do? So it's like questions like that, or again, understanding, what happened in 2008, what happened in 2000 and 2008, 2010, food crisis, all of that stuff. But then what can we learn from those past events and the fundamentals of wheat to be able to understand what we have going on right now? So that's going to be, but we're not going to really talk about prices of that's what I'm saying. The price right now of the ETF, of the futures, it doesn't really matter as much in a weird way. Russ Ukraine said they're not selling. Wheat should be higher. Should. And then we have to see if they plant and store and all that. Got real estate help, brother. I'm getting the door knocking. Let's go. Started Monday. Let's go. I don't know if you're busy today. We can start right now, baby. Let's start right now. But that's good. Either way, I like it. Ooh. My shoulder was hurting yesterday, so I did legs. I got clapped. My left shoulder's been, I don't know why I got clapped. It got like, I don't know what it was. I need to get into it though. Gotta get the legs. Gotta hit the legs, bro. Why don't you foam roll? I tried to. I've lost my foam roller somewhere. And then it hurts. And then it hurts. Zim on that pop. Amazon. I don't even know if my shit's gonna load. Just make sure I don't switch my spy charts. That's it. Be down bad, then don't do. Stumble across the channel. Been thanking the Lord. It's God's plan, baby. God's plan. God is good. Zim is up. Dude, I hate how these don't load. Even Apple's going lower. You ever miss the good old times of streaming with less of an audience? I feel like it kind of already feels like, in a weird way, I feel like we've adjusted, I think, because most of the people here, I mean, it's either you're a real one or you're not. I really feel like it. I don't know. It feels like it. The chat's a little bit faster, but the best part is a lot of the people who were there back in the day, I mean, are still here. So that's what I was saying. It's like a lot of. That's why I do like the core group, but it's it's pretty legit, honestly. I think the. If we get to do what we do every time, and like even then we're even reacting first in the world to stuff, and we get to benefit off of it, and then we still don't have to the internet nowadays is wild, so it's quite beautiful. But it feels like, I don't know, it feels like, I don't like to say it because I don't like the good old days. I'm not that type of person, but it feels like the old days. I don't know. It feels like there's 1,000 people in here. It feels like 500 people for some reason. I don't know how to describe it. It's 2019, baby. 2019. Hey, man, God bless you, bro. I'm saying. That's why I know a lot of people still, it's the same group. I love it. I miss the broken fan sound. I know. It was hot in those days. I think my AC was messed up. 2019. Belarus maybe preparing to invade Ukraine. Positive updates. I miss the days when you used to show your face. Yeah, people just started getting too weird, and they wouldn't like the video. So I was like, nah, I don't want to put my face out there like that. I'll just do it on the merch website. When you first started, how did you grow it to today? Been 3-4 years. Well, if you've been here this long, you could probably see we didn't do anything. I do the same thing. That's it. We've been doing this just for a really long. We do the same simple thing, just every single day. Very, very consistent, and that's it. Like honestly, I come on here and I talk. I talk to my chat. I talk to my people. We go over the long term. We go over what's happening in the market. And I mean, you could be the judge of it, whether or not we've been either accurate, early, whatever you want to call it. But that's just all we did. Nothing's changed. That's it. The lander is every chart is bugging right now, man. I can't see anything. Oh, Valander, it just looks like it's pinned. Honestly, that might look like if it stays too low, it might get delisted. That looks like UMC. And then, I can't even tell if UMC is normal or if that's just the charts. Same thing 2 years ago, different catalyst, up, down, calls, puts, long term. Yeah, we just get here. It's the market. That's the thing. The market changes. So it's not as if we're saying the same things every day. Like you could go check the differences. And that's why it's fun. That's why I love it. I mean, every single day is new. We get to learn every single week. Again, we get everybody in here, a lot of ideas. People share a lot of ideas. And then not only to mention even socially too. So it's dope. So we chilling now. What time is it? 9:30 almost. What a day. Oh, I was 2 weeks. I need spite. Do RSX get liquidated? Nah, they might not. Bro, it's a really big problem for the, what's it called, space. for the ETF space. It's been a challenge. Oh, Google blocking Russian state-funded media channels effectively. I don't, dude. Wasn't that weird that RT was still on YouTube yesterday? Hold on, I think the futures might be here. I'm just thinking, I'm like, I get my futures, and then I just get blown out on my first trade. Hold on. They said if I go to the website, it should say it's approved. It should say it's approved, but it says apply. Yeah, they YouTube deleted the Trump podcast off of Nelk Boys. Let's see. This is where it is. It's not there. Yeah, they took it off. Bro, it's crazy. You can't, like, I don't think people like think about, I don't even know what he said on the thing, but you really like can't say certain things. Like, I don't know. That's like when I explain that to people, I don't think they feel me on that one. Let's see. I'm redoing the futures application. They said it should say enable, but it doesn't. Mosaic is the new Moderna. Oh, I think I like NTR too. Again, those might even be decent to pick up today, but we got to check the premiums. I mean, if they're down now. Invading NTR watch, Belarus 20% of potash. All right, we'll wait. But TD said I should have futures. But it's still not going in. Scammers. China envoy cites credible reports. Wasn't there just one news there earlier about U.S. said that China's spreading fake info on it? Yeah, this fertilizer plays are still, they're kind of expensive. They're actually not too crazy. I haven't even checked the scanner. I have to log back on. SPY hitting another low. Again, and also the question here today is how some stuff is going to get hit with it. Like, again, if any of the names that are going up, we want to see if they actually end up, if they start going down. Like, do defensive names start getting hit with everything else? Massive calls are being bought in K-Web. SPY 422. What time is it? 9:30. Still early. What's the answers to the doors? Nobody knows. Everybody's still debating. Everybody is still debating. NTR massive pop. I don't know what it looks like. So we have that one chart on there. So it's up a little bit, but if it comes back up, like I said, the premiums on those is 50-50. It's like any of those other plays where it's like they're up, but they're not. It's like, so like literally you can go and like right now, a lot of the calls with time, they're a little bit lower than the highs, but then they're still up about 50 to 100%. SPY coming down 423.50. Dow is still positive. SPY almost 0.5%. The NASDAQ 1.28 down. You're looking at BABA. Not anything, I think. I don't know if I still have that. I think I sold that old put on there. But we'll see. But I kind of like bullish China. Like low key. Like I liked it with the materials, but even then, like it's getting to a point where it's this very clapped. So it's like, but then right now, so somebody said it today. It is true, actually. Some people are worried. The news was 3 companies refused to, 3 companies on the United States list, they refused to give the audited financials. Remember how that was like, remember they had a timeline? So 3 companies are refusing, and then that's why now people are thinking, okay, all of the ADRs are going to get delisted now. And then it kind of makes sense with some of the Russia stuff. Imagine if none of their books are audited, you could have a lot of Russia money inside of these companies. And it was bad. There was headlines before that, but pretty much a lot of people are getting worried about that. So it's like there is some bad stuff there. But at the same time now, too, I am very, like, I'm down with it. Like, in the same sense, it's like it's a great buying opportunity. And then, again, if China pulls off Switzerland, it could be good. But again, I mean, China stocks have been risky. We have a lot of risk on there, and then, but they are starting to get attractive again. Because think about it, people like them here. You're down almost another 20 or 30% at this point. So, but there's going to be a little bit of the back and forth. Belarus, if they get clapped, it'll go into everything. I mean, this will affect, again, I think that's why wheat and everything else is going up. But all of those are potential plays. So pretty much whatever, if we get more escalation over the weekend, we're going to start seeing the same oil, wheat, corn, everything again, fertilizer, uranium. It's the same thing. That's why that's why I've been saying it's like find the one that you like, find the one you can understand a little bit, and then just go from there. No one's fucking trading these. Let's see. That's Brent still high. Potash, isn't it for fertilizer? I believe. Probably another one of the chemicals. The chemicals and gases. It's a rich salt that is mined from underground deposits from evaporated seabeds millions of years ago. Refers to a group of potassium-bearing metals and chemicals. Potash. Please, don't do drugs. Don't do drugs. And then you said NTR. I think NTR and Mosaic, those are the fertilizer companies. Market bottom in May. It depends. Again, it depends. Like I'm saying, the real answer, Coinbase getting clobbered. Damn, 162. That came up there. But yeah, even in May, again, just follow the yield curve. I'm telling you, it's going to be the questions of how do we react. But for me, it looks like we're about to enter that. I mean, I would give it 6 months, and we're probably going to start seeing the curve flatten depending on the Fed in this situation. And then markets are going to be volatile. People will still be searching for that bottom, and then that's where we go to. Biden live again. Spies coming down. Yeah, 423.20. Pretty low. All right, I made a play. I'll take this one. I'll take this one over the weekend. It's still risky, though, but it's in the middle. I try to keep it small. I'm mad. I wish we got it earlier. Low ticker popping off. I mean, we're buttering. We're getting back to 421. That's it. And then that's going to be the level. And then I don't know how much. There's still a lot of time off. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. Dude, I did it again. Like, again. Are you kidding me? Man. So, don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. My morale has been clapped by E-Trade's chart. I grabbed NTR for May. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed May call. Sorry, I was reading my futures. May call for NTR. I spent less than $20 or $200. So I only bought one less than $200, and then that's it. And then TD, they said they approved it, but they have to wait. They say on their back end it's approved. It should come by Monday. I need this. Puts, no, I got calls. ARC almost 52-week low. I know the plays are down on those, but again, I think they have a decent amount of time in this sense. I think we get more volatility, but those dropped 50%. Again, we made them free, but still, what happened to buy the invasion? It worked for 2 days, but again, it's recently. This is clearly going to be. I don't even think that was the real invasion, if that makes sense. You know, because you didn't really get the crazy reaction. So that's why it kind of like the times where the quote-unquote invasion led to more volatility. It was kind of like Afghanistan or Iraq back in the day. Apple could get down to 100. I think a lot of things could happen in this market. Anything, really. Man, I'm mad I messed that chart up. Is Biden live? And he might be live. Is he still live or did he retire?
The relationship between democracy and their
this just looks too real.
Concerns. If
I've never. This looks like an old video. It's so weird.
Pressing the vote and nullifying elections.
Is this from 1999?
What does that mean? It means big dark money dominates. So at the kitchen table, people will not have the confidence that they can have lower drug prices.
423 on the SPY. Watch for the butter or watch if it kind of chills out here.
For their children, or safer neighborhoods free of gun violence, because that big dark money, which would prevail if the Republicans have their
Why you
way
keep repeating
in
big dark money?
The vote and in nullifying elections. So much is at stake, nothing less than our democracy, but what democracy also means, fair elections mean in the lives of the American people. You have been, the time has found you. This is a president who has a great vision for our country. We see that every day. He has vision and values that go with it. He's a president who has knowledge and therefore judgment about policies that can work. You know his career. I don't have to go into it, but we do know that every day in his life he has made a difference in his political and official life. A president who is strategic in his thinking, who knows the path to get something done, and a person with such authenticity, such sincerity about what he believes in. He knows that kitchen table. His family has sat at that kitchen table when he was a little boy, in Pennsylvania, and then moved to Delaware. So again, God has blessed us with the timing of this presidency, with this person who is just making such a tremendous difference in the lives of the American people. So what a joy for us to be able to welcome him as we discuss how we go forward and how we impress upon the American people that their concerns are our concerns. We sit with them at that kitchen table, and we are determined, again, to win the election, to make the difference. And our message will be the message of the President of the United States, our special guest today, President Joe Biden.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, sit down. Please.
He meant that, like, sit the fuck down. Why does it look so weird?
Senate caucuses
this feels like an old video.
Democratic retreats to know that when the last speaker is up, we want to get the hell out of here. No matter who it is. But thank you.
Okay, now that joke, he really does want to go. He wants to hurry this up.
Let me begin by saying that when I ran, and a lot of you helped me, a lot of good people ran, I made it clear I was running for 3 reasons. Because I had no intention of running for office again. One left the vice presidency. But when I saw those folks come out of those fields down in Charlottesville, carrying torches and singing Nazi slogans and carrying swastikas and white supremacists, I decided to get engaged. The point is this. I had a message which I didn't consult with anybody about generating to begin with, which was not viewed as being very saleable. The first was that I thought it was essential to literally restore the soul of this country, a sense of decency and honor, a sense that you could trust one another, just restore the soul of the country, because what we were seeing was not who we are. And among some of our Republicans, what they're saying is still not who we are. The second thing I wanted to do, that's been the essence of my whole career from the time I ran 20 miles from here, a 29-year-old kid for the Senate, was that I wanted to rebuild the backbone of the country. And the backbone of the country is the working class and middle class. I'm so sick and tired of trickle down. When the middle class does well, the poor have a way up, and the wealthy do just fine. They do just fine. And the third thing, which a lot of you didn't like, I know, I thought we had to unify the country. Because ultimately, we are a democracy. And there needs to be, for it to work, there has to be consensus. And the consensus, you got to get a majority.
I think gas prices are trickle down. I'm not too sure.
For a lot of the important things, that's why we have to continue to maintain our majority. This off-year election, in my view, may be the most important off-year election in modern history, because we know what happens. We know the fundamental change that shifts if we lose the House and Senate. The only thing I'll have then is a veto pen. And so, folks, I want to thank Nancy for your introduction, for your friendship all these years, Nance, and Paul, thank you as well. And I want to thank the extraordinary job you've done delivering the omnibus, just like you delivered so many critical pieces of legislation last year. And Hakeem and Steny and Jim and Emmanuel Cleaver and Pete, Congresswoman Catherine Clark, and all of you out there. Let me first say that I want to thank you. Thank you for the support you provided Ukraine. I was on the phone today for a better part of an hour with Zelensky, who I speak to almost daily. The people of Ukraine have demonstrated a remarkable source of bravery and courage, but the security assistance that you provided has been absolutely critical in their defense. Second, I want to thank you for showing a unified front to the world. When Putin unleashed his assault, he thought he could divide NATO. He thought he could literally divide this country, the West, the United States, in terms of the parties. I know a former ambassador knows that out there. He thought he could divide Democrats and Republicans at home. But he failed. He failed. For months, the United States has worked tirelessly to keep our allies and partners together. As our former ambassador you see on television a lot, thank God, will tell you, I've spent literally hours and hours and hours and hours keeping the alliance together, the EU, NATO, and all of our allies, including our Asian allies. As a result, we've been able to ramp up our economic pressure on Putin and further isolate Russia on the global stage. This morning, along with the G7 nations in Germany, Canada, France, Italy, Japan, and the United Kingdom, we moved, which I know you wanted to do initially, and Nancy, I drove her crazy, on most favored nation status, as we call it in the United States, permanent normal trade relations, and eliminate them. But folks, I know I've occasionally frustrated you, but more important than us moving when we want to,
he's so mad they're clapping, he just wants to go.
Is together. They have different vulnerabilities than we do, just like in the oil embargo. A lot of them could not. The only way it took, I think you know, weeks to work out. I said, we're going to block oil, Russian oil and energy. We consume 15% of it. They rely totally on it. Without Russian oil, they're going to find themselves in a position where they get choked off in a way that far exceeds anything we do. Anything we do. So it took a long time sitting with my counterparts and saying, look, we're going to block oil, but I'm not going to ask you to do it. I'm going to say to you, you do what you can. I'm going to explain why it's not rational for you to do the same thing. In the meantime, we're going to help You get energy through liquefied natural gas and a whole range of other things. The point is, revoking PNTR for Russia has made it harder for Russia to do business with the United States, but in doing it with unison with our allies that kept together make up half the global economy, half of it. It's a crushing blow to Russia. Along with our partners and allies, we've stepped up pressure on corrupt Russian billionaires. We're increasing coordination among the G7 countries and to target, capture the ill-begotten gains, the yachts. You see some of these yachts 450 feet long. No, I'm serious. Hundreds of millions of dollars in value. They're luxury apartments. The totality of our economic sanctions and export controls are crushing the Russian economy. The ruble has lost, I know many of you know this in detail, lost more than half its value. You know what the value of a ruble is versus a dollar? You need 200 rubles to equal $1 today. 200. Moscow Stock Exchange is closed for a simple reason. I get asked, well, why is it closed? Because for the last 2 weeks, because the moment it opens, it will be disbanded. You hear me? It will blow up. Credit rating agencies have downgraded Russia's government to junk status. Junk status. The list of private business and international corporations leaving Russia is growing day by day by day. I want to be clear, though. We're going to make sure Ukraine has the weapons to defend themselves from invading Russian force. And we will send money and food aid to save Ukrainian lives. We're going to welcome Ukrainian refugees with open arms if, in fact, they come all the way here. And as we provide this support to Ukraine, we're going to continue to stand together with our allies in Europe and send an unmistakable message that we will defend every inch of NATO territory, every single inch, with a united, galvanized NATO. One movement. That's why I moved over 12,000 American forces along the borders with Russia, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Romania, etc. Because they move once. Granted, if we respond, it is World War III, but we have a sacred obligation on NATO territory, a sacred obligation, Article 5. And we will not, although we will not fight the Third World War in Ukraine. Putin's war against Ukraine was never be a victory. Democrats are rising to meet the moment, rallying the world on the side of peace and security. We're showing the strength and we'll never falter. But look, the idea that we're going to send in offensive equipment and have planes and tanks and trains going in with American pilots and American crews, just understand, and don't kid yourself, no matter what you all say, that's called World War III, okay? Let's get it straight here, guys. That old expression, don't kid a kidder. Now, I'd like to speak to our broader purpose here today, to remind everybody where we were a year ago, where we've gotten since, the direction we're headed in, and all of you know that today is the anniversary, as Nancy said, since we passed the American Rescue Plan. Within the first month of an office, thank God you did it. And anybody thought, well, we're going to pass a bill that's $1.9 trillion? Going to do that? Well, yeah, you did it. I ask you, and you did it. Few pieces of legislation, no hyperbole, in American history have done more to lift this country out of a crisis than what you did. It took about 2 million Americans before I was sworn in. 2 million Americans have been vaccinated. Today, because of the efforts what you voted for, we have more than 250 million Americans fully vaccinated. You all remember the lines of cars, you remember nice-looking cars stretched for hours and hours to Mokin just to get a box of food. Well, guess what? Stretching those miles and miles no longer is happening. That box of food is not only in the table, in the trunk. Because of that law, 41 million people put food on their table and are putting it on the table who wouldn't have been able to. Because of that law, We helped to keep a roof over 4 million people's heads who were about to be evicted. And we gave families what my dad used to call just a little bit of breathing room. Just a little bit of breathing room. Because we took action, we created 6.7 million jobs last year, more than any other time in American history. And we hadn't stopped. Last month, we created over 678,000 jobs in February to get us well over 7 million jobs. Unemployment is down 3.8%. The economy grew 5.7%, the best economic growth in the last 4 decades. And the leading financial firm on Wall Street, Moody's, estimates that because of the rescue plan, 4 million more jobs are created. Unemployment is 2% lower than it would have been, and had we failed to ask. And it didn't cause the inflation. Look, there's more to the story than that.
Nobody clapped.
When we went through that
was awkward.
last financial crisis in 2008, I had the dubious distinction of the president standing.
That was a
before me and
confused
said,
clap. Everyone's
Sheriff
like,
Joe
fuck.
is going to take care of the Recovery Act. Well, guess what? The economy recovered, but underneath the recovery, just like every other recovery in our history, there was a lot of pain. A lot of pain. Republicans in Congress refused to give President Obama the additional recovery funds he asked for. And the truth is, a lot of folks never got back on their feet. A whole lot of young people saw their futures dim, diminished. They didn't get back on track. And what's economists called the economic scarring that occurred as a consequence of that recession. The chronic pain when an economy comes back, but some of the folks are left behind and left behind almost permanently, trapped in long-term unemployment, evictions and foreclosures. Study after study showed that when you're stuck in that cycle, it has the worst impact on your emotional health and that of your children and your family members that you can imagine. And that's serious. So when I came to office in the midst of this crisis, I was determined not to let that happen. Together, we made the choice to ask for all that we needed, to leave nobody behind, to minimize the pain and the hopelessness and despair that so many had just lost their jobs, lost everything, through no fault of their own. And look what happened. It isn't just that unemployment rate has dropped at a record pace. We've also seen the biggest drop in long-term unemployment ever recorded in American history. Nearly 2.5 million Americans who got to break out of that cycle of long-term unemployment. We've seen the most significant drop in black and Hispanic unemployment ever recorded. Black employment fell by more than 30%. Hispanic unemployment fell by 9% to 4.4%. We've seen the lowest child poverty rate ever recorded, 40% decline in child poverty. The lowest number of home foreclosures ever recorded, down less than a third of what they were before the pandemic. Record low credit card delinquencies because families had money in their pockets. The list goes on. We've got a long way to go, though. I'm not saying we're over, we're just getting going. And a lot of work to do, but never forget what we've accomplished together so far. And by the way, the American people just trying to stay above water don't understand this. You tell them what the American Recovery Act was, they look at you like, what are you talking about? Understandably. They're like my family. Mom, dad, 4 kids, grandpa living in the house in a 3-bedroom suite-level home. Just every single day figuring out how you put enough food on the table, even when things are okay. Well, and on this one anniversary, the American Rescue Plan, let's be clear. We did it alone, without one single solitary Republican vote. The American economy is flat on its back. It was the Democrats, it was you that brought us back. And you didn't stop there. You invested in America. In fact, you passed the biggest investment of rebuilding the nation in history. Now, it's true we got some Republicans, friends, to help on the Infrastructure Act. But we're talking how many in the House? 12, 13, 14 or something, whatever it was? 13. I mean, come on. I was happy for them, don't get me wrong. And then every one of them got attacked. Look, have you noticed that every new bridge, every trench dug to put in to take out lead pipes, every trench dug, There's a Republican standing there saying, this is a great thing. Wonderful. We did it. Even Mitch McConnell, for God's sake. You know, as we say in my outfit, bless me, Father, for I have sinned. This has been so much since the last confession. Look, the simple fact is, this infrastructure bill is going to transform America. I mean, not figuratively, literally transform America. That's already starting. Instead of having infrastructure week, we have an infrastructure decade we voted for, okay? We got 4,000 projects all across the country, including 1,500 bridges in disrepair that are starting to be repaired this year. This year. People back home need to know what's happening. By the way, where's my Pittsburgh group? Where are you? They're in Pittsburgh. Anyway, I just reached out in Pittsburgh. That bridge, you saw that bridge, it was devastating. I stood there about that bridge. It had gone down an hour before I got there. Over a 100-foot fall. Only a couple folks on that bridge. And if it had been 2 hours later, school buses would have been filled. Children would have died. I mean, it was, you saw the pictures in the paper. You ought to stand there and lean over and look at it. Look, we need to tell the American people, this law is going to create millions of jobs rebuilding roads and bridges and airports and ports, internet, and a whole range of other things. Because that's what it's going to do. And that's why I'm not going to get into it right now, but that's why we have to make sure we have our education system up and running so we can produce the kind of workers we need, et cetera. But it's going to start to get rid of the poisonous lead pipes as well, so our kids and families can drink clean water. There's 10 million homes with lead pipes in America. And some of you on the health committee know the incredible studies done on the impact of lead on the brain of children and children's development. 400,000 schools. We're going to invest $65 billion to deliver affordable high-speed internet everywhere in America, urban, suburban, tribal, city. And by the way, we can't be this United States of America, we can't be the country where for a mom to get her kid on the internet to be able to do their homework has to pull into the McDonald's parking lot. I mean, for real. That's what's happening. This law is going to put an end to all of that. It's going to put people in a much different position to be able to determine their own judgments about when to sell their cattle, when they should. We're going to change things. But look, we all know that.
Yeah, bro, what the hell is happening?
Families are still struggling. They're struggling with higher prices. As I said, I grew up in a family where the price of gas went up. Everybody felt it. You talked about it. It mattered. It mattered. But let's be absolutely clear about why prices are so high right now. They're very high for two reasons, notwithstanding what the Republicans say. COVID, number one. What happened was, the way the global economy works.
So why do you need a paper for this?
Taiwan makes computer chips, shuts down because of COVID. It causes a ripple effect that can slow down the manufacturing in Detroit, which it did. One hitch can hold up everything. Because of the pandemic, we've had disruption in our supply chain materials and import materials. At the same time, the strength and speed of our economic recovery and families making more money still kept up. So here you had the unusual situation that during the pandemic, people had money to spend. But what they didn't do is they didn't want to go to restaurants. They didn't want to go out and go on vacations. They didn't spend money on leisure activities. So they wanted to spend it on other things, on hard goods, home improvements, televisions, additions to their homes. The very products that slowed down by disruption of the supply chain because there weren't people cutting 2x4s because of COVID. They were shut down. I could go on and list, you all know this. I'm preaching to the choir here. So what happened? Prices went up exponentially. Just take a look at automobiles last year. 1/3 of all the inflation in America last year was because of the price of automobiles. People had the money to buy automobiles, finally. But because the companies couldn't get semiconductors, they couldn't make the automobiles. As a result, the price of automobiles skyrocketed. And used cars, the reason used cars went up when the COVID hit and the leisure industry shut down, the rental cars sold all their stock. And so people are in real trouble. The second big reason for inflation is Vladimir Putin. From the moment he put his over 150,000 troops on the Ukrainian border, the price of gasoline in January went up 75 cents. And Putin began amassing troops along the border, and guess what? The world took notice. And those of you who work in the business know that the market anticipated. Prices went up more. And then Putin invaded. Make no mistake, inflation is largely the fault of Putin. I love, the Republicans saying it's Biden's gas pipeline.
It's largely
Biden
Putin.
said he's going to stop the Keystone pipeline, and I did. And that's the reason prices went up. Folks, let's get something straight here. The Keystone pipeline was 2 years away and had been 2% finished. Give me a break. Give me a break. Headline fact checkers.
So it'll be done by the end of this year then?
Republicans wrongly blame Biden for rising gas prices.
What's the calendar?
And it goes on to explain why gas prices are so high. Washington Post op-ed by Dana Milbank. Opinion, Biden heeded Republicans' plea to ban Russian oil. They pounced. And it goes on to talk about why it's gone. Don't let anybody tell you anything you did supporting the idea that we block Russian oil coming into the country, which is going, and I said at the time, prices are going to go up for gasoline. It wasn't anything we did. And by the way, you're in a situation right now where if you take a look, the idea, can we pump more oil? There are now there are 172 gas and oil rigs running. Now there are 519 in operation before this all began. But guess what? They have over 7,000 permits to dig oil if they want. Why aren't they out pumping oil? Why aren't they out pumping oil? Because they've said, and they're very clear, Wall Street bankers have made it very clear. Not a joke. Check it out. And I recommend these two articles to you, just as a little bit of a primer. You probably already know it. What's happened? Well, the oil companies and the executives, they don't want to pump more oil, although they have every capacity to do so. Nothing is slowing them up from doing it if they want to. Why? Rather than spend the profits in the increased price of gasoline, they would rather take those profits and buy back stock, buy back their own stock, rather than take that money and invest it in pumping new oil. Not a joke. Not a joke. So don't tell me gas prices rose because I've slowed down the American energy production. In my first year in office, American production grew by 9.7 million barrels today to 11.6 million, while we still made a major, major effort to deal with global warming and changing the way in which we shift to renewable energy. And don't tell me gas prices rose because of the American Rescue Plan. The San Francisco Reserve, Federal Reserve, analyzed this, and other outfits confirm. The rescue plan contributed to 0.3% of inflation. 0.3 inflation. They're the facts. Democrats didn't cause this problem. Vladimir Putin did. And we are working on to fix it. Because of the work we did, this country is vaccinated and started building the economy, the bottom up and the middle out. Something incredible is happening. We're seeing a manufacturing revival I don't think even those of you from the Midwest thought would occur. The pride that comes from stamping products made in America. Intel came to see me, the CEO. He said he wants to invest $20 billion to build factories in Eastern Ohio, manufacture computer chips. Semiconductors, the power of the world in everyday lives, smartphones, Intel, technology that doesn't exist today. And they're prepared to increase their investment from $20 billion now to $100 billion now. As soon as you get final passage of the innovation bill, headed to conference now. This bill will invest another $200 billion to make us competitive, including $52 billion in computer chips. We invented these damn things. We, the United States, everybody forget, we invented the computer chip and going to the moon. And we have been, every single solitary part of modernizing the technology and the computer chip has been American made. But we stopped making them in America. And now we're going to make them again. That's going to help bring down the price of automobiles, appliances, and so much more. It's not just Intel. Take a look what Ford and General Motors did. Ford committed $11 billion to build electric vehicles in America. It's the biggest investment ever. General Motors committed $7 billion to build electric vehicles. Remember when General Motors, Mary Barra, was suing California because it has a higher standard, mileage standard? I talked to her. I'm not saying she changed because of me. I talked to her. She came to call me and said she's going to drop her suit and that she's going to commit that 50% of all General Motors vehicles by the year 2030 are going to be electric vehicles. And everybody started following suit. Just a few years ago, companies might have built these factories elsewhere, but now they're building them in America. We're coming back. We're coming back stronger than ever before. And by the way, one of the things I've done, you know, I didn't know, maybe you all knew it, I didn't know when I was in the Senate, I should have, that there's law in the books. It's called Build America. You're allowed to insist, I get to spend, as your president, allocate a spending of $600 billion. Everything from the decks of aircraft carriers to a whole range of fleet of automobiles, all the things we spend money on in the government. Well, the law says that the President of the United States can say all those products have to be made in America. Well, what happened initially, we just got really lax, Democrats and Republicans, I might add, and said, here's the deal. If it has 55% American-made product and 45% is from foreign sources, that's okay. Not my book. So I just signed an executive order saying it's got to be a minimum of 75% to start. It's going to go up. And I think it's the third executive order I signed that no department can give a waiver for a non-American made product in any American product we're buying without my permission, without coming to the White House to determine whether or not that's justified. And know what's happening now? A lot of minority businesses, small businesses, getting in on the deal. It gets posted. There's an office in the White House that says, this is a product being built. We can't find contractors for this with an American product. Here's what we need. And guess what? It's increasing the number of small businesses. We also know there's no one way to increase the standard of living. Putin's gas tax has pushed prices up higher. We take American manufacturing to bring prices and cars down. But in the meantime, we can save people money in a big way by reducing the cost of child care, of insulin, of caring for mom and dad, of their energy bills. Because that's another way to fundamentally impact on inflation for a family. It gets down to what's the total amount of money you have to spend to meet your basic needs. So guess what? If you're instead of the 200,000 folks with kids with type 1 diabetes, if instead of spending an average of $647 a month for that insulin, as high as $1,000, you're only paying $35, you've saved a hell of a lot of money. Think about your parents, particularly single parents, particularly women out there. The cost of child care. Look, when I got here, as Nancy and some of you know, I'd lost my family. It was an automobile accident. I got a call saying my wife was dead, my daughter was dead, and my two boys were very badly injured. And I hadn't been sworn in yet. I'm making an awful lot of help from a lot of senators saying, come and stay just 6 months, help us organize. Oh, was I stupid? 6 months. But they saved my sanity. And so I came. And everybody says, God, isn't that Joe Biden a wonderful guy? He commuted every single day, roughly 300 miles a day, 4 hours a day, just to be home with his kids. It's true, I did. It's true, I did over 2 million some miles on Amtrak. But here's the deal. I did it because I could not afford child care. I couldn't even begin to think of it. And I was making at that time as a United States Senator, I was making more money than I'd made before. I couldn't afford it. So I think anybody making $100,000 a year, single person, or 120 as a family, should have child care capped at 7% of their income, period. Period. We can do that. We'll cut the cost of child care in half, and a family's paying $14,000 a year in San Francisco, Philadelphia, all the big cities of the country, for just one child. And look, that extra $7,000 in their pocket will make a difference what they can do. There's so much we can do. Let me be clear, none of this is going to increase inflation. 17 Nobel laureates spontaneously, a month and a half ago, wrote to me. 17 Nobel laureates in economics wrote me a long paper saying this will help ease inflationary pressures over time, not increase it, ease. And we can do this without raising one single penny on taxes on anybody making less than $400,000 a year. Let me say that again, be crystal clear. No one making less than $400,000 a year will pay a single additional penny in tax for all these things that were in the Build Back Better plan. We have to do this. We have to do this. We have to ask it easy. Ask the biggest, those are the biggest corporations who pay very little, to raise their hand. Everybody in here, raise your hand if you think the existing tax structure is remotely fair. I'm not being serious. I could do this at a Republican meeting privately, and they'd say that no one would raise their hand. But look, we have in 2020, 55 of the biggest corporations in America, the Fortune 500, paid zero in taxes, and they made $40 billion in profit. $40 billion. You know it, I know it, the American people know it. It just isn't right. Look, I'm a capitalist. This isn't about punishing anybody. I love Bernie, I really do, he's a great friend, but I'm not Bernie. If you can make $1 billion, make it, but for God's sake, pay your fair share, for damn it, right now. But why are teachers and firefighters paying a higher percentage of taxes than billionaires and big corporations, which is literally true, literally true. And we can fix this. We can raise the standard of living for hardworking people without raising taxes, without raising inflation, and without raising the deficit. And for all those folks out there who like to attack us let me remind them, last year, because of what you all did, we reduced the deficit by $360 billion. We, the Democrats, while the economy grew. We're on track right now. I'm on track to be the first president in history to lower the deficit by over $1 trillion in 1 year. So I'm sick of this stuff. We have to talk about it because the American people think the reason for inflation is government spending more money. Simply not true. I don't think we need any lectures from our friends on the other side about fiscal responsibility, for God's sake. Look, we have an ambitious agenda. So let's go get it done. That includes standing up for and not giving an inch on core democratic values. We're going to continue to stand up to meet the great challenges of our time: voting rights, climate change, gun violence, criminal justice, immigration, and so much more. Coming out of the State of the Union, I think we're in a strong position. We have a record to be proud of. An agenda will lower costs for American families and lift this nation up. And the message that resonates: we're building a better America, a fair America, a more decent America, a country that's been through a lot these past few years. And I mean what I said. I meant what I said at the State of the Union. We're stronger today than we were a year ago, and we will be stronger next year than we are today. I've long said, and I mean this sincerely, I've spent a lot of time with Xi Jinping, over 36 hours of private meetings with him. He asked me, we're in the Tibetan Plateau, and he asked me if I could define America for him. Just me, a simultaneous interpreter, him and an interpreter. And by the way, I turned all my notes over. Okay? But seriously, he said, can you define America for me? He's a tough guy. I said, I can. I said, in one word. And he looked at me. I said, possibilities. We're the only nation in the world. It's the reason why we're looked at as sometimes being arrogant. We think anything is possible. Anything is possible if we act together. Look, we've taken every crisis we ever faced and turned it into an opportunity. Think of one that hadn't had that way. Whatever the crisis was, we've come out of it better than we were in before it occurred, every single time. But we got to stick together. We got to stick together. We can do this again. We can do it. Look, I'm going to get going. I shouldn't. I'll stop here. I know you all have questions. Anyway, thank you, and I'll be back here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Where is it? That's it. They just let him walk out like that? No. We need it.
Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that.
Nah, all Putin's fault, son. Down with Putin. That's no get inflation. He's sick of it. Yeah, fucking sick of it. Who wants to smoke? Yeah. Sorry. That was unreal, but it was real. So that was cool. I guess a little bit more clarity into the situation of what's going on. So yeah, so we got, man. That's what we got. That one was it was there, you know, it was there. It was a cool one. It was a cool one. He's sick of it. It's cool to see him. I've never seen him like with like a strong tone before. So it's cool that like I think they're doubling down on that one, but it's very interesting. I mean, honestly, the next 6 months are going to be very interesting. 1970s inflation, I mean, that's why I highlighted it. I hope you guys know. I mean, this is the shit where I say where it's just like, again, there's background to it a little bit, but it's very, like, again, there's history, just is what I'm trying to say. 1970s, it played out very, very similar. Again, where, you know, they say it's this, they say it's not that, but they blame everything from oil, greedy people, again, this is in the 70s I'm talking about. It's the same thing. So, it's not too bad. This is where I lose you. People don't listen. I mean, again, I hope you, I mean, a lot of people, like I said, even in the chat, I wouldn't get too crazy. In the sense that, I mean, I feel like most people aren't willing to have discussions here. If you say like one comment here, 2 comments there, you know what I'm saying? So it's just a lot of stuff, you know, I was listening. That's why I said it's kind of wild. I mean, I personally, it doesn't mean I'm a Biden hater. It does not mean I'm a Trump lover, but personally, I don't believe the inflation response, or to say that inflation was caused. Again, can you say that on the next CPI? Maybe. But right now, and like all the data and everything else, it's very hard to try to put the full blame on there. And that's why I bring up the 1970s, because, again, my job here is to look at this and, you know, I will take advantage of the truth. I mean, I will make money on it. That's why I'm saying I don't believe it. And again, that's why I look back at history, because how this played out, it was the same exact thing. I wasn't alive, granted, so that's going to be one of the different things. So I imagine this is what it feels like to be able to like see it. And then there's the time delay. We talked about that with the recession, but like this looks like this is, again, I hope you watched that recession video from yesterday, because it's like, just pay attention to these conversations, because this is going to happen for a couple, like, that's why the next 6 months is going to be crazy, because then whether this answer works or not. But I personally don't believe that. That's why, you know, again, I brought up all the charts I bring up again, and I'm trying to bring information so that you guys can balance it out. Like literally every single talking point, it's cool. If the president says it, that's what he says. That's what he believes. Awesome. But like, again, when they're saying people are making more money, again, you're making $25 an hour, $15 an hour, your gas is more. Literally, real wages in the United States are lower than 2008 right now. And this is not accounting for gas prices. This is not accounting for what has happened. This data is behind. So imagine what that chart is going to look like. That's why I'm saying it's just like it's hard for me to believe that one. So there's that one. Then they start bringing up oil, and then they're literally saying oil. I gave you a link because I couldn't find this earlier, and that was from the American Energy Institute. It's an organization. Again, you could go find the owners. I think it's linked to like Enron, but this is what I was looking for. The Mike Summers, the chief executive of the API. So you get the API data reports for oil, API inventories. You've probably heard all of these, but literally he even said 48 hours ago, Biden administration is misusing facts. Again, the quote here, just because you have a lease does not mean there's actually oil and gas in that lease. There has to be development that occurs between leasing and ultimately permitting of that acreage to be productive. I think they're purposefully misusing the facts to advantage their position. Again, that's the second thing. So when I'm bringing these up, I hope you realize, again, people could talk shit in the chat. I don't really give a fuck. I'm trying to make money on this when it's all said and done, and I'm just giving you the information. Literally, if someone on TV is saying this happens and I could pull up a chart in 5 seconds, do you see what I'm saying? It's just like, it's pretty wild. And again, 1973 and the history of it, again, I've said this many times. It's just very, very simple. 1973, 1970, they blame the exact same things. And that's why I'm saying the timeline is so important, because first they start with the oil prices, then they go with the greedy people, and then the businessman, then they blame the speculators, and then they take the focus off of the actual government spending. And that's what he's saying. He's saying that's not the case. You could name a lot of facts, but we have information, we have history if you go and look at it. So that's what I'm saying. And I hope really, again, all the conversation, if you're going to say he's this, he's that, y'all just like throwing them out there. If you want to have a discussion on it, and that's what I'm saying. It's like, again, all of these sources, again, even 1970s, people have talked about it from Milton Friedman to other, there's backgrounds explaining, there's real theses on it. Again, the data that I'm bringing up, it is all factual data. It is real data. And that's where I'm saying all of this to put it together. It's just, I want you guys to make your own decision. Y'all can keep fighting about what it is, but if you know what's going on, it's going to inform you to make a better financial decision at the end of the day. Shit like this, if you're telling me the reason that oil is because of Putin, bro, I'm holding my fucking oil calls. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's stuff like that where I'm saying if you have the information, that's that. If you're listening for politics and take this to the dinner table or take it to Reddit and argue with people, then it's a little different. But like I'm saying, we need accurate data. That's it. That when it's all said and done for finance, there's a reason we could track ships and have this data. Even then, Bloomberg, they'll show both sides of the story regardless. I mean, you could find bias if you would like to, but at the end of the day, the data is what's going to let you make good financial decisions. That's it. Sounding greedy? Not at all, because I'm doing this for free for 4,000 people to make sure that they have the data and facts, not charging a single dime. Even though we do have services where we can charge money, we will never treat anybody who pays money different than somebody who doesn't pay money. So everybody gets the help, and that's why I'm saying my job is to give the data and the facts. So if I'm greedy, I encourage you to be greedy rather than, lost in the sauce and then fighting with people over stuff, and then you're going up to fill up at the gas tank and then you can't even tell anybody why, or then you start telling people it's because of this and that, when reality it's right here. But if you know this, and if you've been listening to this channel for the last year and a half, 2 years, no matter what COVID is thrown at you or this situation, you would have at least gotten a couple weeks warning of anything, whether it was Bitcoin, whether it was just random growth assets, again, oil at the beginning of the year, all of it. So I may sound greedy, but at the end of the day, thousands of other people just like you. Again, we don't treat people with money special here. That's it. I could close this off, charge X amount of dollars for this, keep the private info. You get a lot less open interest on the plays. You can find plays, and people wouldn't have heard about things for a long time. So, but that's just not what it is, and that's why I'm saying I would focus on the data. Protect yourself financially, and the fact is we're all here. We're all average people. I don't know why even then at the end of the day, like, don't get it fucking twisted. Like, I'm an average person. That's all it comes down to. When it's all said and done, like, I'm in your boat. I am not one of these. I know you guys think I got a lot of money and I'm rich and this and that. I don't even live balling like that. I ain't even got a yacht. I ain't even act like, literally, Biden has more assets than me, bro. All of these people do. I am not in that category, bro. Like, I go and see my mom. My mom barely even shops on Amazon. Like, I eat the, bro, I just closed a fat real estate deal and I had fucking Chick-fil-A the next day. Like, do you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. If you have millions in your 20s, you're not average. Nah, it's how you live, I think, is the real thing. It has nothing to do with money when it's all said and done, because we're talking about people that are controlling everything. Like, legitimately, everybody pays for gas. Everybody pays for this stuff. And again, I'm not trying to take sides with anything. I'm just saying, like, yo, like, can we be real about what a fact is? You know what I'm saying? And can we just look at some of the data? And at the very least, if you don't want to even engage in that, I'm just saying, I just don't slip up and just, like, look at what's in front of you and learn and just protect yourself with all of this. And I hope that you all do it. You know, at the end of the day, I know everybody in here, at least my goal is I'm gonna make sure nobody in here gets caught slipping if it's that big of a deal, especially when it comes to what we've been working for, our finances, all of that. So let's do it, man. But God bless you. Let the trolls bother you. No, nobody even. I think everyone's chill. I just wanted to get that out there because I know I'm bringing up the data and I know people are seeing a certain way. We've already established any political comments in here. If you're not having a real discussion with someone, like, you're just like you just I don't know what you're doing. Like, you're just one of those, like, you're the dude who drinks a lot at the club and then you just like to start like, yo, what's up, man? You bump into me? You bump into Biden? Yo, you bump into Trump? You bump? Nah, and it's just not. That's not what it is. I just wanted to clear it up that. You could have real conversations here if you would like. We could talk about it again, and there's data about it. So are you ready? It's Friday. So, yeah, I'm still holding oil, though. So, that's what it comes down to. That's all it comes down to. I think this weekend, we're going to see, but, I mean, all the other developments, again, commodities are up after this. Today's an interesting day. We're pretty low. I almost took off the chart. A lot of the oil companies came back, and then we're going to really see how this comes in tomorrow. This is still right. We're right at the lows of Monday before the final, like, slip. I'm going to Tijuana tomorrow. You want to join me? Are you the same dude who got the? Yeah, it is. You're the same dude who the chick jacked your catalytic converter. I'm gonna pass. I don't know who you roll with, man. You know what I'm saying? I think you have way too much fun for me. You gonna get me, and I don't know who you gonna hang. Man, you gonna go to TJ? Bro, if you were in America and a girl jacked your catalytic converter, have you been to TJ? I'm just saying. I roll with God. Okay, you sound like, what's his name? Is it Samson? It's like, I roll with God. Just don't let him. Just don't tell him the secret, though. That's it. Remember, even Samson was like that too. He was like, I roll with God. He was like, "Dad, this girl keep trying to find out my secret. I don't know. It's like she trying to set me up, but she cute though. You almost keep." Nah, it's not mine. No. It's like if I'm sleeping. So watch out. Just watch out. The Bible had crazy stories, bro. I feel you. Tijuana. What's the reverse repo? It's like a repo, but reverse. So, like, you give somebody money, but then you say you're going to just, like, pay them back at the end of the day. It's how it's being used now is one thing, but it's like somebody takes something from you, but it's reverse. You give somebody something, you say, hey, I need this for, like, 12 hours. I'm going to pay you back in 12 hours at 0.025. Is that cool? So I'm going to give it to you, and then, boom, at the end of the day, you return it back to me. So they use, again, it's used often in times. It depends on the liquidity and the liquidity situation of banks and stuff like that. Because, like we said, just like the same thing with they use the FRIOS again. They're getting rid of the LIBOR, but it's like when you have to do the interbank. It's like a reverse payday loan, kind of exactly, but shorter term and then with a certain amount of money. But they do that when the funding. If you need to go and give a certain asset, or if you need to give out certain loans, or you need a certain amount of money, or you have too much money on hand and you can make a profit for it, you go and loan it out. Oh, yeah, and JP Morgan, I put it out on the stream alerts. Troy posted in here, too. They are linked to the nickel short, so that's not good at all, but we'll see. I think all the other banks are clapped here today, so we'll see. Hedge funds pumping for the last 2 weeks. Hedge funds have actually been selling out. So we showed that on the watch list a couple days. I think I still have the chart low-key because I was just looking at it. So this was as of last week. This is from the watch list. So if you don't watch it, you're a watch hole. But as of last week, hedge funds were pretty much 4-to-1 selling than buying compared to retail. They liquidated $4 billion last week. Retail is $1 billion, and corporate and institutions are buying. Institutions are different than hedge funds. Sometimes we like to confuse the two. And I'd tell you that as too, if you ever get like even tinfoily or you want to blame the big man, understand institutions are different than hedge funds, but they are often confused as the same. So keep that in mind. But corporate could make sense with a lot of the bonds and backing stuff with certain collateral. But really, retail has been buying and hedge funds have been selling out. That was end of last week. So I'm sure by the end of this week, we could get another data point and really see. Can we get an hourly tinfoil thought? I don't have any tinfoil, honestly. My only, just the digital currency was the only one. I don't know. Cash secure puts and wheel. It works, but it's slow. It's slower than you think. That's usually what it comes down to. And then you could get put in a position, but it could be nice. Again, a lot of people, they like it. It's kind of like cash out refinancing, or it's kind of like covered calls when people first learn about it. So, I mean, what you could try is try paper trading one for like a quarter and then just see how long it takes and see if you're satisfied with those results. That's usually the best way to look at it because, again, often you could pull off the wheel, but the question is, are you going to have the patience for it? And then how much are you going to make off of it? And is it going to be worth that level of work, patience, so on and so forth? Yeah, TLT has done nothing, though, again, and now bonds, even the SPY's move, but bonds, remember, bonds and SPY, there's been a pretty big disconnect today. USO is an option to options. What do you mean? Like buying just USO stock instead of just getting the option? You can, and it gives you decent exposure. I'm currently messaging your Instagram account about Forex. Is this you? Yeah, bro. Like I was just giving that whole discussion. And I was just explaining all of that, you know. We were going over like politics and then data, and then we jumped into like reverse repos, and then I saw that you were interested in Forex, so I'm really good at multitasking. That's where I'm like not average. I can multitask great. So then I was just like, I was like, how's your trading doing? You know, is it doing good? Have you thought about crypto? I'm just kidding, man. That's not me. That's a scammer. I just posted a story on my real Instagram too. Just please report it though. But yeah, that's not me, man. Thousands of Americans are not going to have a bank account. Well, it could elaborate off the tinfoil. The thing about a digital currency that you have to understand, even if it did happen and come out, not everyone's going to be able to use it. There's a lot of other countries at one point, so it's not that scary at the end of the day. Thanks for the answer. Yeah, man. I love you, though. I appreciate you. What if it was me in your Instagram DMs, what would you ask me? Like if it was like me, like let's say we had a conversation and I was like, "What's up, Kyle?" And then like, what did you respond? How would it work? How would it like? I mean, I love you, so just let's talk. I mean, you're here right now. That's why I don't really DM too much. That's why I say it's just simple. Usually, if you ever want to talk and you guys have questions, I mean, this is usually an easier form, if anything. Have you sinned today? Yeah, probably. I'm a sinner. I sin every day, probably. I try my best not to. And even if I didn't, I still couldn't shake the feeling that I am still a sinner. And that's why my need for Christ is greater than ever on every single moment I'm alive. Tinfoil. Oh, Josh, Mountain Dew or Monster? Is that what he asked me? Is that what Kyle said? I didn't see it. If he says that, I'll be tripping. I'll be like, I would say Mountain Dew. I like Red Bull over Monster. What is the meaning of life? To multiply and be fruitful. So what your first goal in trading was and how you got your money to keep cash flowing while starting up. So my first goal in trading realistically was to become rich as fuck. Like I was young. So I was really, really young. That's how I got into it. And I was like, wow, like I was like, dude, this is how you're going to make money. Like honestly, like when I was even young and I first started trading, I was 14 years old. But like here's like something, because like I was already trying to hustle shit on Craigslist even at that age. Like I would find, like I knew about stuff very, very young and I was like trying to hustle shit, right? So this was a realization that I had that like blew my mind, because it's like if I bought like let's say I bought 10 watches from China and I sold it on Craigslist, right? And I would make $15 per watch or something, $20 per watch, right? And then I make 200, 1,000, whatever it would be, right? One of the first things I realized with trading, when I was like understanding like shares and 5 shares, and then how you would get up like $1 per share, it would lead, if you had 100 shares, it would make $100, right? So my mind was blown, because I was like, oh shit, the stock market is like selling things online, but then I don't need to go anywhere to get the item, and I don't need to go anywhere to sell the item. That's it. I was viewing it as like little items I would sell. So that was part of it. And then how I got my money, especially even for the long term, I did a house flip when I was 18. How did I get the money before that? I was selling shit on Craigslist, or I would work little jobs. I did like marketing and consulting stuff for companies before everybody was going crazy with it, like the social media stuff. But this was like from high school, leading into college. And then I did a house flip. That got me some capital, and then all the while, I did other stuff along the way, whether it was just selling stuff, side hustles, but then a lot of real estate is what gave me my money to keep going, because I failed many, many times. And it took me a long time to become, profitable, or at least keep my money. But at the end of the day, it was, real estate did a lot of work for me on the side. And then that's why, but like putting it back in. And as I grew in trading, I realized it wasn't going to be like, I never used it for income. Again, I knew I could get rich off of it, but that's why it's like, I would trade during class and stuff. I would do trades here and there. And then as political events would happen, and I had a knack for it, I figured, I was like, well, these are like the events where like you can make a lot trading, but otherwise it was just long term. I've been holding stocks since I was 14 years old. And that's why I say it to everybody to do it, because like that was like the biggest blessing of my life, to be exposed to the stock market and like owning an asset at that young, because nobody in my family ever had. So not my mom has never owned a stock in her life. Neither has my dad, let alone my grandpa, my grandma, my grandpa's grandpa, anybody. So it was just, I learned it very young, and I got to buy one, but it's like, again, I needed real estate money to kind of like keep going and like survive throughout, to be able to hold stuff. But at the end of the day, that's why it was so mind-blowing, because as I got older and older and older and kept buying and holding stuff, at some point, like if I wanted to live off of stock investments, I could, without even real estate now at this point. But it's not ever something I've decided that why not do both? So that's it. You sell houses as an agent? No. I got close to one, or like I just did a deal. I just ended up referring it. I referred it there to Lending Tips. I still got paid off of it, but I didn't want to do it. And then once I saw what that person did, and then with the flipping stuff, I was just like, I'm just gonna flip them, and I'm just gonna buy them and hold them, if anything, or like rentals. So my real estate career was actually pretty short in terms of an agent, but I've been an investor the whole time. Bro, the SPY charts are messed up. So does that help, Kyle? Is that a good question? What about partial home ownership? You can, but it's not really good for liquidity. So like if you have certain liquidity needs, it's not really like there. You know what I'm saying? Got your initial capital for real estate doing side hustles. Yeah, I saved up like 20 grand, 25 grand, and then I split it. I split the down payment for a hard money loan with that Arab guy. He was one of my like early real estate mentors. He was just like literally just knew him from where I grew up, and like he was always in it. He was older and he was down. He had money. He was like he was the guy who like had the first Mercedes, and like we would be like, what? Like, yo, he was just like the hustler kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how you always have that one like hustler homie, and like he would just always be up on like it. Like nowadays it's like the kids who like sell sneakers and like hype beasts, and they got like the nice car, they got the nice gear, and you're like, how are you young? And then like, you know what I'm saying? But we flipped the house together. Then it was a tremendous flip. But like I said, I was literally buying the real estate dip, the first ever big 50% decline, and never seen before in history. That's when my real estate career started. So you could say timing, you could say luck, it makes sense, but that's something I'll tell you. That moment reminds me a lot of this moment. Not like now, but like a year ago at the beginning of 2021 when I was screaming from the rooftop, buy real estate, buy real estate. And then everybody on YouTube was saying it's going to crash. I'm selling my real estate. But like I remember I made that video. I said, stop lying about real estate. Oh, man, y'all don't feel me. But it feels like this moment, because that was a moment where like real estate prices were just going insane. And like you could have bought a house and flipped it for like 30 to 50% more in a second. So like that's where it gets crazy. And that's where I'm like, it feels like that a lot. You know what I'm saying? So, but that was the timing of it. So again, a lot has to do with timing. And that's why I always say though, like at every moment, you're always going to have no matter when you start, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter when you start, just start now. Because within a year or two, you'll realize one of those like crazy moments is going to hit you in the face. And if you're prepared and ready and you take advantage of it, Lady Luck arrives and you take advantage, I mean, you're going to be good to go. Let me see. Where is it? Start today. Tell him, Zach. Zach's a great example of start today. Oh, sorry. I found the video. Yeah. 9 months ago. This was even in May when it came out. And we already put out the video before. I want to see the description. But yeah, everybody is lying about real estate in 2021. So like literally at the beginning of real estate 2021, it was going up. We made those videos. Remember, I was in like the Roblox and stuff. We were talking a little bit before that. I think I said the best investment for 2021 was going to be crypto and real estate. And then CVS investigated how executives handle sexual harassment claims. But like literally, like what ended up happening, like again, it was like it went crazy from January to March or May, And by May, everybody was like, okay, it's too hot. The people said they were selling. They said it's going to crash. They said it's not sustainable. And then just go look at May 2021 till now is still insane. Even from October. You guys realize real estate from October till today, isn't that crazy to think about? October, November, December, January, February. It's almost been 6 months since October. And it's crazy because real estate keeps going up from that. People are even noticing that. But that's what it came down to. It's barely slowing down. It's like kind of not really. It's just weird. Again, I just sold a luxury property in 10 days. Like, it's insane. I never would have expected that in my life. Bro, like back in the day, even when I made that video, CVS is dropping off of that. Like January 2021, like that's when it was like March and May when luxury started to speed up. Traditionally, properties over the price of like $3 million, they sit on the market for 90 days. Seriously. Houses above $3 million that before March 2021 or May 2021, it was literally 90-day average. And then as everything sped up and it got really hot, it dropped to about 60 to 45 days. And then I was like, wow, but even then, bro, like right now, if you have a super expensive property and you either price it good or it's in a high demand place, it's an insane market. I would have never expected that in a million years to be able to sell a multi-million-dollar property in 10 days is unreal. Only thing that slows inventory. It's just not. Believe me, I thought the what's it called was gonna go away. I thought these mother effers overbidding. I thought that was gonna out the window, but it lasted too long. How much is my bracelet? I do not know. I got it as a gift. It was a gift from my friend for one of the first TLT play, if you remember, in August 2019. I have a friend who's a jeweler, and he does a lot of jewelry. I want to like shout him out, but he doesn't even like go too much for like he's just a very humble guy. But even then, he also, I don't know if you guys are gonna just like harass him. He's dope though, and I don't want you guys to buy. He hooks me up fat. But yeah, so I don't know, man. But I like it though. It means a lot to me. John Bobbis, 7 years. Who's that? Oh wait. Oh, you said Josh Bobbis, 7.5-year gains have been wiped off. Got better. I mean, again, it could be an opportunity. I'd be definitely watching it. Do you have luxury tax? No. On interest-only loans, just make sure it makes sense. That's it. Like, if it's certain amounts, like if it saves you considerably enough money, do it. Like, especially if it's more expensive and that interest only doesn't hit you too hard, or like if it lowers your payment by like 20 or 30%, then maybe I could consider it. But a lot of times, interest-only loans on smaller ones, it's not it don't really hit like that. It's like, because sometimes you'll save like $50 a month, $100 a month. I would just rather just get a normal loan with it, because in that case, the bank is going to be making way more off of you and you're not even getting to save that much liquid cash. Spy, something just flipped. FedEx demand better pay after holiday season. That's not it. FDA backs recalls not alarming upstream occlusion. It's coming down a little bit. I saw the email, Zach. We are going to get on a call soon, Zach. I am proud of you, man. Keep it up. And I'll tell you, like, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. You got the ability. I know it's like, even if I don't think you need to be like reached out to and like every single time, like you just stay on the path, bro. It's really exciting. I remember I read that email the other day. I'm very, very proud, bro. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep grinding. It don't matter what happens. Focus on the goal. There's ups and downs. And we going to get that property, baby. We going to get that property. Amen. I'll see if I figure this out. I need to get people out to this area. It's super cheap, and it's super. I got a risky real estate play. Because again, remember when somebody asked me the other day, and they're like, "Do you buy real estate?" Because, and I told you guys, like, I don't chase down these areas in a certain way where it's like people are like, "Oh, the factory is going to be built over here." You know what I'm saying? But I have a risky one because I found an area with like a crazy like we're talking just I can't say too much about it without it, like it's wild, but it's super cheap. If I could confirm it's there, or if I do a transaction on it, I will let you guys know. But we're talking $5,000 land plots all the way up to like $100,000 properties, and then it would be like a 5 to 10 years. But I think if it hits, I think it'll 10x, like easily. So it's a crazy one. Let's see. Why not open the 15? Always so jittery. I'm not jittery at all. I just call it out. I see it. We just got to do what we got to do. On triple net, they're good if you could get it. I mean, if someone's willing to pay all the expenses and everything. What happened to SPY? There wasn't any news headlines. That's why we were looking. But it kind of just, it could be some other names too. Yeah, Tesla's down, hitting a low. Could be tech. Again, Apple was bad, but they came up. Microsoft came up a little bit too. How do I succeed on my first flip? Just make sure it's a good price. Email me. Just send me, literally, if you're working on it, let me know what you think it's worth, or send me the address, and I'll just tell you what it's worth. And I'll give you an idea, and then you could use some numbers to be conservative, and then that's it. But if you get a good, nothing to be scared about. Again, if the numbers make sense, you make your money off of the buy, nothing to fear at all. What's R? Is that BNR? What is that? Is that DNR? BKR? Baker Hughes. Let's list my house on Monday. So many offers. Isn't it? It's wild. It's absolutely wild. Even if it doesn't seem like a lot's happening, it's crazy. Like everything is wild. We're coming down a little bit. Oil, I gave my prediction on oil yesterday. I pretty much think for the next 6 to 7 days, you're not going to hit another high. It could potentially go a little bit lower. It's probably going to stay above 100, and then it'll probably level out. It'll base at a certain range right below the highs for another 6 or 7 days, and then I'm assuming it comes up. Again, I call it the Omicron pattern, invented by the Colt 2022. This is the oil Omicron pattern. So this is what happened last time. No, we don't know why the market just turned red right there. Baxter recalls software-controlled infusion pumps. When there's no other headlines have came in right now. The Omicron first SPR was 25%. I think this was, 130 to 105. Might be similar. But literally, like here, and you see it's been a couple days. We went lower, but that's why I'm saying the best way to understand this is just don't it's just not going to hit a high for the next 7 days. You see what I'm saying? At least for the next week, no matter what. Even if it goes crazy, it's going to work its way back up to 130, just like we fought around like 110 to 120. So that's why I think it's going to do something like this, chill out a little bit, and then probably around April, maybe after the Fed, we might see those moves come back again. I just have B&O in the money, I'm pretty sure. They're still in the money. No, they fell out of the money? Oh, scammers. But right at the money, I have oil calls for October. Does wheat have the same pattern? It does, but wheat's just going to move a lot slower. But a lot of things will move like this. This is both like psychology as well as just kind of understanding the momentum there for a little bit and the developments. This was like peak escalation. It comes down, but then that's why I'm waiting. Do you see what I'm saying? Because now I don't know if it's going to trade the same way as oil, but then I'm saying if it fell below 1,000 a bushel, we'll have a different story. That's why I'm saying we got to watch out for it. But the key is it just doesn't hit a new high for 5 to 7 days. That is his own little pattern in and of itself. That's where it's like time starts to chill out, and then you do your thing, and then things have to come back to it. Oof. Musk is trying to pull out of his contract. Which one? With the as he is trying to vacate what's it called? A plea deal. The plea deal that he did in 2018 or 2016. He's trying to vacate that because he says the SEC is harassing him and just requiring, costly documents and timing, and they're not really seriously pursuing anything. My email is tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Okay, Spy's coming in. You got Kirby. I do need to go pee. Kirby. I took the V and now I'm saying yo. I'm fucking sick of this. You know what the I think? It's Putin's problem. Hey, they said we didn't do. I said you're a piece of. Come on, simple. We do. I'm fucking sick of it. Sorry, I got a little aggressive. Kirby.
So I don't have any. I don't have any.
Dog, this is the Russell Westbrook of the fucking White House, bro.
Another question.
Why does he always look so fresh?
What exactly is going to be the tone?
Honestly, I hope I have this swag when I'm older. Like, look, he even got the hairline pushed back, but he make it look like he got a full hairline. You know what I'm saying?
Second defense ministerial now.
Look at my guy, bro.
In light of this issue, comes at a critical time here. 2 weeks, that would be more likely 3 weeks into this conflict, and I don't know what things are going to look like next week, but obviously we can expect the defense ministers to talk seriously about what NATO is doing to better shore up its defenses, and making sure that we all have a common sight picture of the threat environment and what needs to be done, again, to meet our Article 5 commitments.
So there's no, is there an agenda is there something specifically that tops the agenda with regards to Ukraine?
I would let NATO and the Secretary General speak to it's his defense ministerial. I don't want to get ahead of his agenda. That's really for him to speak to. The Secretary is pleased to be able to go in person and be there to meet with other defense ministers, whoever is going to be there. And we know that there's a lot to talk about. I mean, there's an awful lot going on inside the alliance. The alliance is more relevant than ever. It's more united than ever. It's certainly a more viable alliance than it's ever been. Again, there's going to be a lot of material to go through, both in terms of what we're seeing happen in Ukraine and the effect that needs to have on the alliance going forward, including the application of the NATO response force and what that looks like, where and who and when. All that we expect will be discussed. In the back there.
Thank you. I want to follow up about North Korea. The Indo-PACOM increased the readiness among the missile defense forces in the region earlier this week. So could you tell us a sense of what steps the Indo-PACOM has taken since then? What has changed before and after this new direction?
What has changed is we've increased ISR coverage in the Yellow Sea, and Indo-PACOM has increased their ballistic missile defense readiness, and I think you can understand why we wouldn't detail every bit of that effort. Okay? Yeah, in the back there.
on cold response, which you briefed on Wednesday, the Russians told the Norwegians, I think last week, that they wouldn't send observers to exercise, and we've already seen Russian jets fly over Swedish territory in the Baltic Sea. So are the forces involved in cold response on guard or wary about any attempted provocations or other interference?
Look, we always take force protection at a premium here. It's always a factor. It is an exercise. And here's the deal. We actually announced it. In fact, we've been talking about the preps for it for quite some time. It's a defensive exercise. And I stood up here the other day and walked through all the capabilities that we're going to be training to and what those Marines and sailors are up to. We'll continue to be as transparent about the exercise as possible. There's no reason for anyone to view this as some kind of threat. Therefore, there'd be no reason for anyone, including the Russians, to threaten it. But obviously, force protection is always a paramount concern. We don't anticipate that this time that there would be a specific threat to the exercise.
And a few minutes ago, you mentioned that you don't talk about the specifics of the security assistance, but obviously a lot of that assistance is being publicized. There's mention of javelins, obviously, but also some of Stingers. So I just wondered, as kind of background, could you talk about the decision process there, about what the Pentagon does and doesn't disclose about its security assistance?
We have been very consistent since before Mr. Putin decided to launch a war on Ukraine that we were going to help Ukraine with the capabilities that it needs to defend itself and that we weren't going to get into a shopping list. I haven't done that yet, and I'm not going to start today. I think you can understand why we don't believe it's helpful for the Ukrainians to have us publicize and put out in great detail the kinds of capabilities that we're getting into their hands. If they want to speak to what they have and what they're using, that's certainly their right, but we aren't going to violate that little bit of OPSEC for them. That wouldn't be the right thing to do. It's a prudent we always worry about our own operational security. In this case, we also want to observe Ukrainian operational security. Paul Shinkman from U.S. News.
Yeah, hi, John. One question to follow up on Belarus. So the Ukrainian government or officials in Ukraine have also warned about a pending invasion by Belarusian forces as soon as this afternoon. So you said that there was no indication that they were moving in response to real or imagined attacks on their territory, but do you have any response to those claims from the Ukrainian officials?
I haven't seen those Ukrainian reports. I can only tell you what we're seeing, and we're not tracking any imminent involvement by Belarusian forces. That's not to say that it couldn't happen, or that it wouldn't happen, or that they could get involved in a way that maybe we didn't see. But I can just tell you what we're seeing right now.
Other Ukrainian officials claimed this morning that Ukrainian forces had killed a third Russian general in the ongoing conflict. Can you confirm whether that has taken place and any observations about what that indicates about the Russian offensive?
I can't confirm those reports, Paul. Tony Capaccio.
John, did you just call me?
I did, Tony.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, I missed that. Two questions: one budget question and one air defense question. The president is about to sign this $13.5 trillion package. Excuse me, the $1.5 trillion package. Within that is $3.5 billion for Ukraine defensive equipment. $3 billion of that is going to be new equipment to the Ukraine. How quickly will the Pentagon be able to send over this new tranche of equipment?
Yeah, I'm not going to get ahead of that process right now, Tony. I would just tell you, as we've said before, I mean, we're still delivering assistance on the last drawdown package that the president signed, the $350 million. We're still delivering, as a matter of fact, even in just the last 24 hours and in the next 24 hours. Obviously, we will, as I've said before, we will continue to provide security assistance to the Ukrainians. for as long as we can, as fast as we can, and that would certainly include under the authorities and funding that would be provided by this spending bill when the president signs it. He's indicated that he's going to sign it, and obviously, broadly speaking, we're grateful to be able to have an appropriations bill signed into law and not have to live under the threat of yet more continuing resolutions. Anything more in the room? Okay, that'll close us out today. Thank you very much.
Bro, they so quick on the mute buttons lately. They don't even let any of the sound. That's why they like, we need it. We need it. Oh, damn it. They cut it. All right, we couldn't even get the intro music. But, ladies, oh my gosh. It's 11? What? Yo, when did it become 11? Oh, man. Are you serious? That's crazy. That's crazy. It's 11? Oh, man. 11 at 11, we can, or PHILO. 11 at 11 or PHILO. All right, let me go get a carbo. Send me an email. I'll check it here. Let me get my carbo. We'll check it out. You follow me on Instagram. You say hello. Show some love. This is Lisa Erickson, U.S. Wealth Bank Management President.
And is it worrying, that broadening of those inflationary pressures? I think a few weeks ago we talked about the break evens, at least on the long end, being well anchored. Those are now also lifting higher.
Absolutely. If we look at measures of inflation over time, what we see is that really over the past year or so, we've gotten across a broad array of components, some which are more cyclically sensitive and some which are more steady demand, prices moving up. Now, again, some of those pressures should continue to come off, as we've even mentioned in the opening part of this show, as people are able to reopen more and more. But again, you've got the countervailing force of, again, some more supply disruptions again to the conflict. So it is going to be something that we need to continue to monitor.
And to that end, when you're monitoring how clients feel at the moment, Lisa, obviously we're talking and starting with the volatility and what it means in terms of, well, sentiment for the consumer as well out there. What does it mean for the sentiment of people wanting to put money to work, wanting to take money, cash out, park it on the sidelines for the time being?
There are a lot of questions right now as far as what really is the best way forward, and that certainly is not surprising in a very news-heavy year on top of a very volatile year. Really, our best advice, again, for clients is in a situation like this, is really go back again and focus on your long-term goals. Really, what is your time horizon, your aggregate risk tolerance, and the goals you're trying to meet. Make sure that your overall financial plan and asset allocation is in place, and then rebalance to that. Again, it's very tough in environments like this, but practices like dollar cost averaging and just rebalancing to those strategic weights really make a lot of sense.
Before the war in Ukraine, there was a lot, and before some of the sell-off that we had prior to that, there was a lot of talk about alternative risk assets out there and what role they should have, if any, in your portfolio.
Well, alternatives are something certainly that can be considered for clients who where they fit as part of the plan. And so that certainly does bring that up again in the conversation today. So again, for clients where those types of strategies may make sense for their portfolio, given sometimes the less liquid entry and exit terms, as well as the more complex structures, that is.
You said, can I trust her? You can, but you have to understand their audience. So like Bloomberg, it's not like they're not speaking to mom and pop. You know what I'm saying? Like they're talking to investors. They're talking, they're managing big money. Like again, there's a lot of people out there that are going for, like, they just want an 8% return off of 10, 20, 30, 40 million dollars. You see what I'm saying? They're really just talking to the whales more or less. It's not like it's so it's like you could listen to it, but your strategy, your life, your finances, they're going to be different. It's just simple as that. It's like you have to just factor that into what they're saying is different. Yeah, it's more passive, but again, they have analysts and all of that, and like you got to think about it. It's like, you'll see these heads of this and that talk about that. They're listening to the analyst and other stuff. It's wild of how it works, but it's there. I'm a whale. You are a whale. It's like doesn't mean you can't take the information. Doesn't mean you can't use it. And that's what I'm saying. But it's just like at some points when they're talking about portfolio management and they're talking in private wealth, that's a wealth management lady. You minimum wealth management is $10 million. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like that, more or less. You think I'm fat? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Apparently they what's it called? There's like I don't know if it's new, but I think there's like, because they said there's like fat phobia, but I don't know if it's coming around. I think there's like short phobia too now. So I don't know. I did fall for that. That's why I was like, man, this got me. But like, yeah, did you know that there's short phobia? $10 million in real estate is cash minimum to be a whale. I think it's just usually it's like $4 to $10 million. I think some city might do it, but JP Morgan, you need about like 10 mil. What does that mean? Yeah, like, so if pretty much like if you don't like ladies, so like if you look at it like a short guy and you're like, oh, I don't like short guys, you probably have short phobia. That's it. So I don't know if you want to, be forgiven, you got to give these short guys a chance. I'm just saying. Otherwise, it just looks really bad. I'm just saying. You're 6 foot, Troy. Man, you got the news and you're 6 foot. And you got a house. Damn, Troy. Ladies, you hear that in here? Yo, he's 6 foot. What? You be getting the news like you 5'6", bro. I did not know that. That's crazy. Oh, man. He's a finger to the sky. Got me the glory. Hey, man. Oh, man. Like, I'm sure I could get the news fast because I'm sure I have to get it fast. Otherwise, that's what I'm saying. I got to get it before the tall guys out there. But that's crazy, man. Troy getting the news like he a short guy. That's crazy. That's impressive. Oh, I'm promoting short phobia. Don't gas up the tall guy. Yeah, honestly, like, Troy, you should probably, like, just, I don't know, maybe just delete your dating profiles and just don't, like, I don't know, like, maybe wear shoes that make you smaller, like they have a deep sole. I don't know. Can you make? Yeah, it's going to be hard. Damn. I see you, Nicole. That's crazy, Nicole. Do you want me? Can I show everybody? Do you want me to show it? I would see. My girlfriend's gonna get mad if I say you looking good. You looking good. I'm gonna get in trouble for that. But that's just fine. It's fine. I like it. It's a fitness transformation. That's wild. That's good. You look a lot happier. Honestly, like you look good. You look good. Keep it up. Keep it up. Keep it up. I'm 6'2". My girlfriend is 5'2". Honestly, you should probably just go out with somebody your own height and save the small girls for the small guys. I'm happy, so much happier. We could share it. We'll see it. I want to show it, but then I don't know. But Nicole, the guys are gonna go. They're gonna go crazy. That's it. Honestly, I want to, but your name is on now. They're gonna follow you. They're gonna attack you. They're gonna be like, "What's up, Nicole? What's up, Nicole? I saved your picture as my background, Nicole. What's up?" And they say, "Nicole, what's up, Nicole?" Man, you see what they do to Jen Psaki. I'm just, That's really exciting though. Keep it up. Nah, you like keep going, like for real too. Like keep going, and you're gonna just, wow. You look happier though. That's what I'm saying. That's what I see when I like look at my pictures too, when I go back. And then Drew, how much time? Drew, are you here right now? Let's see. Drew, are you here? Drew with the house flip who just sent me that? He's asking me about the ARV. All right. So let me look over it now a little bit. You have a couple of good comps, and they're a little bit newer. What's the square footage on that? No, you're double that. Yeah, honestly, I like it. It's solid. You just got to make sure you fix it up, and like the cost won't be too much. But again, I don't know the area as much, and I'm doing something quick right now. Do you have cost of how? But I think your ARV at like 500 is conservative enough. I would say like even at 450, but like you're still gonna make money. Just don't put more than like what's it called? Just don't put more than like 60 grand into it, because then you'll be in at like 290. But like that's what I'm saying. If we're conservative at like 450, 490 maybe, then it's good to go. But I think 500. Have you got it? Have you checked? Like it looks like it already needs a new roof. And then have you checked foundation on your inspection? And then, honestly, reach out to the neighbors of those 3 houses right next to it that look exactly the same. So if you look at the area, there's 3 other red houses that are right next door. I'm sure you know more about it than I do, but go and hit up the neighbors there and see if they're willing to sell or if they have plans to sell, so you could get an idea so that they don't screw you. But I would just make sure, foundation, roof, you might have a little bit of mold, but if you could fix it for under 60 grand or even 100 worse, I think you're going to get at least 400 minimum. But I think 500 is accessible. I just don't know if it, and again, none of this is a recommendation. This is not a guarantee of pricing nor anything. Again, this is just my opinion, and I do not know the area, but if I think you'll get 500, but aim for 450, so that you just don't get overconfident in it. But it looks nice. There is a couple though that are pretty shitty. You have a couple of shitty comps that you got to watch out for. You're adding square feet. How long is it going to take? So this one, I'm going to email you this one. Go look at the one I just emailed you. That one is going to be a difficult comp. I don't know how close it is. But if that one right there is, yeah, I don't like adding square footage. Permits, all of that shit. You have good square footage. And remember, more square feet means more repair dollars. But you have one shitty comp that could hurt you. But other than that, I mean, it's good. If you're getting it, it's just don't spend too much. Honestly, I would just put makeup on it. Just make sure there's no problems. Fix the roof. You know what I'm saying? It's in the attic upstairs. Oh, so it's not 2100? If it's not 2100, it's going to get a little different. Side coming down. Yeah, a lot of things are moving now. We had Kroger up there. I'd watch if Apple comes back to the low. You bought 80 at 2 and it's 160 in the money. Yeah, that's because it's more like 20 with the square feet. No. Ignore the attic square foot. We want just straight living square footage. If that's below 2100, everything I said goes out the window. If that's including the attic. But if it's without the attic, you're fine. Russia drops more info. Ukraine. We haven't got any of the other updates. Let me see. Oh, where'd it go? Biden says Russia trade steps require coordination. That moving us forward is making sure all of NATO is together. Germany suggests Serbia join Russia's sanctions. U.S. stocks fall after Kuleba's comments. That's the one we were listening to. Remember, he said there's no progress, and then everything got clapped. That's it. Can we talk about how wild Biden was today? I think we did. I don't want to upset anybody, and I don't want people to look at it a different way. But at the end of the day, it's like the facts, like I say, and the 3 big things that were brought up, we brought up the data with it. It's just that's the thing that was the most wild about it. Why do you think the most of the companies are down bad and SPY and NASDAQ are still high? That's just because of the weighting. And then you also have to think about what's happened here in the last couple months. As some things started doing bad, people put their money into other stuff. It was a real rotation. So some things held up, like energy. All the energy stocks went up 40, 50%. In the process, a lot of things were dropping. And then Amazon, Google, Apple, Facebook, except for Facebook, they're all really, really up. That's the market breadth. Bro, I can't believe it's already 12 almost. It's 11:30. How did this happen? My wife files and expedites residential environmental permits in Central Texas. That could be helpful. That's very good to know. That'd be fire. You know, they have that in LA too. People don't know that. It costs $50,000 in LA. So you could get any permit expedited, but it just costs $50,000 up front, and then they'll give you a priority. It's wild. Would you buy Tesla, the stock? Maybe later, but I'm not really like too set on it. But again, I mean, in a weird way, it sucks because the market and what's going on, and it sucks that everybody has like these supply costs and like trouble getting certain items, because like if you look at it from a really like broad perspective, everything going right now for Tesla is really good. Like it sucks to say, but like this is probably the best thing that could have happened to Tesla. Like gas is through the fucking roof. People are, if it stays like that, people are already changing. Everybody's already out there. People have been liking it, everything going on. But it's up there. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, again, depending on how things play out, if it stays like this for a long time and assuming their cost and other things don't hurt them or they could secure it, like this is probably one of the best things in the world that could have happened for Tesla. It's like, it just looks so, like, just think about it. I mean, again, gas, people, you already have people talking about the payment differences, and they're saying, well, if you spend money versus a Tesla, all of that, but what this could do to a lot of different industries. And again, as people's behaviors start to change, like gas is expensive. Again, it doesn't matter whether you are rich or poor, everybody gets affected by it in that sense. But for most consumers in that middle, I mean, they're making changes, and that's why the longer it stays up here, the more bullish it goes, though. Energy costs are going up. That's why that could definitely happen and hurt them a little bit. But in the meantime, I don't think there's going to be some level of boost from it, if that makes sense. Physics is on Tesla's side. I could see that. Countries in EU. Well, it depends what it is, though, because again, like that's like natural gas and what they do over there. And like if you go look at United States natural gas, we've been immune to all of this. We are a net exporter of nat gas. Like we actually have that on lock. There's honestly, with everything going on, our natural gas is unrivaled, more or less. So, but other electricity costs are going to be the next one. But that's why it's like depending on the power sources. Again, different ways to go about it, but we will see. I see Congress trades. No. Oh, man. This was before the invasion. Oh, jeez, dude. Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, 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 Democrat, Democrat, Republican, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Republican, Democrat. Yo, you making this awkward. Because we were just pulling up the facts against Biden, and now you got a fact against the Republican. Oh, man. Now, oh, my God. Should we start pointing fingers at each other? You guys want to fight now? Huh? Ah! Let's fight. So there it is. That's wild, though. That's mind blowing, bro. It's everybody, bro. It's everybody. That's crazy. 3 bought LMT. They knew, dude. Who's the motherfucker? The Democrat bought MOS. This guy bought probably fucking Virginia. She bought mad XOM. My goodness. Oh, this is percent gains, though. It's not saying, okay. I thought it was position increase. I was like, this is disgusting. Okay, thank God. That's how much they made. That's how much they made, but I thought it was how much they increased their position. I was like, yo, that's scary. I was like, damn, bro, they just straight up increased it by like 40%. Burry had LMT last 13F. Lost sales and taxes not included. Biased much. That chart is biased in the sense that, I mean, we've talked about it. Just as many Republicans, they hit up the stock market just like Nancy. Wheat. Dude, why is my shoulder still clapped? They got me, bro. Nancy isn't even on there. Bro, Nancy's smart. She fell back. She started just dragging down the Justice Department with her. And then she just stopped trading. She's like, I'll throw one losing trade in there. Let us get clapped on Roblox. And now she's like, sorry. Gotta go. It's good. A little bit of throw the scent off the trail. Did PFE get delisted? Nah. ACH has got cheap. They just honestly just bad anything China related. We just got clapped because of the ADR bullshit. But still. Big names popping. It was her husband, great trader. Yeah. I wonder, what do you think, like, when they would, like, sit down before bed and they, like, talk about it and he would, like, yo, so what's going to happen with the bill? You think she's like, I can't talk about that. Sorry. Good night. Nancy is just crazy. Bro, Nancy's balling. Her and who's the other one? Was it, I know, what's her name, has, like, a $35 million crib. And I'm like, damn, bro. That's like $400,000 a month mortgage payment. It's crazy. Yeah, was it Maxine? I think it's Maxine. She just leaves her journal open. Well, actually, that would still be insider trading. So that was like one of the insider trading things that happened, where they ruled you're responsible to protect the information. There was like a fat case back in the day, and like it brought up this like dilemma. It's like there was like a babysitter at some guy's house, and like he had an office with all of this private info on stocks, and then it was easily accessible. So since he didn't protect the information, they both got in trouble for insider trading. So it's actually pretty wild. It's weird. I mean, unless you're in the government, the rules against insider trading are very, very strict, believe it or not. But it's just, that's why the comedy is really coming from the fact that average citizens are treated way different than anybody who would be in the government. Deutsche Bank in the process of writing down remaining Russia operations. How energy is red and puts are red. It's because the volatility. We were in peak volatility with commodities. Again, like wheat, all of the plays are down. All of the put plays are down. All the put plays are down, and then your calls are still up, but they're not up the same amount. So what's happened is that the jacked up premium, that's what was lost, but not the initial move. Does that make sense? So that's why if you were buying anything oil, wheat up here, you lost the extra blow off the top. You know what I'm saying? It was like a little bit extra, like this was the hype premium, but it came down, and that's what happened. It killed puts, but it kept the calls up, but it still took away from the gains. So that's where it is. Did PFE get delisted? I don't know. XOM, Amazon, a little pop. My XOM won't load. Maybe I should keep it up here. We have to like keep a chart up for like 15 minutes just to like get the chart to play out. Wheat is still up. Watch Baba get delisted. Dude, I mean, honestly though, are you ready for, I guess I have tinfoil. Are you ready? Are you ready for the tinfoil? Here it is. I'll give it to you before PHILO. Now that I think about it. If they won't margin call a Chinese trader, a Chinese billionaire, why would they get rid of Chinese stocks? That's it. The LME. Bro, that was the craziest move. I'm telling you, I'm mind blown at the LME. It's like if they will stop an exchange, cancel $4 billion. Do you know how much money? That's enough money to piss off anybody. Do you see what I'm saying? Think about it. It's not like they did that. They didn't do that to Reddit traders. They did that to the whole fucking financial industry. And it was $4 billion worth of transactions. Oh. The LME is owned by Hong Kong, which in turn owned by China banks, but it doesn't even matter though. At the end of the day though, that's where, again, now what would we say? What else do they own in America? So, I don't know. What kind of message this is? It's called moral hazard. Bro, this is how the East Asian financial crisis started. It was Malaysia, it was Thailand, and this is what they would, I think it was like you think the Malaysian 1MDB shit is? Nah, that's the new shit. Go back into the 80s. Go back into the early 90s too. The East Asian financial crisis, all moral hazard. That's all it was. It was hot money. America went crazy. People would export the dollars. Interest rates were high up there. So they would do arbitrage. Literally, this is how the East Asian financial crisis started. What ended up happening is that these banks in like Malaysia, Thailand, everywhere East Asia, they were paying 15%, right? On a fixed income. So you could go and just borrow fucking $10 million at 5% in America, and then you would take it to Malaysia, and then you would get 10% instantly on your money. And they would just do this back and forth for years. But then this is the funny part. It was the banks, both in Malaysia, like I think Malaysia, one of their like finance ministers, he was like some dude's like nephew. Like the dude, they didn't know shit about, like this guy was just putting on crazy bets because his dad was the government practically, and then he would just get bailed out. And then a lot of people in America, they were like, all right, we could take these loans. And then it was moral hazard 101. When you study moral hazard, you look at the East Asian financial crisis. It didn't matter if they got scammed. They were all scamming, and they didn't give a shit because they knew if they got scammed, I got bailed out anyways. I control the fucking bank. So again, that's why it sounds a lot like this now. But someone said, what message does the LME thing send? And well, that's what it is. It's moral hazard. That's all. So this thing for Pfizer, I think it means they're going to get rid of like bonds and other stuff on their like initial filing statements. Or if there's anything that's on there, if they've had anything, like again, if they had a registration statement for a bond, shares, or anything, they want to remove it. BAE. I still have the Boeing one, but I do like the Boeing put again. They will be targeted if it does escalate. See, but that's the thing. It doesn't. This is where you guys got it all wrong. Because you guys are like, oh, I'm a billionaire. I can't get margin called. Who the do you think was trading on this? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you think these guys on the LME, do you think they weren't billionaires? You mean to tell me all of these banks and commodity traders, literal hedge funds, like you don't think these guys were all rich people with massive amounts of monies, Hampton beach houses, again, just crazy wealth was what we're talking about. Think about that. It was just this one guy. Not only was he a billionaire, he owned the biggest commodity company in China. It's just wild. That's what I'm saying. That's the tinfoil. If they ain't going to clap him, I don't think it's going to be really hard to really clap the Chinese assets, I think. The trick is to bet so big they bail you out? No. Because how come it didn't work for Billy Huang? Ask yourself that. He's not... Billy Huang didn't work for the government in China, and he believed in Jesus. He did not get it goes, dude, I'm telling you, this LME thing is way, way deeper. It's like insane. Even at the surface level, this is probably one of the wildest things that's emerged in all of this. Damn it. TSM, is it down? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. The market's coming down. I know there's a lot. Oh, is that TSM? I don't know if the candles are big or not. Because you got, again, these charts are messing with me all. Yeah, that's a big red on TSM. I thought it was just a normal chart. But take a look at it. A lot of things are moving. We'll keep that for our ghetto charts. Just in case. I'd watch Tesla and Apple. But let me just give you a quick PHILO, man. All right? We should have done it earlier. I'm sorry. If you don't like this moment, it's okay. We still love you, man. It's not that serious. And honestly, don't let your hatred of it let you miss anything important. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like, I hope you realize I don't want you to miss out on anything, depending on wherever this goes or anything. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, I really hope you don't let us trying to be positive keep you away from opportunity or information or whatever it may be. So I just got something very simple to say. I had an epiphany the other day, yesterday, really. It was beautiful. and I want to share it with you. Okay? It's very, very simple. Are you guys ready? Like, amor fati, you really believe in it? It was weird. It was weird. Because I was thinking about stuff yesterday. I had people telling me certain things, and they were like, oh, like, you know, I had pretty much, I had two different paths I could take. And I was just thinking about it, and like, I don't know what it was, but a nice thought came to my mind. And honestly, I had to write it down because it gave me so much peace. And I really hope you understand it. But it's just very simple. I really hope you know it's all about the route you take. But it has nothing to, the outcome does not get affected in a weird way. Oh, y'all don't feel me. See, okay, I know this may sound weird, but essentially what I'm trying to tell you is real amor fati. But like, what is going to happen is already destined. I really hope you understand that. Like, for real. Like, whatever is going to happen, it is going to happen to you regardless of what you do. And I know this brings up a lot of debates, right? Because then it brings up the whole, well, then why wouldn't I do? What if that was the plan, though? That's what I say. You're like, well, what if I stop working then? Maybe that was your destiny anyways, where you never know, right? But like, this is what I'm saying. You could dive deep on it. You could try to contradict it, but to me, it really made sense. So I don't know if this will make sense to you in the same way. But it's just very simple to understand that, like, literally what is going to happen is going to happen. Your destiny is already there. It is up to you on the route that you take. Do you see why that? Do you understand why that's important? That's for you. It's saying, are you going to be true to yourself or not? Literally, that's why you'll get to the destination. That's the funny part. Whether you make the right route or the wrong route, you have to deal with it. So if you want to flip the script, you want to do something different, you want to pursue this route, you're like, oh, if you want to be shady on a deal or you want to be 100% wholesome on a deal, it's up to you. Guess what? It probably won't stop you from profiting. And guess what? It's probably not going to stop you from where you're supposed to be 10 years from now. But guess what? You will live with that. Oh, y'all don't feel me. That is going to be the day-to-day plague that you have to deal with. In a weird way, your destiny is already written. I hope you know that. But the route you take determines how easy it's going to be for you to live on an hour-to-hour basis until you get there. Oh, y'all don't feel me. You hear what I just said? That's why, because I felt like God was laughing in a way. Because he's like, I already know where you're going to go. He's like, it's your job to live through every hour, 24 hours a day. And the routes you choose, that's what's going to give you different feelings. That's what's going to make you have different scenarios, good and bad. But it's on the route. That's why it's like, oh, I chose to do it the right way. Your destiny's going to be the same, but then you're going to get to deal with whatever it is. Oh, I was going to be a little shady in this area. You're going to have to deal with it too. It won't change. Again, what is going to happen is going to happen. SPY's coming down a little bit. Watch out for the lows. You got an hour 15. But like, come on. Do you not get it? Like, I want you to understand this. Like, look at your life. Please, stay on rhythm. I know we've talked about all of it. Listen to this. Have you ever done something completely wrong, but somehow it ended up right? And then you did something completely right, but it ended up being wrong? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Oh, man. I know, you could easily say it about trading. Easily. If you don't feel, you all feel me on this. Stop playing with me. Yeah, shut up. I'm sick of it. Nah, but really, think about it. Think about it. And then guess what? Depending on the route that you took with it, it changed. That was changing how you felt. That was changing your day-to-day. Think about it, because you were like, oh, I did everything wrong. And then that's why something good could happen, but you know you did it wrong and it don't hit the same. Or that's why you did everything right and you're like, I learned all this and I did all this. I thought I did it right. And then it doesn't end up how you wanted to. And then you live with that too. So, I don't know, man. Just what I'm trying to tell you is just go with what you know is right. and stick to the right route. And stop having fear of what is going to get thrown at you in the world. Because that's, again, literally, I deal with a lot of different decisions. And again, especially when faced with a fork at a road, or you're presented in a situation, all of you have a chance and opportunity every day. Somebody comes to you with something, you have an opportunity to do the right thing or do the wrong thing. That just at the end of the day. Or it's going to come down to, well, I'm going to do the right thing, but then there's little offshoots, right? But then think about it. What motivates you? Like, seriously, bro. I had some dude scamming me on a deal. I'm suing him. But it's so funny because I think about it, it's like, what would make you do that? You wanted more money. You want to change the outcome. Oh, y'all don't feel me. No. You want to change the outcome. So you started thinking. And you're like, well, if I do it this way, this will happen. But if I wanted more, but if I could go this way, that's going to work. And that's why, do you realize how many people think that the right way is the wrong way? You know how many people want to do the right thing, but they just simply don't believe that the right thing will produce the right response? Oh, y'all don't feel me. Seriously. Literally, if I said, go give away everything you have. Go start a business, give everything away for free. Go help people before you help yourself. Well, you're going to say, well, the outcome isn't going to get me to what I want. Because if I go and do that, then, but you see what I'm saying? So then you're like, all right, well, I'll go this way. I'm going to go do this instead. Well, yeah, I know that's what I should do. And I know I want to. Because a lot of us want to, man. You know that? It's so cool. It's really cool, honestly. There's no shade in it. Because I'm like, bro, you know how many people I know want to do the right thing and have genuine good hearts? A lot of you guys in here. And you want to step up and do the right thing. And then what happens? The fear, the life, everything. And then you start thinking, well, I would love to, but it's not going to help me pay my bills. I'm already struggling, and it's not going to help me be able to do this. I have so much of a time commitment here. Do you see what I'm saying? It happens. So I'm just trying to tell you, go with the right thing for real. But guess what? I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm not here to give you that. That's between you and God. I hope you read the book for real. But I'm just telling you right now that no matter what, the destination is going to be the same. What is already going to be in your life, if you are meant to be the biggest person in the world, the best investor, if you are meant to be an actor, an actress, if you're going to be a musician, if you're going to be a business owner, if you're going to be the best mother, father, whatever it may be, that's already decided low-key. I hope you realize that. And that's why I'm saying that destiny is going to arrive in your life. And I don't know if you realize, like, think about right here, right now. We've already made it past a couple months. Imagine how you were feeling a couple months ago, bro. That means, look at the short-term destiny has already arrived. All that's changed is the route you took to get here. Some of y'all tripped out. Some of you remain calm. Guess what? You're still here on March 11th, 2022, while the S&P is about to hit another low. Think about it. That's it. Guess what? We're going to see what happens next week. Next month, anything like that. But all I'm trying to tell you is that the destination is already there. It doesn't matter what route you're going to take. What's yours is definitely yours, man. But that's why I'm saying that route you select, that's what you're going to deal with on an hour basis. If you go this route, you say, I'm going to change this. I'm going to act. You know what it is? It's saying I'm going to not act like myself. Because that's what it is. You know what route you want to take. But then you start thinking about something else. And then you act unlike yourself. And then that's what you're going to have to deal with until the destiny arrives. And that's why I'm saying have faith, because guess what? You're going to end up right where you need to be. Believe me. Ask anybody in here who's gone through stuff. The worst part of your moment when you really thought you were getting clapped ever in life, you made it past that. So, do you see what I'm saying? But the routes that you took leading into it, that's what changed your feelings. That's what molded you. That's what made your thoughts. That's what taught you things. That's what got you scared of people. That's what built you either trauma or gave you reassurance of what to do. Oh, come on, man. So it's a very common, peaceful feeling, man. For real. If you really understand it. It don't matter what you like. Imagine God was telling you that right there. He's like, yo, bro, it don't matter what route you take. The destiny is there. That's why we have a guide and we know what we should do right. And that's why it's having faith to be able to take the right route. Stick to who you are. Be yourself. Be who you are meant to be. And if you know it's right, do it. But again, I'm not the one that you have to get the guide yourself. It's on you to determine that. But I hope you know no matter what route is taken, you're going to end up right where you need to be. So selecting the route is just going to determine what you want to deal with. And can you deal with it? And how are you going to deal with it? So I hope you're ready, baby. But I like this one a lot. And it was very, very peaceful for me. And I think it's great coming into the weekend. And I hope you could really enjoy your weekend with this in mind. That everything that's happened, if you believe there's a promise in your life, it's going to happen. But it's just then the routes you take, that's on you. That's why God ain't going to get mad at you. That's why I made so many mistakes. I don't know how I ended up here. Thank God. That's proof of it. All of you have that proof in your life. For real. So that's why I'm saying, just know that's why this is to make you better and to teach you and so you could learn to constantly take the right route. Because you've already seen, even when I did mess up, I still ended up where I needed to be. So I hope you feel me on this, Chad. And I really hope you can take this into the weekend and just have some peace with it, all right? But what's yours is yours, baby. I hope you take it to the bank. That is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hi, chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. It's selling off. Not all the premiums are going back up. Like, surprisingly, the NVIDIAs are down. This isn't getting the volatility excited. I almost clicked out of that. It's not getting the volatility excited as much. And then we need to get below 421, and we have 1 hour left, just about. So, all right, let's see. Why? I want to listen to it again. Bro, I love pregame. It just gets me hyped. Can I do pregame again? Is that okay with you? Because, like, bro, pregame, I'm telling you, it just gets me hyped. All right. They said run it, man. They said run it. They said run it.
2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit, no games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating, seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, your West a Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I've been that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke, your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lemon. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. So
I guess the harvest plenty and the workers always few. Only one song. The market was coming down, bro. That's it. Everything going crazy. You know what I'm saying? Everything going crazy. Valander, finally. But I don't know why, dude. It's so weird what charts are loading and what's not. Oh, man. Can you sell expirations? I think if you're on Robinhood, even if you're on a normal brokerage, and keep that in mind, man. A lot of these plays, I feel like after today's expiration, I think it's going to clear a lot of stuff. Right? Is it March 16th or March 18th? Oh, this is only a March 11th. Then never mind. We have till Powell. Whew. But watch out, because that's going to be a point too. Wait till what's it called changes. Tell me, like, once the expiration comes in on March 18th, it's definitely like gonna, like, it'll free up a lot of the market. Oh. Powell hours. Would banks creep up? They might, yeah. Yeah, DD got clapped both in America and in Asia. It's $1 now. Bro, they literally just swindled everybody. That was a crazy one. That's like a wild IPO chart. It's not even a chart. It's just a hill. It'll free up the market. Again, options expire. Like, it'll move bigger. Like, we've oftentimes seen that, especially beginning of last year too. After the option expiries, like the middle of the month ones, things would start to get a little bit crazier. K-Web calls. There was a lot of activity on them today. DD, I made the scamming look easy. For real, bro. It'll free up money and just like the dealer positioning, market makers, all of that. Then you get a lot of expirations. Things are going to start moving around, and then people will reposition and re-roll over. So it'll change a lot of it'll just free up space. It'll free up the market to move around a little bit without being constrained by derivative contracts. So SPY's coming down again, 422. Just watch 422 flat. I mean, the market's being a little slow about it, but it is power hour. It could pick up a little bit, but that's what I'm looking at. Third Friday, March. Joe, Sasha, welcome, and God bless you. I'm gonna buy some DD. Okay. Okay, that's it. Talk about banks' 120 billion exposure to Russia, because it's not. I think they'll find a way, like, especially if you have like restrictions and stuff. But it is a big thing. I mean, quite frankly, there's probably like 10 different things. Like right now, if you think about it, like there's 10, bro. The liquidity, the lending rates between each other, the commodities. Again, even if you want to go in individual. The growth stocks, the Fed, the economic data, and then now SWIFT is off of the system. Like there's like 15 different things. So it's pretty crazy in that sense. But I don't think people are ignoring it. It's just like literally like what is going to be the most. It's like on a day-to-day, what's more important than not just flip-flops, relatively speaking. PL Energy, Chevron. The high ticker is like it's moving, but it's not too bad. But let's see. Just watch the flush again. 421. That's just shit. Oh, bro, I give up, bro. I give up. Damn it. Why do they do this to me? No, dude, that was so sad. I was doing so good, bro. I was doing so good. I'm just going to restart it. We need to try this one, dude. That's crazy. Destiny equals bag holder. Is that your interpretation of the PHILO? Well, listen, man. Everything is written, even that comment. Don't let it come back to bite you. So you guys stay humble. I said that to her. Bro, I prayed for my girlfriend yesterday. She was telling me she was like driving, and then she was like saying like there was like a crazy truck, and then all of that, and then and she was like, we were talking shit, and she was like, I'll never get in an accident. I'm the best job. I said, oh my God. I just rebuked her instantly. I said, Lord, please forgive her. Forgive her on my behalf. I said, please, Lord. I said, that's it. We don't want anything. I said, just watch out. Don't let the. I said, no. I told her that. She was like, why are you doing? I was like freaking out. She's like, why? I was like, you did exactly what you're not supposed to do. So what kind of, who's asking? You just saying, devil, come get me. I'm the best driver in the world. Like, ah, shit. Damn, I'm going to lose the wheat chart too. Actually, do the normal charts work? I hate these. Oh. So the normal charts work. Oh, I hate these so much. Those are broken too. Mine looks like it's working. Oh, that's the QQQ. Oh my gosh, no. Bro, what the hell? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. So 422 flat. Again, this is no, that's 422.90. So it's breaking 420. We need 422 flat going into 422.1 or 421. Yeah, the charts. I mean, it makes sense if you notice that the charts were working, like they worked every day up until like Putin kept acting crazy. So like if you really look at it, the charts didn't start acting up. So until then, so like I mean, we'll just say this is Putin's chart. That's what he's doing. But I feel you. No, yeah, because like I mean, it makes like look at it like before this, nothing was happening like that. It's Putin. What happened? What did Putin do? I couldn't explain what it was, but I just know he's to blame for a lot of things. I've went through a list. I hope this works. Are we going down now? A little bit. It's not buttering too much, but you're just slowly dropping into it. We got the drip today. You ever heard about gaslighting yourself as a tactic when you're feeling down? I haven't, but I feel like I do that. But I don't know. I kind of believe it, though, sometimes. I like what's his name? Kanye said it. You may not like the source of the quote. There was that old Kanye interview or video, and he was just like, why do people say you can't be overconfident? He's like, why is overconfident a bad thing? I think it should be a bad word to say overconfident. And I was like, I feel. So, I don't know. I don't know. It works. SPY coming down. It kind of buttered. You lost half a point. This is the key level right here, and you got about 50 minutes left. So just get ready for it. IRM drips are stacking. Yeah, you probably got to hold at least 10%, maybe 20%. SPY 422.50. TSM is still going. Where's oil? Crude is staying chilled. That's the funny part, commodities. But even then, honestly, you'd have to argue, are the commodities even able to really move right now? Or are the exchanges getting in the way? $422.40. Just get ready. Again, it's going to hit here, and it's just, let's see if it flushes or not. Because that's it. If it goes down below here, this is where it starts to get ugly. Or at least this puts us to the danger zone. Again, 421, you've been here. But last time, it literally, like, this was a very low point. So it's only a couple times we've been below here, but it does get pretty exciting when it does drop below here. So watch out. How come you didn't double down on the butterfly? Because it only kept going up. And then again, the play is still all about guaranteeing a certain range on the SPY by a certain date. So I like it. That play is slowly working. I don't know. Don't let that play did anybody sell out of it, or who's still holding the butterfly? Where's the butterfly gang? They should be up over 100% now. But, like, it's slow, but, like, again, compare it to a normal put, it worked out a lot better. You hold them. Isn't it interesting? I don't know. I feel like it's interesting, though. I hope you got to see it, because remember what the market looked like when we got it. Remember, we were going down, up, chilling, up, and you remember that? So, it held up a lot better than any other put play you could have got at that moment. If you think, literally, go check it. So, like, this is what I'm trying to say. Like, look, we have 91% on this one. The other one's up like 116%. But take a look. The puts are only up 26%. Even if you bought the 400 put non-butterfly, you made only 26%. And then if you bought out the monies, you're down 12%. Isn't that crazy? So all the out the money puts, if you bought a put right here, when did we make this trade? February 16th? So if you bought it right before it started dropping, if you bought a put right here, right, out of the money for April, you would be down if it was more than 10% out the money or 5% out the money. Isn't that crazy? You would be down on that play right now. So that's why we had this little butter. Again, we didn't talk about them because then wheat hit afterwards and all of that, but this is a good one. But that's why I'm saying this was the whole idea of the strategy, is that now by buying and selling, we were able to put ourselves in a position to make a decent amount. Again, premiums were high back then, so it gave us a very interesting cushion. A very interesting cushion. So that one's a cool one, but hopefully that's what I wanted you to learn from it, was the how, again, a different market environment hit us, but do you see how there's a different tool? You get what I'm saying? If the market's not moving fast and it's not holding the trend and it does this little volatility back and forth, I hope, mixing in some of these spread strategies, they could go a long way. You could do a normal debit spread too, and you still would have actually made more money on that if you just did a normal put debit spread. Is that flight of the butterfly? We will see. Do you live in Del Sur? So why do you come in every day and ask me that, and then why do you comment that on the watch list? Why are you so concerned with where I live or not? That's crazy. That's crazy. But do you live in Del Sur? Are we neighbors? That's what you said on the watch list. You said we're neighbors, but because I'm your neighbor. Did you leave a note on my car one time? Or is that somebody else? Because you know that happened to me before, right? So maybe it was you. But I will tell you, that's not my house. I don't live at that house. But somebody did that. You know that? Uh-huh. Bro, I swear to God. Bro, somebody literally, it was in the Lambo. I parked the Lambo, and then I come back in my car. I took a picture. I never posted it. I had a note on my car, and they put 2 quarters, and it was like a kid's handwriting in crayon. And then it says something, are you Josh? And then this and that. So, yeah. Was that you? I may have just confirmed your question, but I'm not. Was that you? Was that you who did it? And is that your handwriting? Because you write like a child. But it's okay. Next time, just come say hi to me. That's it. You don't have to ask me and Chad. Okay? And you just come up to me and say hello. And you don't need to just, you know what I'm saying? That's it. It's very simple. If you think it's me, come say hello. I'm a very nice guy. I just hope it's not weird about it. It's scarier if you go on the internet and you're like, I know where you live, Josh. Josh, I know exactly where you live. I know you like to frequent these places, and I've seen you. That's it. So that's why I said, just you gotta play it cool, play it normal. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Like, you already looking. You know what I'm saying? Just wait till I walk out, and then you walk out and bump into me naturally, like, you know. And then that's it. And just make it totally normal. Like, I'm a nice dude, bro. I'm gonna yell your name. Just at least like wait by my car or something. Like, at the very least, don't be disruptive. It's a nice neighborhood. 422.30. Here it is. It's good though. But if I see you, say hello. We'll get Chick-fil-A or something. You know what I'm saying? This volume. I wish I could check the volume. I probably could, but I don't know if it's real. Bro, is it volume only 63 mil? Can we get a confirmation of that? It is, bro. Volume is dead. That's it. The last Fed, that's it. The Fed is out of the market now, right? Maybe that's it. The QE is officially ended to a degree. That's crazy. That's really bad. I'm moving out of tax. Wait, then are you going to sell your house in that area? Let me buy it. And then I'll move into your house. It's already paid for. That guy on trend in front of you ordered your cake pop. Yeah, what do you mean? You said you're moving, but hold on. I'm thinking of renting it out. Email me. Come on, if you're my neighbor, email me right now. Send me that. Let me see it. I'll be your. That's it. Why not? How about this? You sell it to me and we turn it to an Airbnb and we split it. You just sell it to me before listing it, and I'll turn it to an Airbnb and I'll give you 10% of the profits. And you don't have to do anything. And then you have cash, and then you move out and you got 10% rent Airbnb income. I need that neighborhood. I need more houses there, actually. Hit me with that one. Let's do it, bro. Come on. That's it. You can't creep me out like that and then not sell me your house after we determine that you're like, oh, is that you, Josh? Come on, bro. Come on. That's a very good deal. I'll take that deal. If any of you own a house and want a deal like that, if it's a good Airbnb area, I'd be open to doing that. If you want to sell me your house, or if you live in a house right now, I will buy it from you and I'll let you live in it for a year for free. The lander pop, we've been hearing that a lot. SPY's bouncing a little bit. Give me your lifestyle. Why are you still in LA? If it's for real estate, is it Mark Austin hotter? Not property taxes in Texas are crazy. So it's not like buying property in Texas is not what you think. We could talk about it once we bump into each other. Just email me, bro. Come on. Just stop playing with me. That's it. Otherwise, once it's you, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna run away and be like, email me, and then I'm gonna run away. And then that's it. Because usually I'm respectful to everybody I meet, but now it'll be like a fun game with us. Because, like, you won't email me and you only want to talk to me and I just want to email. You see what I'm saying? So then if I see you, I'm going to be like, got to email me, got to run. And I'm a fast runner. I won't even get into my car. I got more than one car. I'll just dip and I'll just start sprinting. And you know I've been training in the gym too. So I was playing LA Fitness B-ball, you know? So I can run and I'm going to be out. You're going to be really confused, honestly. So just email me and then I'll see you too. And then that way we're both happy. Oh my gosh. ETRN. That went crazy a little bit earlier. Now my Apple chart won't load. Oh, that came down? Interesting. He knows you've been training. He knows what you ate that day. He knows everything. What about townhomes? Yeah, email me. Email me. I'm interested. Let me know the area, especially if it's in Southern California. I'm very interested in it. If it's like a good area in some of these places, that's it. Cali people, I could give you a nice deal. You could leave Cali and get paid or get free rent for a year. Anything you need to be flying these streets. Not anymore. No, I haven't been able to play again. I wanted to, but I haven't. House in Canada, no, but somebody reached out to me today. We have Canada real estate agents, but Canada's good, but it's not. What if it wasn't crayon but lipstick? Nah, it was crayon. I know a crayon when I see a crayon. Chatworth, San Fernando. Yeah, email me. That's dope. Totally interested. And then, like I'm saying too, I'll always make you like the difference is I could like work with you on stuff and give you offers like that, but I'm gonna tell you what I think the house is worth. And so, like, if you really want to maximize your bang for the buck, but especially if you're in SoCal too, we know the market very well, and we've done a lot of deals already. So it just comes down to, I'll just tell you what it's worth. But if it's in SoCal, it's way easier for us to do stuff and even help you in that sense. In Alabama, yeah, anywhere, man. I'm telling you, and those places are good. A lot of wholesale deals have been coming out of Alabama. I've been seeing a lot of wholesalers. Me blowing out my swore. I used to smell bad. I feel you. Let's ball. Let's go. Billy, we should hit up the gym sometime, Billy. Okay, assuming, on the day you don't have roid rage, so you don't get mad at me for, like, being on roids or, like, a bad play from, like, 6 months ago. Just make sure you're not, like, on a roid stage, and we'll work out, and we'll be good. I think it'll be fun. It's good, Because that trend is a crazy thing. It's a crazy thing. You think Hemet is good if I got my first property there? Do we have to go to Hemet? Like, anytime I've ever been, I drove through Hemet the other day, and I was just like, I tried to find, I was like, do we have to go through Hemet? Do we have to, like, is there nowhere, like, get Oceanside instead. I would do Oceanside, bro. I could, what's the budget? Let's just go to Temecula, Marietta, fucking hit Winchester, fucking maybe even San Bernardino instead, honestly. I don't know which one, San Bernardino or Hemet, but Hemet is like, Hemet has been, the prices went up, but it's kind of been like it's a weird place. Like it has lagged a little bit too, in the sense that even the real estate, like, it's not even like going, like, nobody was like during COVID, they're not like, I'm gonna go back to live in Hemet. You know what I'm saying? It just that did not happen. And I don't know, they don't really have a good work from home scene. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it's crack from home. I'm just kidding. Somebody in here is from Hemet and they're like, Josh, I'm going to kill you with my crack needle. What? See, that's how you know I don't do crack, because apparently you don't use needles for crack, but still. Okay. I used to live in. You did? What? Yeah, that's crazy. Carlsbad's expensive now. Oceanside is Oceanside's nice and cheap though still. And it has upside, if anything. Homes in Paris. Paris is a little nice. Honestly, I would go to Paris instead of Hemet any day. Yeah, Palm Springs is hot. Palm Springs been hot since 2015. Palm Springs is hot. Like, not just weather. Like, real estate there is insane. Mustafa, he's in Ohio. He just got an apartment. He showed me it. He got he bought like a penthouse. He didn't buy it. He rented it, but it was like, it's Ohio, bro. It was like, he pays like $75 a month and he's like the king now. It's crazy. I said, wow, that's amazing. He's like $75 and then like $5 for what's it called? He's like $5 a month for utilities or something. And that's in, like, he just became the king. They gave him a throne and a crown. And they're like, wow. It's crazy. It's crazy. Scripps Ranch is hot. Well, if you're a Scrippy, you may be surprised to hear this. You know what's hotter than Scripps Ranch right now? Fucking Mara Mesa, dog. It's crazy. Mara Mesa is hot. I'm telling you, it's wild. Oh my God, you guys are gonna. No, bro, it's crazy. Like, that's where I'm like, what? Like, bro, Mara Mesa is popping. So Scripps Ranch, there's lack of inventory, and it's a good area. It's a good area. It's not bad at all. Like, it's North County location, but like, bro, Manila Mesa is popping. No, bro, yes, Mara Mesa, Sorrento Valley, like, because Sorrento Valley's closer to the water, kind of, and like all of the commercial buildings and some of the stuff there, but like it's spitting out into Mara Mesa. It's starting with the back end of Mara Mesa, going into Scripps Ranch. It's popping, though. I'm telling you, it's surprising. Bro, you remember? I think I was going to sell it to you, bro. Remember I said, and you said you wanted a cheaper place, and you won't even email me, but you'll stalk me. And remember I told you I had that property under contract. Are you ready? It's fucked up. I was going to give it to you. Remember I said I would give it to you for free just because you're cold. Nobody took me up on it. Are you ready for this one? Bro, that house is in Sorrento Valley. So like the back end of it's Sorrento Valley. It's technically Mara Mesa. I always view it the same. But it's literally that property. It was a new build contract. Remember I just told you, just get the contract. I got the contract. All I had to do was put $5,000. Those same houses are selling for $200,000 more from the builder. And that was what? I did that deal 6-7 months ago. Y'all don't feel me. It's crazy. But that's like Sorrento Valley, Mara Mesa. It's insane. It's insane. That one already right there. 5 down. I put 5 down for a build contract. And it's already there. The cheapest one you could get there is $200,000 higher. Our Rancho Penasquitos. Yeah, Rancho Penasquitos is nice. Like, that's what it's like. It's like Scripps Ranch. Like, they're popping at, like, all those areas are good, but then Mara Mesa is like a little pocket that you wouldn't expect to outperform, but it is. And it's like, there's the development stuff, and then again, just relating it to Sorrento Valley, and I already see it. The comps from Sorrento Valley are just gonna fuck up Mara Mesa, like, in a good way. I got $30K to Airbnb. Spy's hitting a new low. We're talking about real estate. It's okay, though, because until we get to below 421, I got 30 minutes. You want me to give you the trick for Airbnb? I saw it. I see the TikTok kids doing it. It's kind of like shady, though, so I don't know how I feel about it. You're going to have to, really look into the laws and then the buildings. But go hit up apartments and ask if they do corporate leasing. So it's like a loophole. What you do, pretty much you make a LLC, you make a company, and then you contact apartment buildings and ask if they do corporate leasing, and you say you're going to be renting it out to different people in your corporation. But technically you just make an Airbnb. It's like a weird way to do it, but then that way you could just call people up and ask them if they do corporate leasing and that you have a company who wants to rent it and then do that. But that's what I said. They're all doing it now. It's not, I don't know. I've never done it. I'm not a fan of it, but if you want to at least get an idea, if a place is interested, you should tell them corporate leasing. And if they say yes, then you should ask them and say, listen, well, I have a corporation, but we are going to be doing it through Airbnb. If you could do that, but like literally, because people are finding thousands of properties that you could technically sublease, but they're using this loophole to do it. So it's kind of shady. You got to figure it out. But I think if you talk to people and they say, hey, I'm down to do corporate leasing, and then you just be upfront with them and tell them, hey, we're doing it through Airbnb, then I think you could avoid some issues. Otherwise, proceed at your own risk. 422, this is the level. Watch for butter. We go to 421 from here. This is it. Whereas I wish I could. Tesla, it looks like tech has already led the way down here. I don't know if you guys see that. Netflix is getting clobbered, though. Now my big tech stocks aren't even loading, bro. My charts aren't loading all day. This is insane. I've never had 7 hours of this. Yeah, Netflix is a new low. Apple hasn't hit a new low. Microsoft is at a new low. Boeing, that hasn't broke yet. RTX, those came down. NTR went up since we got that play, so that's good. Why the landlord want to do it? Because you could offer guaranteed money up front if you want. You could say, I'll pay for it up front. You could say, I'm going to keep it furnished. You could always have a property in selling condition. We're going to keep it nice. We're going to keep it clean. And we could offer you a little bit more. And you don't have to worry. You'll get the best tenant pretty much. Dude, none of them are loading. This is crazy. Fang won't load for me. Dude, nothing is loading. That's it. I'm clapped out. I have to pull up everything manually. Like, if it's on the high ticker, I could probably do the 4 charts here. I just don't know how to get rid of this thing. This is the SPY right here. It's Amazon, TLT. Wheat is already just trapped up there. So you're not bad enough, friend. Don't let the home get trashed. No, yeah, bro. There's ways to do it like good business. You know what I'm saying? It's just like the whole idea is like if you find out they do corporate listing, it allows you to like you at least know they're down with it. But then I wouldn't. I would see if there's a way to do it with them, and then you be upfront with them, or even if you go to a normal like property owner and try to suggest it to them, like you could be very upfront about it and just let them know, be like, dude, we're gonna pay for everything, we'll keep it clean. You'll even have good pictures when you want to sell the property, and if you do want to sell the property, you're gonna have a history of short-term rental. It could increase the value of your property. Flexible. How do I get rid of this shit though? I just don't like this news thing. I don't know why it's up here. And it won't go away. The firm, Amazon. Amazon's hitting, and that's what, all right, SPY 421, you buttered. Again, it's hard to see up here. Click the little left arrow. That just makes it bigger, which is somewhat nicer, but still. Close the side, but I just want to get rid of this. So here we are right now. Again, this chart, you see it a little bit. We're dumping. Again, you just went straight through 422. Need one runner. Commodity plays coming into the weekend. Again, some of them have chilled out. It's a 50-50 risk. It's just like the NTR. So again, I bought them here, but like we were saying, it's like it's in a situation where it's not expensive, it's not cheap. If we wake up to any escalation, commodities cool down for 4 days now. If they come back up or start to do stuff, that could be it. Or you wait another week, and then next weekend, that'll definitely be the play. But at the end of the day here, if you really are looking for something, it's going to be commodities coming into tomorrow. 3 lines at the top of the chart. Okay. Uncheck all but chart. Or this one. All I have is chart. Listed in harvesting for over $1 million. Everywhere, bro. Everywhere. One day we'll figure this out. Too much. Too much. We got 30 minutes left. This first little bounce here. And that's overlaid with the volume. They're just messing with me, bro. Flexible grid, it's already messed it up. As long as we could just see here, maximize the first cell. Like, isn't there usually stuff that come up here? See, I don't know why this is staying here. How do I get rid of the level 2? Bottom right corner of the SPY below. Drag it down to show tab. I've dragged it to the maximum. Okay, I think I fucked it up now. How do I unmaximize it? Okay, we're going to just... I'm missing my sidebar. It's not there. Blue 3 bars, show gadget. Which blue 3 bars? I just need these taken off. That's it. All the other charts are fine. This chart is just whack. Does that mean he's drowning? Think or swim. Where's my boat? What's the S&P at? I don't care. It's on fine. Sorry. I'm on flexible grid. Oh, show sidebar and sell. There it is. Got him. There it is. There it is. We got him. There it is, Chad. God bless you, Chad. We did it. Oh, we did it. Now they all look the same. This is so difficult. We're making progress. This is good enough. This is good enough. This is good enough. That's good. That's exactly what I was looking for. Good work, Chad. Good work. So the charts are a little different. I don't know how I feel about looking at them like this, but I think we could deal with it now. Boom. High-low ticker. Welcome to Ghetto TD Ameritrade. I am your host. You got your new Ghetto Hybrid E-Trade TD. Good for the environment. It's a hybrid. See what I'm saying? Teamwork makes the dream. Thank you. Turn off, show it. Nah, man, I don't got 18 minutes to figure that out next, okay? That's fine. I'm gonna just, you see, I'm gonna take what I got. I'll use my little zoom in. I'm taking profits. Nope. I ain't playing with this. I got one thing that's plagued me for like 18 months. We got this out the way. No, I'm not gonna push it. We don't need. After hours is fine for now. Man, it's almost after hours anyways. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? It's fine. It's almost closed. Blinken spoke with Ukrainian Foreign Minister Kuleba. And we heard I don't know. See, that's the thing. We don't know if he spoke before or after Kuleba spoke. Let's see. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. If, again, you guys have to realize the last like 3 or 4 days, nothing's really happened with premiums. Again, your butterflies are up. A lot of the plays, even on the put ones, they either got clapped 30% or they're holding based on the spread. So honestly, if you're going to be making a play, you got to have an estimate pretty much coming into the weekend. Oh, man, we need the... Okay, that's the SPY. That's the SPY 2. This is wheat. We'll just play with these charts here. There's a low ticker on TD. The XPOs clapped. That was this morning. Are they? I like that play, actually, though. I thought that one was going to do good with transports. And then a lot of people keep talking about the buyout shit or their split. Yeah, that one's down 28%. CXPO. SPY coming down again. Watch out. Yeah, I mean, it was up and then just straight sold. NTR. I'm still holding the Oracle's clap because of earnings. But again, both of those plays for less than $100. So Coca-Cola, I spent $30, and then I spent $60 on the Oracles. So both of them are down. Even though Oracle went up, too, that was earnings. 421. AAL is going down. Wolf. Oh, I thought you were like trying to like actually like make a sound effect. Excuse me. Give me a TD workspace. Y'all have sent me some dope ones. I like my simpleness. And now that I have this is a good backup now. It's fine. We got it. High-low ticker. I could still look through charts and have some level of visual. So that's honest. That's all we need. That's all we need. And then the Coca-Colas actually came up. Oh, no. They came down a little bit. I thought they were up. I figured it out. I just got to make this one bigger. Come here, and then I forgot it. Show sidebar. That's it. That's the thing that had it. What are we going to do if E-Trade discontinues that E-Trade version? Honestly, I'm just going to buy it. That's it. I'm going to find the company who made it, or I'll ask them if they'll sell it, and I'm going to buy it. Because there's no way this can't ever disappear. Otherwise, I will retire. That's it. I cannot do anything without it. I've learned that today. I'll tell you, this is crazy. 421.10, 420. Well, we're about to go lower than 421. Yo, this is big, actually. Again, because last time we went below here, like we said, it gets crazy. We went down to 417, 410. Well, we're going to see 421. Watch. Again, you still got 20 minutes. You could save it. I think my layout saves automatically. So anytime I ever close, it saves it automatically usually. The weekend. But again, every other weekend's been quiet. Just the last 2 weekends have been just... That's it. It's 421. Sorry, I had to respond to a couple emails. And then somebody just emailed me too. It's a good Chad one. They're saying that they're trying to like get deals now. And they said, is there anything we should be looking for? They said, is there anything that would be an automatic deal breaker? So I told them, again, pretty much if the house is already listed, there's no way we could help the people. They've already gotten to a contract and they're getting help from somebody else essentially. So if you are trying to help, if you're trying to find listings off market, I mean, your job is to explain to people that we can help them in any way they want. Literally, we have cash buyers ready to buy right away. We have agents if they want to list it, save money, try to get the most, or we have mortgage people if they need a refinance, and we also have lawyers if they have foreclosure, tax, anything that's it, like, if they need assistance in any way. So that's where I'm saying that's where you can go to a homeowner, and this is what your job is to explain to them is that, listen, we could help you in 10 different ways. It's all on what you want, and we're going to let you know, and we can just give you the insight, but we have all of this stuff at our disposal ready to go. 421. Josh hustling desperate homeowners, and you sitting in here calling out Josh on your. That's it, man. So there you go. Welcome to the real life. Some people work, some people talk. But 15 minutes left. I'm seeing everything is coming. I'm just watching. 421 is holding on. This is where we're at right now. $421. Oceans might be in play, but honestly, it's going to be hard with that. With the charts thing. 421.02, 420. Watch for the butter. Again, it's only 15 minutes left, but we could come down to like 417 possibly. I wouldn't be surprised. Or it's going to flush and then bounce right back up, and then we close here. Honestly, I think we either flush and bounce up and close at 421 in the next 15 minutes, or I think that we go and I think it just goes to 417, but the 417 would be wild. TLT is not reacting, but remember, the last couple of days it's been wonky, and TLT's at the breaking level. And don't forget, honestly, I think this is the snitch. You got Fed futures at the lows, man. The market's about to start pricing in a whole new set of, what's it called? They're going to start pricing in a whole new set of Fed rate hikes. Yeah, IWM has already dropped, so it's not going down anymore. SPY's coming down, 420.90. Explain. The Fed futures, pretty much, we are at the same aggressive Fed, pricing in 7 rate hikes. We were there at the beginning of the year before Russia, and we were freaking out. But now we're pricing in the same. And then come tomorrow, Powell next week. If that keeps going, the market, the side of the market that's worried about the Fed, that will be more hawkish than it's been in the last 3 months, which could be negative. Again, that will start a whole nother set of people freaking out about the rate hikes again. Just added on to everything we're dealing with. The hell is this? I have to switch between the charts. Blue chips. How much did Amazon? What time is it? 12 minutes. Hitting the low. 420.85. It's not doing it too crazy. It sucks. If I pull up another option chain, the TD goes away. I wish I could have the charts. And Apple's not coming down. A little bit of a bounce. Again, there's a 420. It's holding it. It's holding it. You got to, again, wait till 10-minute rigged. Close my paper butterflies 420. Nice. Kirot, shoot an email with that. And then we're seeing 420. Again, 10-minute rigged is going to come in here. 2 minutes, about 1 minute now. So just get ready for it. One more minute. Honestly, it's either going to flush and let us break or not. What's Amazon at? All right, 10-minute rigged. 421. Honestly, even after the butterfly, I'll tell you this, with a lot of plays, even if it's on the put side, I think a debit spread is going to be your friend here. Because if you look at the butterfly, we lost on the back end. If you really want to, you should just do a normal debit spread. It might change things around, but keep that in mind. 420.67. It's flushing now. Tesla's pin. Futures just broke. Again, it flipped. It hit there right a little bit and then just came back. Oh, film me at that? Okay, I got scammed. Coinbase rolls out no fee trading. Sucks. I was looking at these right before. It came down a little bit, so we'll see. But don't trade this. Not a recommendation. There's a lot of volatility. I got Amazon April puts out of the money. I spent $310. I only grabbed one, and my idea is just over the weekend, if those Fed future expectations get, again, Amazon was only down 0.3 when I was eyeing this. It's literally just moved down another 0.5% right there. But I got April Amazon put. That's just the volatility play, if anything. So we'll see what happens, but that's the only other play besides the NTR today. And these would be to take us into the weekend. What's up, fam? What's up, Victor? How you living? You will lose money. Tell them, Omega, you still chatting. You still chatting. That's 30 minutes. That's $8 an hour in California because you get 15 an hour. That's minimum. If you did real estate, it might have been $100 or $1,000. I don't know. So be careful, though. It's not a recommendation. You will lose money. 7 minutes left. Amazon's the only other one I just grabbed. That's it. NTR, that's the only other one we grabbed as well, too. I got back into wheat. So good. We're still holding that. I don't know what the premiums are. I haven't checked yet. I got an Amazon put for April, just for volatility again. It's just like if we, and I'm basing this off of the, I've said this could be the snitch. Because if anything happens over the weekend and we wake up and then anything inflation related or economic related makes this go more, this is a leading chart on the market. Remember, it led everything. And this is related to the financial side of all of this. So but then again, if anything good happens, it could also change things. About to go all in on wheat once the futures approve. But we'll see, though. We'll see. They said it should be approved. They said on Monday I'll be good, I think, but let me double check. It should say enable, but it still says apply. That'll be fun, though. Time not too far should do good. I think we got good time, but I think everything's far. But we'll see. We will see. I keep putting that up. It's slowing. It's not going too hard, though. You got 5 minutes left. It's honestly not hitting too hard on the low side. AXP, American Express now. They're on the low. They've already been down. But again, one after another, these financial plays have like low-key been clapped here today. Amazon, if Amazon keeps going, again, Amazon did not move at all today. That's why I grabbed them there, but even this little move from here was the biggest move all day, low-key. I live next to Santana Row. Yeah, I went there. I actually like that place. Little bounce here at 420.50, but we'll see if it lasts. It's just kind of individual companies. 4 minutes left. 797. Crazy, dude. Crazy last 2 weeks. Again, level of escalation, lack thereof, the back and forth. This week had a lot of rumors that weren't getting confirmed, and then we'd react, and then Putin would kind of quiet, but not really quiet. So it's been a wild one so far. It has been a wild one so far. 420.39, it did not hold. What does Monday look like? It's going to depend on the weekend, but honestly, I'll say it now. Monday is going to look like this chart where people are going to respond to this on Monday. This is huge. Again, I already saw it in the morning, and then the fact it's just staying down here and is not recovered. I mean, that is going to be that's going to be the kicker. Again, it hasn't moved all day today, but it stayed there. The market's catching up, but that's what it's going to be. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming down here a little bit fast here, but as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. If you guys are holding any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags, but as we make this final approach, we're landing in that second link terminal. We will have a special The Trading Fraternity Terminal weekend video here today, so hopefully you're ready for that. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California on Monday. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 72 degrees and sunny, a little windy here tonight, but shouldn't get in the way of your vacation, and it's looking good unless you bought the SPY calls this morning or you even bought puts because the premium's still whack. So either way, we know what you're going through, and we hope you had a wonderful flight. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so exit one row at a time, and please be respectful of all other passengers and drop a GG on the way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business, and thank you for flying with the Colt. If you're interested in our Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please fly down your flight attendant, and we'll get to you that as soon as possible. Thank you, and have a wonderful weekend. 1 minute! Less than 1 minute, 30 seconds, go. We finalized our weekend plays. We still got oil. We still got wheat. We added an Amazon put, and we did a small play with time on the fertilizer, baby. So bring it home and go, 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 go. 20 seconds left. 4:19. Oh, man, what a weekend. All week to end up where we started. Oh, my gosh, Warren Buffett would have a statement about this. 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Ding 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 ding. Hard. Oh man. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. You got a little bounces. That's it. It's over, bro. I bet you E-Trade works now. Is E-Trade going to work now? Show extended hours? Oh, that worked? Is that what got us? Is that all I needed to do? Well, show GG, baby. Let's go. That's it. Hit up with the GG. Oh, man. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Give me the GG. I need the GG. We did it. We made it, baby. We did it. We made it. And these bitches hating. Tell them, Uncle. Give me the GG. Come on, Uncle. GG, baby. GG, baby. Oh, GG, Chad. I don't care if you made money or lost money. I don't care what happened today. I need you to GG me. I need you to GG. That's okay. Positive, negative. Come on, Omega. If you don't say a GG, then you just whack as hell. You ain't even. Oh, you see, I can call some of y'all out. I just want a GG. Just let me get a GG. I'm just saying, GG. Guys, see it? Oh, man. Oh, man. Let me get the GG, baby. Come on. God bless you, Chad. Thank you for being here. Thank you all. I love you. Thank you for the opportunity. Oh, it don't matter if you like me or not. You gave me an opportunity. Shout out all my positive people. Shout out all my members, baby. We thankful. We blessed, baby. Shout out all the people who they don't got a membership, but they act like they got a membership because they know it's all about attitude in here, baby. Let's go, baby. That's it. That's it. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it, man. That is the day. I love you all. Thank you for the likes on that video. Almost 2,000. Oh, this is the worst week since January 21st. Oh, man, that's crazy. So listen, Chad, I love you, and don't hold this against me. I'm thankful for all of you here every single day. Again, I can't look at 2K likes. I love it, baby. I love it. I wouldn't be here without you, Chad, and I'm grateful for another week. And usually Friday is a fun moment, but I think we had Friday yesterday, and unfortunately, I have a very strict schedule here today, okay? So I have to go right now. I know, it's weird. I have to leave right now, okay? So I hope you know I love you, and for real, just thank you for being here. I wish I had more time to talk to you today, and I wish I had time to tell you everything. I mean, check out the links. Honestly, if you miss out the weekend video, that's going to be on you. I promise you, you are going to like it. It's going to be a good one. So I got to get going, though. But I love you all. I hope I see you there. Please fill out a prayer request wall. That don't change, baby. We still love you. And just don't forget why we here, man. Okay? Don't forget why we here and why we keep going, why we excited for another crazy week. And we going to have another one here, too. I just hope you're ready for it, okay? I hope you're ready for it. Oh, there you go. Notorious hard. Oh, man. You didn't forget on Friday. I love you. God bless you. But for real, man, God bless every single one of you. I'm grateful for all of you, man. And like I said today, man, you know, I do this for everybody out there. I hope you realize, like, this ain't just about me, man. So I hope you realize that. I hope you realize we are all one together, baby. So God bless you and thank you again. I can never thank you guys enough. And I'm just grateful to be here and I love the chat, man. I hope you guys got that love for everybody. I hope you feel it out. And like I said, just don't forget why that all exists. Why we here. Why we keep going. Why we keep grinding, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. But, Chad, I got to get going, man. I'm sorry. I know. Don't worry. It's worth it, though. It's worth it. You will see very soon. You will see very soon. So, Chad, I love you. Thank you again for being here. And you have a wonderful, wonderful evening, okay? God bless you, Chad. Enjoy the weekend. And please don't forget the PHILO, okay? It don't matter what route you're going to take. The destiny is already written. That's it. The route just determines the day to day, the hour to hour, the month to month, the week to week. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I hope they feel me. But I love you guys. God bless you. Thank you again. Check out the links. Worst case, I'm gonna see you on the main channel this weekend, baby. So God bless you and have a wonderful evening. Peace out. Oh wait, Josh, I want a Bible study. It's okay. It's fine. All right, I want a pony. I love you. Bye. God bless you, Chad. Peace out.